Happy little New Year's. Hello my fellow retro gamers, PatmanQC here, hoping you had a happy and healthy 2023. I have never done a best of compilation video over the years, so I figured this year would be the perfect time. In the last 365 days, I have done 45 of these retrospectives, and to narrow it down to just the best of the best was a bit difficult. Over the past year, I have discussed everything from John McClane's adventures in a tall building to becoming a big boy with my big boy pants and learning how to count. I have included 11 titles into this humongous compilation, which I feel were some of the best videos I had done all year. In between each video, I have also included little tidbits as to why this video was chosen. I guess you can look at it as sort of a mini director's commentary. So if you have a spare 6 hours on your hands, or you want to relive that PatmanQC goodness one more time, then kick back and relax and hopefully you'll be entertained. You may be glad you did. Elevator Action has always been one of my favorite games when it comes to early 1980s arcade titles, so I wanted to give it the recognition it deserves. Plus I found the history of where the idea came from pretty fascinating. Plus I really liked this thumbnail because I had to redraw some of the elements by hand. Ideas for video games have come from the wildest and wackiest of places. Designer Akira Hashimoto was stuck in a traffic light and noticed a small frog attempting to cross the road. This was the idea for Frogger. The first Grand Theft Auto, which featured a top-down view, was actually inspired by the chase mechanics of Pac-Man. And then we have the game we are looking at today, which is Elevator Action. This run-and-gun spy thriller extravaganza allowed a little Dorcas Malorcas like me play out the part of a secret agent and gave me the option of shooting all the bad guys and saving the day. What was the crazy inspiration for this game? So reload your weapon and get ready to fire, because this is the history of Elevator Action. Before we get started with the history of Elevator Action, you might be asking yourself, haven't you already covered this game? And the answer would be yes. The third video I ever produced was Elevator Action, and the production values were horrible as I was just starting out. I literally recorded the audio holding a tiny handheld mic, and it sounded like I was sitting on my porcelain throne in the bathroom. A lot of new information and versions have come up in the 5 years since I made the original video, so I decided to start from scratch, giving this classic game the kudos it so rightly deserves. The original video was also only 9 minutes, whereas this one runs about 35. This is probably the most comprehensive video on Elevator Action on the internet, so if you are a fan of the game, sit back and enjoy the ride. In early 1983, Taito designer Akira Yokozawa is riding high on the success of his previous arcade game, which was Jungle Hunt. As I mentioned, inspiration for video games can come from just about anywhere, and Mr. Yokozawa had been attending a conference in Tokyo with a few colleagues and was bored out of his mind. Because this was a multi-day event with long hours in between, they ended up having elevator races from the top of the building all the way to the bottom. He was a fan of American films and TV, and in particular, the talk show Late Night with David Letterman. The idea for these racers came from this show, in which the staffers would oftentimes hold elevator races from the top of the building to the bottom. Something else that had a huge influence was the game Crazy Climber, in which you climb like crazy from the bottom of the building to the top. He wanted to take this concept and flip it, starting at the top and working your way down. He wanted to create the same type of speed and urgency found in Crazy Climber, but it needed a hook. James Bond and other spy thrillers were very popular in Japan at this time, so he decided to use these elements along with a little bit of rootin', tootin', shootin' action. Elevator Action was released by Taito in 1983. As the story goes, you take on the role of Otto. No, not that Otto. Nope, not that one either. Not even Crazy Otto. This man of mystery is Agent 17, codenamed Otto, who is a suave and debonair James Bond type who has to retrieve the secret documents while taking care of all the bad guys as you attempt to get to your getaway car down below. The game is a 1 or 2 player action platform game that starts with a nice cutscene of Otto using a zip line to gain access to the top of the building. From here you attempt to go straight to the bottom, just like my dating prospects in high school. There are 5 secret documents in each building that you have to recover, but they aren't that secret because each red door is where you will find them. It won't be easy though, because the men in black are out to get you with their massive amount of bullets. It's another one-hit wonder type of game, meaning if you get hit just once, you will die. The building contains 30 floors, with the difficulty increasing the closer you get to the bottom. The main mode of transportation is the elevator, which thankfully you can control its ascent and descent if you're inside. The elevator is a bit slow while you are waiting for it, and it will pause for a couple of seconds on each floor. If need be, you can jump across the elevator shaft, but be careful you don't fall to your doom. Your weapon of choice is your standard spy-issued gun, which takes out all the nefarious trenchcoat wearing baddies. If you find it just a little too bright inside the game, you can always shoot out the lights, which if you time it just right will fall onto the enemies' heads and knock them out. The enemies are like a fungus among us because they will randomly pop out of the blue doors, so you have to be on your toes. They will also chase you using the elevators and escalators to their advantage. You can fire your gun 3 times before it will pause to reload. If you are close enough to the enemy, you can press the jump button, which will drop kick your opponent and take them out. Another way to take out those dastardly enemies is to squish them using the elevator. Speaking of the elevators, it is possible to get a ride on top of the elevator car, but be careful because you can be squished on top as well. Each building comes with a set of magic escalators. The reason these are magic is because if you are riding on one and an enemy shoots you, the bullet appears to go around and you are unharmed. As you progress through the levels, the enemies become smarter, actually ducking down, shooting at your knees, and then eventually flat on their tum-tums, in which your only means of defense is to jump over their bullets. It's important to collect all the secret documents as you make your way down, because if you reach the bottom of the building and miss any, you have to go back and retrieve them before you can complete the level. If you successfully retrieve the documents and make it to the bottom of the building, your getaway car awaits to whisk you off to the next level. Once you complete each building, the game repeats, only at a higher difficulty. The graphics do a great job at representing our resident hero and the baddies, who are all dressed in black. The catchy music was composed by Yoshino Imamura, who apparently also developed the iconic Bubble Bobble theme, among others. The game was a huge success in arcades, and it soon found its way to a number of home computers, which I will cover at the end of this video. Thanks to the Cutting Room Floor website, some prototype graphics were found, including a more long and lean Agent 17. Now, I can't blame them for changing this because it's hard to catch criminals while wearing high heels. The enemies also featured the same long and lean proportions as Otto. There is also an unused barrel object in which the enemies would have hidden inside. Very cool. First it was Batman, then it was Superman, and finally, after 11 long years, elevator action returned to the arcades. The game was titled either Elevator Action 2 or Elevator Action Returns, depending on what part of the world you were located in. This is a fantastic 1 or 2 player game that takes the technological advances of the last 11 years and perhaps some performance enhancing drugs and puts it on display for all to see. The first thing you'll notice upon starting up the game is you have 3 different characters to choose from, each one with different attributes. Each character not only has his own unique primary weapon, but also a sub-weapon including hand grenades, fire bombs, and proximity bombs. Speaking of, the animation is very smooth thanks to the Taito F3 package system hardware that powers this big bad mamma jamma. The gameplay is very similar to its predecessor, although this time instead of being able to move down the building, this game allows the player to move in all directions, sometimes having to backtrack through the level in order to reach a new section. The enemies have also been upgraded with a wide variety of baddies looking to destroy you, including zombie soldiers, guard dogs, karate agents, and more. Thankfully this time around you do have a health bar, which greatly increases the fun factor in my opinion. You still have various elevators and escalators to assist you. Hidden behind certain blue colored doors will give the player a random item through a roulette drawing system, including various power-ups and health upgrades. There are 6 areas in total that you have to complete. Similar to the original, you can use elevators to crush the enemies, but there are other things in the environment you can use as well, such as oil drums that can be exploded, among others. This features a nice cinematic intro as well as cutscenes in between each level. The fantastic soundtrack was composed by Yasuhisa Watanabe and works perfectly with the rest of the gameplay experience. The year 2000 brought us the release of Elevator Action EX, which was released for the Game Boy Color. This handheld update to the original title features 3 different characters with different attributes. You also get cutscenes, but the tried and true gameplay remains pretty much the same and it feels great, especially on the Game Boy Color. Your goal is to retrieve secret documents, discs, and keys and make it to the bottom of the building in one piece. There are also doors with question marks which contain different weapons. Thankfully, you also have a health bar. The game was reskinned and released the same year on the same platform as Dexter's Laboratory Robot Revenge. In 2005, Taito released a couple of conversions exclusively for mobile phones, including Chase HQ 3D and Elevator Action 3D. This is a first-person shooter that essentially plays the same as the arcade game, but it does offer a couple of new additions such as bullet time, which slows down enemy movement, and also a map feature which shows the floor plans including where all the documents are located. Elevator Action Old and New was released for the Game Boy Advance in 2002. As the title suggests, this compilation features the original arcade game of Elevator Action as well as a new arranged version with updated graphics, music, and play mechanics. For starters, the updated music is excellent and it's really catchy, and I found myself humming it long after the game was over. Similar to the previous follow-ups, you also have 3 different characters to choose from, each with different abilities. You also have a health bar and new enemies such as zombies and robots. There are also different items and power-ups hidden behind the various colored doors. The game is a lot of fun to play, and it was rather cool having an almost arcade perfect version to play on my Game Boy Advance back in the day. In 2009, Taito released a very unique arcade shooter by the name of Elevator Action Death Parade. This is a first-person light gun shooter that features a very unique cabinet. This 1 or 2 player game sees your character explore 100 stories of a skyscraper, with you every so often having to enter elevators to either head for cover or go to a different floor. To do this, you have to press one of the buttons on the cabinet to either go up or down a level just like a real elevator. Although this sounds like a typical first-person shooter, what really makes it shine is the mechanical elevator door that opens and shuts just like a real elevator. It is such a unique situation, and unfortunately, I never got a chance to see one in a real arcade back in the day. Being such a huge fan of the original Elevator Action and its follow-up, I would have had a blast playing this game. In 2011, Elevator Action Deluxe was released for the PlayStation Network. This is a 2.5D remake of the original game in which, once again, you have to infiltrate numerous buildings in order to retrieve secret documents pertaining to a doomsday device that will kill us all. The game features some fantastic graphics with the gameplay speed cranked up to 11. The action takes place across a number of different areas including skyscrapers, factories, and hotels. The power of the elevator is at your command once again, but this time you have extra weapons available the further into the game you get, such as laser guns, rocket launchers, and machine guns. There are 50 stages in total in the campaign mode, but once again, thankfully, you have a life bar. The music is also really well done with some nice upbeat tunes playing in the background while you lay the smackdown on all the rogue secret agents. The coolest thing for me was playing 4 players simultaneously, either competitively or cooperatively. If you're not a fan of the new game, you can always try the original arcade version, which was included. There are even a number of secret characters included from earlier Taito arcade games. Released just a few months back was Elevator Action Returns S Tribute, which was released on Nintendo Switch, PS4, Xbox One, and Steam. Die-hard Elevator Action fans have been clamoring for a re-release of this fantastic game, and developer City Connection did a fantastic job. This is an emulated version of the Sega Saturn port, which is pure gold. A lot of new additions were added to the title, such as a level select, customizable controls, rewind the gameplay, a slow mode which obviously slows everything down, click and save anywhere you like, unlimited credits, and more. Some people have complained about getting the controller to set up properly, but I didn't have a problem using my Xbox One pad. The game is only $15 on Steam at the moment, and considering the Sega Saturn version will run you over $200, this is a fantastic deal, especially with all the features it contains. My Arcade released a tiny tabletop arcade version of Elevator Action, and it replicates the look and feel of the original arcade game. While physically it looks great, it's not the actual arcade that is playing on the inside, but an emulated version of the NES game. Thankfully, the NES version is really good, which I will cover more in depth in just a bit. Another cool version I discovered was the LCD handheld, which I believe was released in 1997. Now, most LCD games aren't that great in my opinion, but this one does a pretty good job at replicating the arcade game, although stripped down. We have Agent Otto ziplining in, secret documents, elevators, and some pretty good music. You even have your waiting car at the bottom to whisk you away. "2021 saw another arcade release by the name of Elevator Action Invasion. This 1 or 2 player light gun game features a semi-enclosed cabinet with stereo sound and a 65-inch HD screen. There are 18 levels and 3 bosses in total. A prototype was in development for the Atari 2600, which was about 90% complete when it was canceled. It was only a rumor for the longest time until a former Atari employee came across the prototype. It's hard to believe this game was programmed for the Atari back in 1983, because this is leaps and bounds above what we thought was possible. Pretty much everything from the arcade game has been included, although, as I mentioned, it's not 100% complete and there are some bugs in the game. The graphics do a great job at representing the arcade original, and, surprisingly, there is very little flicker even with multiple enemies on screen at the same time. The speed of the game is nice and fast, and the controls are responsive. There is no music or sound effects, but it's still an amazing achievement, especially back in 1983. For the amount of free publicity I've given the fine folks over at Champ Games, you would think they'd send me some merchandise, but so far, zilch-a-rooney. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that they must have made a deal with the devil, because they have produced an absolutely fantastic version of Elevator Action for the beloved 2600. The name of the game has been changed to Elevator Agent, which is a 1 or 2 player game which is very close to the arcade game it's based on. The graphics are phenomenal, and the music and sound effects are even better. 2 button gamepads are also supported, so the game feels just like the arcade game. Pretty much everything made it over, from the zip line to shooting out the lights and your getaway car down below. You can pre-order the game now, which ships in the second quarter of 2023. You can download the demo right now for free on the Champ Games website. The majority of the home computer conversions we are going to take a look at were done by Quicksilva Software and were released in 1987. The first on the list was the game I was most excited to get, which was the Commodore 64 version. As soon as the game boots up, you can see that the colors are completely wrong. Otto looks like he fell asleep in a tanning bed for 3 days. Apparently, regular-sized elevators were in short supply, so they decided to put in a freight elevator instead. Or perhaps they felt Otto was going to put on a massive amount of weight. The game is full of bugs galore with terrible hit detection. Sometimes you will shoot the enemies and the bullets will go right through them and they will just keep advancing forward. Also, when you die, you restart at the top of the skyscraper no matter how far down you made it. The music has also been changed, but at least it's upbeat and sounds pretty good. If you do manage to make it to the bottom, you don't get to go all the way down to the ground floor. Your car will magically roll over and pick you up even though nobody is driving it. As far as the total package goes, the developers missed out on just about everything that made the arcade game great. I haven't been this disappointed since I found out RuPaul was a man. The game was also released for a number of Japanese-only home computers such as the Fujitsu FM7. The graphics aren't bad in this particular version, but the problem comes with its lack of scrolling. It uses a flick screen style which can be a bit jarring at times. The music and sound effects are really good, and it seems as if everything from the arcade game has been carried over. The Sharp X1 version looks to be a port of the FM7, although running just a little bit slower. The graphics are not quite as detailed as found in the previous versions, and the music is not quite as good either. The playability is also off due to the overall speed of the game. The Game Boy version was released in 1991 and turned out rather well despite its varying shades of green as seen on the original Game Boy. This version offers up a number of changes that would be used later for its follow-ups, such as multiple weapons, a life bar, alarms, multiple enemies including guard dogs and robots, and more. The gameplay remains the same, although thanks to the Game Boy manual, we now know that Agent 17 is retrieving extremely valuable computer disks which are being safeguarded against BGI or Bad Guys International. The skyscrapers are only 20 stories high in this version as opposed to 30 in the arcade game. The sprites are well defined, and while the scrolling could be a little bit smoother, it doesn't detract overall from the gameplay experience. The music features a nice jazzed up version of the original tunes and they sound pretty good. This is an excellent conversion, especially for a 1991 handheld black and white release. The ZX Spectrum version does a good job at replicating the arcade game while keeping the color clash to a minimum. The graphics have been given a bit of a makeover, but it doesn't hurt the core gameplay, and it does make everything else a bit easier to recognize. The action is fast and furious, although the scrolling is choppy. We also get some pretty good music while we play, but it's not the arcade tunes we are accustomed to, but a completely original soundtrack. The Amstrad version does a pretty good job at replicating the arcade visuals. The graphics are fairly detailed with plenty of vibrant colors all throughout. The gameplay is fast, although the scrolling is a bit choppy. We do have music while we play, and once again, it's an original tune. One odd difference is you no longer have a sports car waiting for you at the bottom to whisk you away, but instead, a jalopy that looks like it stepped right out of the 1930s. The NES version was one of my favorites growing up back in the day. Growing up, this was as close as you were going to get on a home system not running under emulation, and it's a really excellent conversion. This game has it all, from the opening grappling hook animation to your waiting getaway car and everything in between. The game features the same tight controls as found in the arcade original, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, if it's not tight, it's not right. This game would be re-released on various Nintendo platforms, including the Wii Virtual Console and the Nintendo Switch. The Sega SG-1000 version was actually programmed by Sega themselves. The sprites are strictly two colors with not a lot of detail. Apparently this game takes place during hurricane season because all the rogue agents attempting to take you out have lost their hats. The scrolling and animation in particular is a bit choppy, making it hard to avoid the enemy's bullets. We do, however, get fantastic music and excellent controls. It's just unfortunate that everything isn't just a tad bit smoother. The MSX version looks pretty good in still shots, but once you start descending in the elevator, you will see what a stuttery, juddery mess this game is. After playing this game for about 5 minutes, my eyeballs started twitching and I had to stop. The sprites are easily recognizable, although the enemy characters are only one color. The actual gameplay itself is close to the original, but the scrolling is extremely slow. The music is adequate and it controls fairly well, but unless you're interested in having a stroke, I would definitely avoid this game. And there you have it, my fine feathered friends. perhaps the most comprehensive history of elevator action. This was one of my favorite arcade games growing up, and I can recall playing this after our Saturday afternoon bowling leagues. The game will celebrate 40 years this year, so if you've never had a chance to collect the secret documents all the while going up and down in an elevator, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Die Hard is another game that holds a special place in my heart because it was one of my all-time favorite Sega Saturn games, even though it looks like Robin Williams on the cover. There is nothing I love better than playing through a good old-fashioned beat-em-up with your friends. I've been playing since the very beginning with the original Kung Fu Master through Renegade, and even newer titles such as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. I've played them all, and for the most part, I had a lot of fun doing so. There's just something oh so enjoyable about walking down the streets, kicking garbage cans over, and smacking people right in the mush, all the while a catchy jingle plays in your head. Today, we are taking a look at another arcade hit by the hit makers themselves, Sega, and it goes by the name of Die Hard Arcade. This innovative 3D game attempted to inject the lifeblood of John McClane into its DNA, so let's see if they were successful. What was the original name of this arcade game? Why was the Saturn port almost arcade perfect? So sit back and relax because I've got just 4 words for you.
Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon.
This is the history of Die Hard Arcade. In the mid-1990s, Sega is still one of the big players in arcades all over the world. The company's own Sega AM Research and Development No. 1, or AM1, were making technological leaps such as producing games with 3D graphics using polygons, the first of which was 1994's Wing War. This game was used in the infamous R360 cabinet, which was helping people hurl their cookies one play at a time. They would also produce such memorable titles as The House of the Dead and my dad's favorite title, Sega Bass Fishing. While the company had produced a number of unique titles utilizing 3D polygon graphics, something it didn't do was the first 3D beat-em-up. That distinction goes to Core Design and their not quite so great PlayStation title by the name of Fighting Force. Legendary Sega game designer Makoto Uchida, who had created a number of Sega arcade classics such as Golden Axe and Altered Beast, by the mid-1990s, felt that the style of the beat-em-up had run its course and there was no other way to adequately present it. It wasn't long after that the world of 3D opened up to them, and he was hopeful that it would breathe new life into the genre. He had wanted his potential game to sell well in the United States, and so they opted to produce it for the STV hardware or Sega Titan board, which was the basis for the Sega Saturn. The gameplay would be in the 2.5D style that was used in the aforementioned Golden Axe, but only updated with magnificent 3D polygons. Because he wanted the game to appeal to American audiences, he wanted to enhance the Americanness of the game using American visuals and music. This also included other gameplay ideas which you normally wouldn't see in a Japanese game. Mr. Uchida wanted to include nice, crisp controls with snappy inputs and lag-free results. He wanted the controller to feel like an extension of the player's arm. In addition to these tight controls, Mr. Uchida wanted lots of weapons at the player's disposal, making for a wildly fun style of gameplay. According to Mr. Uchida, "When I was working on Golden Axe 2, I realized that having many items makes the game more interesting. However, many of the items were very similar. That was something that could be improved, I thought. having lots of items like in the previous game, with bigger differences between them and a flashier representation would be really interesting, I felt. That was how the spray cans ended up in the game, for example. As I've mentioned countless times in the past, Japanese developers are constantly looking to America for ideas to incorporate into their games. The movie he was inspired by was Die Hard, which featured foul-mouthed Officer John McClane, who was trapped in a building with terrorists. He has to rescue his wife, all the while taking out the terrorists before they blow up the building. This was one of Mr. Yuchida's favorite films, and he knew from the moment he saw it that he wanted to make a video game based on it. This title would not be the first foray into the world of video games for John McClane, as there were a number of titles released prior to this. It all started back in 1990 with Activision's title for the NES, Commodore 64, and MS-DOS, which was an action-adventure game that follows the plot of the movie very closely. Then we had Die Hard 2, Die Harder, which was a first-person shooter for the home computer market, and my personal favorite, Die Hard Trilogy, which is 3 distinct titles based on the 3 movies. The first game is a third-person shooter in which you have to rescue the hostages and kill all the bad guys. Die Hard 2, Die Harder is an on-rails first-person shooter in which you can use the light gun for either the Sega Saturn or PlayStation. And the third game is Die Hard with a Vengeance, which is a driving game in which you have to explore the streets of New York City, defusing bombs before they go off. All 3 games are good, but the driving one in particular was my favorite. A number of other Die Hard games have been released since then, and I have done a history of Die Hard video games on this channel, so I will leave a link down below, so check it out. Although Mr. Yuchida was a huge fan of the beat-em-up genre and helped revolutionize the style of game, what he didn't like were the boring parts, as he referred to them, like walking from battle to battle. He wanted to use the powerful 3D technology to replace these parts, making them more exciting by turning them into cinematic movie-style cutscenes. At first, even these cutscenes were deemed too boring by his bosses at Sega, so he kept adding more and more content and eventually added QTE or QuickTime events to liven things up. He felt this would set his beat-em-up apart from all the rest with its flashy visuals, tight controls, and cinematic gameplay. The artwork was designed by Tony D. Zuniga, who was a concept artist on a number of Sega titles such as Comix Zone for the Sega Genesis. He did work professionally for DC Comics, illustrating one of my favorite early 1980s Batman books that scared the heck out of me as a kid, where Batman is turned into a vampire. As far as the artwork for the game goes, there is a definite John McClane vibe with the lead character right down to the white undershirt that he wears. According to Mr. Yuchida, when the game was 80 to 90% done, we took it to somebody at 20th Century Fox and said, "Our game is pretty much just Die Hard, so why don't we go ahead and just make it a Die Hard game?" And that's when they came on board. Once they actually saw our game, they gave us some pointers on how to make the building better resemble the one in the movie by adding Nakatomi logos here and there. The game was a joint production between Sega AM1, based out of Japan, and Sega Technical Institute in America. AM1 provided design and programming, while STI provided the modeling as well as the soundtrack. Since the hardware was essentially the same, they decided to develop the Sega Saturn conversion simultaneously with the arcade version. Die Hard Arcade was released in the arcades in 1996. As the story goes, you take control of John McClane as he tries to enjoy a little Christmas vacation with his ho-ho-ho of a wife. On his way to meeting her at the Nakatomi building, he stops by the main office of the LAPD to visit his former partner Chris. While he is there, he learns that a rogue band of nihilists led by the notorious White Fang have taken over the building and kidnapped the president's daughter in addition to all the other hostages. It's up to you and your partner Chris to take down this wily group and rescue not only the president's daughter, but also the massive building as well. This is a 1 or 2 player simultaneous beat 'em up in which player 1 controls John McClane and the second player controls Chris Thompson. The controls in this game are fairly simple, with you having 3 buttons at your disposal. 1 button for punching, 1 for kicking, and 1 for jumping. This definitely takes inspiration from Virtua Fighter because there are a number of combos and grabs you can perform. In addition to being able to smash your opponents into oblivion with your bare knuckles and giant boots, you can also use a wide variety of wrestling moves. A headbutt. There is a spear. Judo throw. Hurricane Rana. Rolling throw. Running bulldog. Steiner screwdriver. A big swing that would make Claudio proud. A German suplex. There are a number of combos you can perform for different attacks, including drop kicks. A wicked elbow smash. There's also a modified dragon punch or shoryuken and a hurricane kick. With a gameplay system this deep, clearly this is not your father's beat 'em up. Similar to the arcade game Narc, if you would rather deal out some good old-fashioned justice, you can arrest your opponents instead, which immediately takes them out of the equation. This is a bit difficult to do though. In addition to the wide assortment of moves at your fingertips, you also have a wide assortment of weapons. These are sometimes found on the ground, but most of the time are dropped by the terrorists after you lay the smackdown on them. These include handguns, which hold 15 rounds of ammunition, machine guns, which can hold 20 rounds, missile launchers that contain 6 missiles, and anti-aircraft rifles which hold 6 rounds. If you happen to find a lighter and also a spray can, it will instantaneously turn into a flamethrower. By the way, when your gun is out of ammo, you can throw it at the enemies just like people have been doing in the movies for years. Thankfully, you can collect spare handgun clips and store them whenever you need them. Each room you travel through usually offers a few different weapon types. If you've ever wanted the chance to smack somebody around with a push broom, then this is the game for you. Everything from grandfather clocks, chairs, TVs, pepper shakers, and steel pipes can be used, but only a few times until they break. Mr. Uchida felt these unconventional weapon types would be most appropriate considering in the original Die Hard movie, John McClane would find anything he could get his hands on and attempt to use it as a weapon. You do drop most of these weapons between each level except for handguns as long as you have ammunition. As I mentioned, this is a 2-player co-op game which allows both players to work together using combined special moves and combos. Something else you have to be on the lookout for are the various obstacles that either give you a helping hand or knock you on your butt. For example, there is a fire truck that moves back and forth spraying water. The typical level transitions found in the beat-em-ups of old that Mr. Uchida felt were boring are gone, replaced by cinematic quick-time events. After defeating all the enemies on screen, the player will run to the next destination as quickly as possible. In most of these scene transitions, There are QuickTime style cutscenes in which you are given just a few seconds to hit a certain button to avoid an enemy attack. If you hit the correct button, you will pass through unharmed, but if you fail, you take extra damage. You are treated to a quick replay of the event, which is a nice little feature. If you have been walking barefoot across broken glass and need a little bit of a boost, there are health objects littered all throughout the levels. Throughout the game, there are brief cutscenes that give the game a more Hollywood movie feel. Yes, that even includes the enemies going #1 at the urinal. I sure hope he washed up before he puts his hands on me. Certain cutscenes will also have you scale the outside of the building, which is reminiscent of classic titles such as Spider-Man and Crazy Climber. The ultimate goal of the game is to rescue the president's daughter, who was hiding coincidentally enough under the boss's desk. This also gives a little bit of tension to the game. The first time I played it, my tighty-whities turned into frowny brownies. The game takes place across 5 levels of knuckle-bruising action with a boss at the end of each one. The levels you encounter are the top floor. The underground parking lot. First floor lobby. The terrace. And finally, back to the top floor. No. Some of the bosses you will encounter include a biker appropriately named Hog, a lucha libre wrestler by the name of Jocko, a pair of sumo wrestlers, a spider bot, and finally, the last boss of the game, Wolf Hongo. You initially fight him in the CEO's office, but after defeating him once, he retreats to the roof for the final showdown. If you are playing in single player mode, you rescue the president's daughter and the game is over.
Thank you!
However, If you are playing in co-op mode, then the two players have to face off against each other in a fight to the death to determine who gets to be her new bodyguard. This game is a lot of fun, but the visuals are a bit blocky. What makes up for it though is the silky smooth animation. The gameplay is very deep with a lot of combos to pull off and wrestling moves to damage your opponent. Throw in the unique weapon system and you are treated to a game that's a whole lot of fun to play. The little touches here and there are pretty cool, such as your character turning away while using the flamethrower and literally beating the spider robot to death with his own arms. American composer Howard Drawson, who also did the soundtrack for Sonic & Knuckles and Comix Zone among other video game titles, provides the fantastic soundtrack which gives us a typical 1990s action movie feel, meaning highs and lows depending on the situation. When the game was released in Japan, it was known simply as Dynamite Deca with no official connection to the Die Hard franchise. John McClane was known as Bruno, Mr. Dynamite Bellinger, and partner Chris Thompson was changed to Cindy Holiday. On a side note, Bruce Willis portrayed a character known as Bruno in a mockumentary that was released in 1997. Now, even though the game didn't brandish the Die Hard license in Japan, you couldn't tell it by the arcade flyer. The main character looks more like Bruce Willis than the actual artwork for the licensed Die Hard arcade game. In the official American artwork, he looks more like a demented Robin Williams than Bruce Willis. Speaking of Bruce Willis, none of the Die Hard games that have been produced so far have featured his likeness. If you take a look at the box art for these games, you'll notice that the character is usually in the shadows or a different face completely in the game. The game was a huge success when it was released all across the world, and it even featured a novel titled Dynamite Deca Burning 2020 in Japan. The characters were also featured in various manga titles. Bruno had a couple of cameos, including a costume you could wear in the House of the Dead for the Dreamcast. He also appeared in the crossover tactical game Project X Zone.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Sega Saturn!
The Sega Saturn version was released in 1997. Aside from the loading times, this version is pretty much arcade perfect. This is a straight up port of the arcade game, so there aren't many extras at all. As a matter of fact, the only extra you get is a version of Sega's 1979 arcade title Deep Scan. In 2006, the game would get the Sega Ages line treatment with Sega Ages 2500 Series Volume 26 Dynamite Deca. For those of you who don't know, the Sega Ages line was a series of budget-priced games released for the PlayStation 2 that usually included some graphical enhancements or gameplay upgrades. A lot of Sega's classic IPs were given the moldy oldie Ages treatment, with some of them turning out pretty good, while others you would have to rinse out your eyeballs in acid so you wouldn't have to experience it again. Surprise, surprise, this version is not just a money grab, as the Sega Ages version is fantastic. The game features revamped character models, lighting effects, new textures, and the same silky smooth animation we all know and love. If you are a purist though, you can play it with all these graphical enhancements turned off, reverting it back to its original Sega Saturn self. A number of new modes were included, such as an easy mode in which you get double the life bar, but something else happens pretty awesome during this mode. At the start of the third stage, your character transforms into Axe Battler and the second player transforms into Tyrus Flare. These are essentially just skins, but it's pretty cool to see Axe pull out a pistol and bust a cap in some enemies. One of the boss fights in the game has been changed into Death Adder, and that familiar Golden Axe music plays in the background. There is Deadline Mode, which sees you take control of Sagata Sanshiro, who was a familiar character that appeared in a number of Sega Saturn commercials in Japan. In this mode, you have to complete a series of challenges as quick as possible before time runs out and Sagata explodes. There is also Altered Beast Mode, in which your characters are transformed into those giant hairy creatures from the title of the same name. The difference with this one is that you are only given 1 credit and your life bar is slowly depleting. The only way to replenish it is to slaughter as many helpless humans as possible, causing them to drop various health icons. This version was clearly a labor of love, and if you are a fan of the arcade game and Sega games in general, you might want to check it out. In 1998, Dynamite Cop or Dynamite Deca 2 was released in the arcades and for the Sega Dreamcast. Similar to the first game, this is a 2-player simultaneous beat-em-up which takes place not in the confined spaces of an office building, but in the confined spaces of a cruise ship. I can't imagine where they got the idea for that. That bald-headed man with a plan, Wolf Hongo, has once again kidnapped the president's daughter, although this time around she does look a bit different. There are 3 characters to choose from, including the return of Bruno Dellinger, and 2 new characters, Gene Ivy and Eddie Brown. You have to use these characters to fight through various levels on the cruise ship and eventually onto a deserted island. Unlike the first game where the 2 characters played exactly the same, in this one each character has a special ability. Bruno specializes in weapons, Gene specializes in grapples, and Eddie specializes in strikes. Now, even though this title was released only a couple of years after the first one, the visuals have been given a significant upgrade. The original Die Hard game utilized the Sega Titan board, whereas this one has been upgraded to the uber sexy Model 2 board. Another big gameplay addition is, instead of facing left or right to attack your opponents, you can now face off in all 8 directions. In addition to the numerous weapons, there are also P icons which will grant your character additional strength for a short period of time. The over-the-top aspect from the first game returns in a huge way, giving you the ability to pick up arcade cabinets and soda machines, tossing them like grenades. The game features branching paths, which also helps extend the replay value. Since this is essentially a modern-day Pirates type of game, most of the terrorists are dressed appropriately. The gameplay is very similar to the first game, including quick-time events as well as a boss at the end of each mission. The 1980s Sega arcade game Tranquilizer Gun was included, which you can use to win bonus credits. This is a fun game and it plays great, and it sure doesn't take itself too seriously. In 2006, Japanese arcade goers were treated to Asian Dynamite or Dynamite Deca EX Asian Dynamite. This is a direct sequel to Dynamite Deca, which means all references to the movie franchise itself have been removed. The game is now running on the Sega Naomi board and the visuals are gorgeous. Believe it or not, Wolf Hongo has kidnapped the president's daughter and taken her hostage inside of a tall building in China. It's up to you and quite possibly a friend to infiltrate the tower and save the day. The main man himself, Bruno, makes his return as well as Caroline Powell, but Eddie Brown does not make the cut, having been replaced by Jennifer Genuine. The levels and layout resemble Dynamite Deca 2, but all the in-game graphics are 100% new. Since you are in China this time around, most rooms resemble various Chinese offices and apartment buildings. The power-up system has also been changed. Instead of picking up P icons, there are 3 different colored briefcases that trigger a costume change, which allows your character to take on a different personality with different movesets, including a Hulk Hogan knockoff by the name of Miami Macho. Each character also has 3 different costumes to choose from when you start the game. The gameplay is pretty much identical to the previous games. This was one of those games that has never been converted to a home system, so the only way to play it is through the wonderful world of emulation. This game is a bona fide classic and one of my favorite beat-em-ups to play with polygon graphics. Everything about this title is awesome, from the deep gameplay to the unique levels and weapons. If you've ever wanted to dish out a little bit of justice, all while half-naked men who hang out in toilets attempt to put their hands on you, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Learning to count was done in response to one of my other videos. For those of you who don't know, when I am timing out my segments, I have to count them out to make sure they all line up properly. My kids heard me counting and were laughing, so in response, I started to count in a mongoloid voice. However, typically when I do this, I always mute my microphone, but for whatever reason, it didn't happen. There were a lot of people who noticed and complained, so I thought I would poke fun at myself and also try to make everyone else laugh in the process. Hello my friends, and thanks for checking out this very special episode with a very special guy. For all the bravado I do on this channel, I have a small confession to make. I can't count. It's been an embarrassing aspect of my life going to the drive-thru, Walmart, or even the casino and having to rely on my calculator or taking my shoes off just to count to 20. I've tried counting with Caillou.
Caillou can count from 1 to 10. 1 to 10. 1 to 10.
An owl on a branch.
1, 2, 3.
And even a pimp from Transylvania, but none of it would get through my thick skull. Finally, after all the comments and 465 dislikes on my worst conversions video ever, I took the initiative and sat down and finally learned how to count to 15. Having a YouTube channel definitely helped, along with a little Buffalo Bill inspired counting. After much trial and error, I am now able to count to 15 even though I have my shoes on and my pants up. It only took me having a YouTube channel before I was able to master these things called numbers, so let me demonstrate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's it. There you have it. I am now successfully able to count to 15, so you will no longer hear any counting in any of my videos, and I owe it all to you. The preceding video was meant as sarcasm. Patrick, otherwise known as PatmanQC, has been successfully able to count to 15 since his birthday 3 years ago. Ninja Baseball Batman is a pretty obscure beat-em-up, but one that I really enjoyed. Thankfully, I was able to get some pretty interesting tidbits and facts after speaking to Drew Maniscalco, the creator of the game. It's such a hidden gem that was never converted to any home system, so not a lot of people know about it. I belong to a cult. Now, I don't mean in the traditional sense where you work all day for the glorious leader while under the spell of that voodoo that they do, or the loyal fan base of the Cult of Cornet, although honestly, I must be a member of that as well because Corny is the best. The cult I'm a member of is the obscure arcade game we are talking about today, which, just by its title alone, you would expect to see a certain Dark Knight detective playing 9 innings at Gotham Stadium. The game in question is Ninja Baseball Batman, which was an arcade game released by IREM in 1993. I first encountered this game after discovering it in the MAME emulator back in the early 2000s and thought it was another weird, obscure game that featured Batman, but boy was I wrong. After firing it up for the first time, I instantly fell in love. As time went on, I learned others like myself also discovered this game the same way, and its popularity has increased over the years. What was the inspiration for this game? What famous baseball players were our heroes named after? So let's do some steroids and find the biggest bat we can, because this is the history of Ninja Baseball Batman. When I think of arcade manufacturer IREM, one of the first things that pops into my brain are the shooters they've produced over the years. Now everybody knows R-Type with its silky smooth gameplay and fast action, but I always preferred shooters like Dragon Breed and Air Duel. The company also released a number of beat-em-ups over the years, including the groundbreaking Kung Fu Master, Kid Nicky, Radical Ninja, Ninja Spirit, and the cool as a cucumber Undercover Cops. In the early 1990s, it was a glorious time at arcades all across the globe. Fighting games were taking over arcades everywhere, but beat-em-ups were still popular as well. The arcade scene at that time didn't take itself too seriously, as you would find rather peculiar brawlers such as Night Slashers, Arabian Fight, and Growl. Over in the Hollywood part of town, 4 irradiated leatherbacks emerged from the sewers along with Batman, who returned to the top of the box office charts. Entertainment execs were starting to take notice of the whole superhero thing and wanted to get a slice of that sweet, sweet pie. IREM USA employee Drew Maniscalco noticed this as well after reading an article in USA Today and had a great idea. He would design his own superheroes for a game and submit them to his bosses at IREM Japan in hopes of getting a green light. Even in his early designs, Mr. Maniscalco's vision was very clear. He loved ninjas because they were mysterious, so that was a must. He knew his character would also need a weapon, and a baseball bat immediately came to mind. Mr. Maniscalco thought the baseball bat influence could have come from the original movie Walking Tall. However, he also loved baseball, and since the sport was huge not only here in America but also in Japan, so the weapon and overall design of the game would reflect this. This was the creation of Ninja Baseball Batman. As I mentioned, I first discovered this game on the MAME emulator in the early 2000s, where the game was listed as Ninja Baseball Batman, not Batman. I had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Maniscalco and asked about the creation of the name and whether he was worried there would be any brand confusion with DC's superhero. When I came up with the name, it was pretty straightforward. He was a skilled ninja fighter, he was a baseball player, his weapon for defense was a bat, and he was a man. Simply put, Ninja Baseball Batman. Confusion was not my intent. After getting permission from IREM America, he hired Gordon Morrison, a well-known illustrator whose credits include helping design over 150 pinball machines for Gottlieb. Gordon helped flesh out the characters and storyline for the game based on our national pastime. His bosses in Japan immediately loved it and asked him to design the universe. Initially, he had envisioned his game to be an adventure title similar to Super Mario, but since this was an arcade project, he felt that an alternating two-player game could not compete with the other multiplayer arcade titles on the market. He decided to add 2 more playable characters for a total of 4 and turned it into a rolling, scrolling, smashing beat-em-up. When the game was in its infancy and still only 2 players, the names of the characters were Mickey and Willie, named after Mr. Maniscalco's childhood baseball heroes Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays. After the switch to 4 players, the names were changed to current names of popular players including Rhino for Ryan Sandberg, Jose for Jose Canseco, Roger for Roger Clemens, and Straw for Darryl Strawberry. Mr. Maniscalco felt that these names would be more familiar to the younger generation. Ninja Baseball Batman was released in the arcades by IREM in 1993. As the story goes, pieces of the golden Babe Ruth statue have been stolen from the Baseball Hall of Fame by a mysterious figure. The Commissioner of Baseball, who looks suspiciously like legendary broadcaster Howard Cosell, requests that the Ninja Baseball Batman retrieve them and return it to its rightful place of glory. This game is a 1 to 4 player simultaneous absolutely bonkers beat-em-up which takes place across 7 stages, which sees you battle anything your worst fever dream could ever produce. You have your choice of 4 different characters, each one with different attributes and special moves. Captain Jose is your best all-around average player. Twin Bats Rhino is a little on the small side, but he is really fast and has a powerful swing thanks to his dual-wielding bats. Beanball Roger is a massive mamma jamma, which could be due to lots of eggs and lots of HGH. He is very powerful, but is also very slow. And finally, there's Stick Straw, who is the veteran of the team, who carries a very long bat and has an excellent reach. You control your baseball hero with a standard 8-way joystick and a button for attacking and a button for jumping. Each player has a standard combo as well as a flying attack, dash, and slam. You also have a number of unique moves including throws and ninja magic, which, while powerful, decreases your power by 33%. Each character has a different type of ninjutsu. Everyone also has a home run hit, which is used by pressing both buttons at the same time, which sees your character swing for the fences as you try to separate your opponent's head from his shoulders. I'll get to the sound effects and music in just a moment, but the sound effect in particular of the bat cracking when performing this move is awesome. While playing, if your character gets in the red, it does unlock a few new moves for you to use to give you a small helping hand. You will indeed need these because this game is insanely difficult. The character designs and levels are some of the most unique and humorous I have ever played in a brawler. You have everything from zombies, giant baseballs, pumpkin-headed players, killer playing cards, evil robots, deadly hamburgers, a hybrid crab slot machine, and much, much more. On certain levels, you even get to drive a car running over anything and everything that moves. Even before you get to the end of level boss, occasionally you will encounter a multi-jointed giant baseball creature which literally takes up 1/2 of the screen. The audio is really good with some excellent funky riffs and spectacular sound effects. As I mentioned, the crack of the bat is just one of the many memorable effects in this game. Also littered throughout the game, you'll come across other items you can pick up and throw such as TNT and, believe it or not, baseballs. There are also food items you can pick up to replenish your health. A bevy of cheerleaders can be summoned by obtaining the pink heart icon, which will either kill all enemies on the screen or drop food for mass consumption. The gameplay is very reminiscent of the early 1990s brawlers such as Final Fight and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and in particular the second game, Turtles in Time. Jose has a couple of moves swiped straight from Donatello in that game. The last level of the Ninja Baseball Batman game also takes place in New York City at night, which looks very similar to the first levels in Turtles in Time. Another swipe was the beginning of the level, showing you a map screen of the entire area. This and all the other gameplay elements were created by the programmers at IREM Japan, with Mr. Maniscalco having created the characters and the concept. Speaking of the character designs, the ones that were featured in the game were his creation, although when the game was programmed at IREM, they were translated into a more comical version than the original ones he created. In between each level, we are shown a brief cutscene that helps further along the story. In between certain stages, there are a couple of bonus levels, both of which seeing you have to crush a baseball. If you are playing in multiplayer mode, the person who does this the fastest gets the most bonus points, similar to the bonus games found in other arcade brawlers. As I mentioned, the level layouts are absolutely insane with a ton of detail and lots of eye-bleeding color. That's not a bad thing because everything pops off the screen and looks fantastic in all of its pixelated glory. The sprites are definitely large and in charge, and even with all of the chaos unfolding on screen, there is hardly any slowdown. If I had only one criticism about this game is that the characters are a bit too large, making everything feel cramped and claustrophobic. Even in just a 2-player game, once the screen fills up with enemies, it is extremely difficult to make out what's going on. However, that doesn't detract from the overall fun factor. Even in single-player mode, the game is a blast, but if you manage to have 4 people playing at the same time, it's an epic balls-to-the-wall brawler that shouldn't be missed. The levels are about as diverse as you can get, traveling all across the USA trying to locate all of the stolen memorabilia. The levels you encounter are Seattle, Cisco, Las Vegas, Texas. Florida. Chicago. And the final stage is set in New York City. The bosses you encounter are a windy plane, Mad Lax, Defending Slot, Ghost Buffalo, Mechanical Alligator, Makeshift Villain, and a stronger, more better windy plane. After level 6, the cutscene reveals that the commissioner was the one who stole all of the items. It turns out he was evil all along. If you make it to the final level and retrieve all of the items, the commissioner suddenly appears and takes control of the Babe Ruth statue. The evil, nefarious commissioner uses the statue along with all of the other pieces of memorabilia to beat the living stuffings out of you. After defeating the Golden Sultan of Swing, you take one more giant swing with your bat and knock him all the way to the moon. After this, a nice soothing credit scene rolls along. When the game was released, it sold around 1,000 units worldwide, but considering it only sold 43 units in the USA, you can see why not very many people here in the States knew about it at the time. Mr. Maniscalco had worked up promotional items, brochures, and material to market the game, but IREM didn't use any of it. Gordon Morrison had designed an art package for the cabinet, but it wasn't used, having been replaced with generic IREM stickers. By the way, if you ever Google the arcade cabinet of Ninja Baseball Batman, the one you will most likely find is an aftermarket art package that looks fantastic. Initially, the game was going to be released for the Super Nintendo, but due to low sales of the coin-op, the idea was scrapped. IRM had told Mr. Maniscalco that they had lost so much money on this title that there was no way they were going to risk losing any more on a home release. It was around this time that Mr. Maniscalco decided to leave IRM after they offered him a termination agreement. This entailed IRM paying Mr. Maniscalco royalties earned, but only if he gave up sole ownership of the game, title, and characters. A very loud and proud
No, God!
They settled amicably, so they got the game, but he retained ownership of the title and the characters. There was obviously still a bit of bad blood between the two because Mr. Maniscalco was even removed from the ending credits scene. While no official conversions were ever released, this game did show up in the arcade cabinet iArcade, which unfortunately the company went out of business just last year, so along with it your chance of owning a legitimate version of the game, unless you find an actual PCB. There have been rumblings of a Ninja Baseball Batman 2 being in development, but so far that's all it is, just rumors. A Kickstarter was funded to produce an all-new comic book series based on our heroes. Ninja Baseball Spirits is a 5-part comic series which features spectacular artwork by Steve Gregson. This is a very cool and fun comic which expands the tale of our titular heroes. I will leave a link in the description down below if you are curious. Ninja Baseball Batman definitely did not get the love and adoration that it should have had back in the day. It's only through the means of emulation that a little seen game has found new life on the aftermarket, which is a great thing. If you've never had a chance to beat someone half to death with a baseball bat, all the while avoiding mechanical alligators, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. I just wanted to give special thanks to Drew Maniscalco for letting me pick his brain when it came to the development of this fantastic game. If you're curious about more of the history of the game, be sure and check out its official website, ninjabaseballbatman.com. Carnevil was such a classic light gun game that turned into one of the best videos I have ever produced. I was also able to showcase some of the production art and actual props that were used in the filming of the game. Ever since video games have been a thing, developers have been trying to scare the pants off of consumers all across the world. One of the earliest examples would be the classic game Haunted House on the Atari 2600. While not a fright fest as other games would turn out to be, it still provided a little bit of ambiance, especially if you were up playing it at 2 a.m. There have been other numerous games throughout the years that would attempt to put a quiver in your liver with a little bit of gore and just a hint of the supernatural. Some of my favorites over the years include Splatterhouse, Maniac Mansion, Alone in the Dark, Silent Hill, and Resident Evil. Arcades would also offer up some spine-tingling tales including Chiller, The House of the Dead, and the dark, twisted game we are talking about today, Carnevil. This ooky, kooky, spooky, first-person light gun shooter brought elements of the supernatural to arcades everywhere. What popular movie helped influence the designs of this game? What popular 1960s TV show also helped influence the characters in this title? What famous superhero director helped create certain cutscenes for this game? So ratchet those shotguns and don't be afraid, because this is the history of Carnevil. In the mid-1990s, Midway was riding high both on home consoles and in arcades everywhere. This was thanks to the huge success of his Mortal Kombat franchise, as well as a couple of other successful gun games. The first of which was Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and the other one was the Aerosmith-led Revolution X. Because these titles were so successful, they were looking to fill an opening in the production slot and was looking for another gun game. The man with the plan was Jack E. Hager. Mr. Hager had been working with Eugene Jarvis, who had also created classics such as Defender and Robotron, and inspiration struck while they were in the middle of working on the arcade title Narc. This 1988 classic was one of the first games to use digitized sprites, and during this process, Mr. Hager first started working with stop-motion puppets so he could create something closer to a movie experience. Growing up, he was a huge fan of classic horror movies where pesky teenagers would dare their friends to run through a graveyard. This idea percolated in the back of Mr. Hager's mind for a few years until the time was right. One of his earliest sketches, dated 1989, was for something called Horror Show with a Haunted House, Creepy Clown, 2 scared teenagers, and the word Carnevil written on the side. He knew the technology wasn't quite there to pull off something so advanced, but by the mid-1990s, the technology had finally started to catch up. According to Mr. Hager, the technology just wasn't there when I first conceptualized this game. I knew we couldn't quite pull it off, but I loved the concept. Starting from a dark ride theme, you're strapped into a car and riding on a rail, shooting at pop-up targets. An evil carnival theme had a lot of potential. Although Midway was looking for another gun game, they initially passed on Mr. Hager's design. The original design was more of a Disney Haunted Mansion feel, featuring an old caretaker and a Punch and Judy style traditional puppet. Management gave them a very harsh no, so the team decided to start over. At this point, they decided to come up with characters who were more aggressive and also injected with a bit of dark humor. The first design to come out of this brainstorm process was a revamp of Hambone, a big, hulking beast of a man with a Jason-style hockey mask and a Gatling gun for an arm. This initial concept set the tone for the game. The title was created by a team of designers from both the pinball and arcade game divisions. One of the artists and 3D character designers was Scott Pakulski, who helped create the 40-plus characters that populated Carnevil, which had to be built in 3D Studio Max. According to Mr. Pakulski, many ideas for characters and level content came from us just joking around while working on the game. It always felt like the project would be canceled at any time, so we worked on it like we had nothing to lose. In fact, inspirations for these characters and the actual game design itself came from a wide variety of places. Everything from Tim Burton's The Nightmare Before Christmas, the black and white photo book Fellini's Faces, and even an episode of the 1960s TV show The Avengers. No, not those Avengers, which follows 2 murderous, gleefully sinister clowns. The original Haunted Mansion pitch was more of a real target shooter but featured much less graphic violence. Since Mortal Kombat was breaking spines and also breaking records, they decided to add a bit of shock factor by putting in blood and gore. Mr. Pakulski was responsible for many of the game's goriest effects. In 1998, the 3D modeling they used was pretty basic, but it felt very cutting edge for an arcade game. Having twisted character designs is not enough, as you have to have a storyline to back them up. Thankfully, this one is just creepy enough. Any fan of haunted houses or ghostly thrill rides will definitely get a few goosebumps on their buttocks because the visuals are pure macabre. Even the cabinet art, which was designed by Daniel Bigelow, lets you know you are in for a trippy ride if you dare to insert a token. The green and purple shotguns with all its delicate electronics were packed inside, but designed in such a way so that it could take a licking but keep on ticking. The backgrounds themselves are full motion video while the enemies are 3D models. This was very difficult getting a polygon character model to fit properly within the backdrop, especially with technology in the late 1990s. There were a few cases where live actors were used, such as the character of Smeek, who was portrayed by someone fully suited up. During the opening attract scene, the local legend from Greeley Valley, Iowa sets the stage for the terrifying experience in store.
When the moon is full and trees are bare, walk through the cemetery if you dare, where skeletons rot and corpses fester. Locate the tomb with the skull of a jester. Feed even the token all shiny and new. It is then that Carnevil will return for you.
The focus test for this game was through the roof, and the game was finally set for release. Carnevil was released on Halloween Day 1998. As the story goes, you are an unnamed teen taking a ghostly hayrack ride courtesy of Spooky Sam in the town of Greeley Valley, Iowa. Halfway through the ride, you jump off and find the gravestone of Ringmaster Professor Ludwig von Tokentalker. Urban legend has it that if you insert a gold token into the jester's mouth on top of the gravestone, strange things will occur. Swallowing your fear, you insert a token into the slot, which results in a haunted amusement park rising from the ground. You are immediately trapped inside, so you take a shotgun from the shooting gallery to kill the waves upon waves of zombies and monsters in order to escape. This is a 1 or 2 player on-rails light gun extravaganza which has to be experienced to truly appreciate. Scary movie fans will feel right at home with its creepy visuals and innovative character designs. Tokentalker's sidekick and your host with the most, Umlaut, appears throughout the game, taunting you with his various rhymes.
It's the freak show, see the strange and bizarre. Step right up, we'd love to see you. We think you could be the star.
You have your trusty pump-action shotgun, which differs slightly from other light gun games at the time. The game takes place across 4 levels with a mini-boss at the end of each one. Upon starting up the game, you are presented with 3 different levels to choose from. Haunted House, Rickety Town, and Freak Show can be played in any order, but you can't reach the final level until you defeat these 3. Once you defeat them, it's on to the big top where the big boys play. The gameplay is your typical arcade light gun shooter, but there are some differences. Rather than having to shoot off the screen to reload, you actually have to pump the shotgun, which helps differentiate itself. It's also a bit more engaging rather than shooting off screen. You have a life bar, which obviously decreases with the more hits you take. Thankfully, littered throughout the levels are health and weapon power-ups, and these include machine guns, flamethrowers, shotguns, and an acid bath gun. There is also an upgrade to increase the magazine capacity for your standard gun. Rather than shooting a standard medipack as in other games, the power-ups come in the shape of, what else, a human heart. The acid bath gun is the best weapon in the game. This will kill enemies almost instantly, but it comes at a price as it only has 18 shots and only available on Rickety Town, unless you're using a cheat. The gore factor has been cranked up to 11 thanks to the sadistic minds at Midway. Every enemy in the game is a sight to behold, and the bosses even more so. You'll encounter everything from Evil Marie, who is a Victorian madam and has a bloodied axe to go along with her 3D jiggle physics, as well as Junior, who is quite disturbing to say the least. He is a giant toddler that you need to repeatedly shoot in order to progress. You have to watch out for his vomit of doom, among other things. When the game was first shown to distributors, certain ones were put off by having to literally shoot a baby to death. Thanks to this reaction, the programmers included dip switches allowing operators to swap out Junior for Daddy. Daddy is a giant crazed stuffed bear with all of the same attacks. Operators have different options available when it comes to the violence. The color of blood can be changed from red to green, and the flamethrower and acid bath gun can be replaced with a standard machine gun. Gaping holes, spurting arteries, exposed bones, and creepy circus folk are what's on display, so player beware. Lifelike Violence Strong reads the blood red label on the cabinet, and they weren't kidding. Similar to other light gun games, you have to watch out for the hostages. Betty is your friend and has chosen to tag along on Spooky Sam's Ghost Tour. Throughout the course of the game, she shows up 17 different times. At various points, she is in the clutches of a nasty enemy and you have to free her. Other times, she pops up at the most inopportune moments. If you do shoot her, it does take away some of your health bar. The enemies in the game are vast and varied, including such goofballs as the standard zombie, Smeek, Carney, Dr. Clot, Flem the Fly, Maggot Mike, Smiling Bob, Mame, Mr. Ozob, Guillotine, and more. The levels you encounter are Haunted House, Freak Show, Rickety Town, and the Big Top. Some of the bosses you encounter are Umlaut,
I haven't had a bite all day. I'm not gonna bite.
Evil Marie, Hambone, Krampus, Junior, and the final boss of the game, Professor Ludwig von Tokentalker. If you manage to survive and take down Tokentalker, a not so nice ending sequence is shown. When the game was released, it shot to the top of the charts with sales even exceeding the Mortal Kombat 4 arcade title. Enough can't be said for the fantastic graphics, which also include the opening and closing cutscenes. These were created by Blur Studio, which was run by director Tim Miller. Mr. Miller also brought us the fantastic Deadpool movies. For some odd reason, it was long thought that voice actor Frank Welker, who plays Fred on Scooby-Doo, provided the voice of Umlaut, but that wasn't the case. Mr. Hager voiced the character himself, as well as the opening narration, Token Talker, and many more. One of the only characters to appear in costume was Smeek, who was played by Stevie Lee, also known as Puppet the Psycho Dwarf. The music is absolutely perfect, with creepy tunes playing all throughout. There are a few Easter eggs here and there, such as the infamous Batboy appearing in the Big Top level. A Big Hat mode was also included, which shows the zombie sporting a number of different hats as well as afros. There are a number of famous paintings in the background, such as Memento Mori to this favor, and also an edited version of the painting Lady with a Harp, which uses Evil Marie instead. Inside the museum, there are a number of oddities on display, and one of them is a strange-looking Cyclops entitled Frozen in Time. This is actually the caveman Trog, who has his own arcade game that was also created by Jack Hager. Something else you can see is Salty Jack, which is a parody of the Cracker Jack Kid. Mr. Hager also considered using a ventriloquist dummy as the narrator. Thanks to the Cutting Room Floor website, there were a number of changes to various parts of the game which are buried deep inside the game's code. For example, Evil Marie was going to be known as Lady Chastity, and Junior was known as Big Baby. Changes to the level names also include Rickety Town being known as Mr. Rickety, and Freak Show known as Freak Show Chamber of Horrors. A rocket launcher was going to be included as a weapon, but it was cut from the final release. There is also a rather peculiar image of Madman Jeffrey Dahmer holding a severed head of Neil Nicastro, who was the producer on this game as well as the CEO of Midway Games. A number of fantastic pieces of concept art have been shown off over the years. These include some surprising different takes on the beloved characters and levels. Despite this game's success, it was never converted to any home systems. Plans were afoot to create a brand new adventure for the home market utilizing this IP. However, this never came to pass. After Midway realized how successful the game turned out to be, it was planned to become a 4D ride that you could see in amusement centers all across the world. According to Mr. Hager, the broad concept was that you'd enter Greeley Valley Cemetery on the haunted hayride with several of your friends. Trapped inside, it was up to you to rescue everyone before sunrise. Bonus waves including a river ride were also included. Similar to the other home console release, this never came to be. The actual town of Greeley Valley, Iowa was actually inspired by the small town of Greeley, Iowa, complete with an old creepy cemetery. The game was shown very quickly in the TV show Shameless. The game is still fondly remembered, and modders have taken it upon themselves to bring the game into the 21st century. Derek Davison has recreated the game in full VR. This was created using the Unity engine and includes not only the original levels and power-ups, but also new weapons such as twin machine guns, rocket launchers, sticks of dynamite, and more. It's due to be released on October 31st, and it's going to be free to play, but you can always help support the project with donations. I will leave a link in the description down below. While it still looks fantastic to this day, going over the game while making this video with a fine-tooth comb, I noticed that a lot of the background details would become lost and it was hard to see because everything moves so fast. A 4K release would definitely be awesome. If you're lucky enough to see this in the wild, you should definitely give it a go. Galloping Ghost in Chicago has it on display, so if you are ever near the Windy City, stop by and play a few games. It is available on the MAME emulator using a mouse instead of a light gun. This game is a lot of fun to play, especially for light gun aficionados and anybody who likes weird, creepy little things. The game has a definite twisted sense of humor, but if you can get past all that, what lies beneath is a fun little shooter. If you've never had the chance to fight vomiting babies all the while trying to reach a big giant circus tent, be sure and give this game a literal shot. You'll be glad you did. Big shout out to the website Greeley Valley Cemetery, which has a number of concept designs and other little tidbits on this game. There is even a fantastic guide to getting the game running on MAME. Boy, I love Space Harrier. I can recall visiting Fox Valley Mall in Aurora, Illinois in the late 80s and seeing the full motion cabinet for this title for the very first time. I was hooked immediately. This was a video that people had suggested for a long time, but I knew it would be a massive undertaking, and it was, clocking in at almost an hour. However, it was well worth it. Throughout the 1980s and into the 90s, there was one company that reigned supreme in arcades all across the world. The company of Sega would give arcade goers a unique experience both in the gameplay field and their immersive arcade cabinets. Whenever I would walk into an arcade back in the day and came across the latest and greatest title from Sega, I couldn't get my quarters out fast enough to give it a try. It didn't matter what type of game you were into, Sega would offer something for just about everybody. For wrestling fans, there was Wrestle War. Fighting game fans had Virtua Fighter, and any self-respecting driving game fan had a long list of driving titles that were on offer, including Outrun. In the mid-1980s, Sega would once again revolutionize arcades everywhere with the title we are looking at today, which is Space Harrier. This motion cabinet fantasy shooting extravaganza came along and smacked arcade goers right in the face with pure awesomeness. What fantasy movie helped define the look of this game? What was the original title and concept of this game? So brace yourself as we head into the fantasy zone. This is the history of Space Harrier. The year is 1985 and Sega designer Yu Suzuki is on the verge of creating something truly extraordinary. He was hired fresh out of college where he had studied computer programming, but one of the first things he did before doing any sort of video game design was creating a prototype of a hydraulic-powered moving chair. According to Mr. Suzuki, for the cabinet, when I went to CES, which was a computer trade show, with Hisashi Suzuki, I saw some kind of moving metal frame. My first reaction was to think, this is interesting, I want to make a game with this. He suggested that I tell Sega's Megatronics development group about it, while I was told to try to come up with a game to go with it. His bosses thought it was a neat concept, but nobody was sure how to use it for a game. The first game he created was Champion Boxing for the SG-1000, which was so popular it was later converted into an actual arcade game. In college, he had tinkered with 3D applications and wanted to create an arcade game that utilized these concepts. He would then proceed to make Hang On, which was an excellent arcade 3D racer that also had a deluxe cabinet where you mounted a motorcycle, giving players an unprecedented level of realism. During development of Hang On, that moving seat prototype kept dancing around in the back of his brain. He had worked on Hang On with programmer Satoshi Mifune, and during development they both decided to create a 3D shooting game, but there was a problem. According to Mr. Suzuki, there had not been any successful 3D shooting games. Sega had released Zoom 909, aka Buck Rogers' Planet of Zoom, in 1982, and while it is technically impressive, it's extremely difficult to play considering how small the enemies are and the forced perspective. It was not a financial success, although it was a big inspiration for Space Harrier. Sega would dip its toes into the 3D well once again that same year with the first stereoscopic 3D game, which was Sub Rock 3D, but once again it wasn't a big hit. Around this time, Mr. Suzuki had been given a giant 100-page planning document for a game that was put together by IDA. This involved the player controlling a helicopter flying around, blowing up land and air targets. This was changed to a French Harrier jet, but Mr. Suzuki realized early on that this type of game would not be possible in its current state, so he had to rewrite a large portion of the document. The bosses at Sega were still not convinced that a 3D shooting title with a hydraulic chair would be financially feasible, but Mr. Suzuki would not be deterred. He convinced his bosses that if the game was not financially successful, then he would not take any salary for creating the game. Thankfully, they agreed. Mr. Suzuki wanted the fighter jet to have full animation for a variety of moves such as barrel rolls. According to Mr. Suzuki, my personal preference as a game designer is to use nice, big, properly drawn sprites, not small, dinky ones. Unfortunately, animating a large sprite like that required, at the very least, 64 different sprites. If the sprites were small, we could get away with just 64, but I wanted to have a proper visual impact on the screen, which meant a larger sprite. Since he wanted to use large sprites on screen, he begged and pleaded with his bosses at Sega to change the Harrier jet into a human protagonist that would only require 6 frames to animate. Once the higher-ups at Sega approved the switch to a flying super soldier, then a normal or realistic world would not work. It would absolutely have to be something fantastical. The graphic designer on the game wanted to pay tribute to artist Roger Dean, who had painted a number of Yes album covers. Mr. Suzuki was also inspired by the 1982 anime series Space Adventure Cobra. The character of Ida was a nod to the original game's designer, who apparently had a really big head. Mr. Suzuki was also inspired by the fantasy film The Never-Ending Story, which can be clearly seen in the boss battles. Initially, Space Harrier was going to run on 8-bit architecture, but since Mr. Suzuki was fresh off of Hang On, he decided to use that technology instead. The arcade board used to run the game is, coincidentally enough, known as the Sega Space Harrier board. This was one of the first arcade games to use 16-bit graphics and Sega's super scaler technology that allowed pseudo 3D sprite scaling at a high frame rate. It was also capable of scaling 7,680 sprites per second. The game has a robust palette of 32,000 colors. Although this technology was impressive, Mr. Suzuki had to push the board to its limit to achieve his gaming vision. This was another early title that used the super scaler sprite scaling technology, which was introduced in 1985's Hang On. Because the system board allowed for so many sprites on screen at once, many players would be shocked to learn that they are not animated at all. What I mean by this is that yes, they are on screen and are moving around. The actual sprites themselves are similar to cardboard cutouts. This is not noticeable because the game moves incredibly fast. The 3D shooting problems that plagued Buck Rogers were fixed with Space Harrier by something called the homing shot. This meant that players could essentially get close enough to the enemy with their fire for a collision to occur. This made the game much more fun to play. The checkerboard pattern on the ground was used to give a greater sense of speed. During development, Mr. Suzuki was able to modify his prototype motorized moving seat to make it work with this game. The gorgeous color of the sky initially came from a bug. From time to time, Sega President Nakayama would visit the offices to check on the development of the upcoming games. If he saw that the graphics were basically done on the game you were working on, he would deem the game complete and then it was time to release it. Mr. Suzuki rigged up a switch under his desk so when Nakayama came around, he would flip the switch, wiping out the color RAM, resulting in all the colors becoming garbled. The result was so striking they decided to leave it in. That wasn't the only bug that was found in the game either. The ping pong sound effect of your bullets deflecting off certain objects such as columns was because during the programming phase they forgot to make those objects solid, so your bullet would hit it and not stop bouncing around like a pinball, which produced that sound. Mr. Suzuki thought it sounded cool, so they kept it in. For the actual title of the game, Mr. Suzuki felt he should put a nod into the original 100-page document, so he kept the title Harrier but put space in front of it. The awesome music was composed by Hiroshi Kawaguchi and it truly is memorable. The first track alone runs for a full 3 minutes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Suzuki had wanted each of the tracks to be long enough to play through the entire stage without looping. The soundtrack has been collected on vinyl records and CDs over the years. The 6 bosses took 3 months to complete, meaning they had to create one distinctive boss every 2 weeks. The game made its debut at the 1985 amusement show in Japan, and if you look closely at the screenshot provided, the Harrier jet is still the primary sprite used in the game. Space Harrier was released by Sega in 1985. As the story goes, the relentless battling between the unknown evil forces and Space Harrier takes place in the Fantasy Zone. You take control of Harrier, who was invited to a once-in-a-lifetime adventure in the vast world of outer space, which basically means move really fast and shoot everything that moves. That bit of story came from the arcade flyer, as there really isn't one associated with the game. When it was released for the Master System, Sega did finally come up with one, which I will talk about later in the video. This one-player on-rail shooter was a wild gaming experience, especially all the way back then. The cabinet came in 3 different flavors: a regular sit-down which did not move, an upright version, and the big bad mamma jamma, the rolling cabinet. For those of you who were lucky enough to experience the full-size motorized cabinet, the first thing you noticed when walking up to it was the seatbelt. Now, the seatbelt probably wasn't necessary, but it added to the overall mystique that you were in for something truly special. Rather than using a standard joystick to control the action, you control your character with a true analog flight stick, which was an excellent addition because it controlled the speed and tilt of the cab's rotation. The enemy designs were actually designed in such a way so that the player had to move up, down, left, and right a whole lot just so the cabinet would move more. The game takes place across 18 levels with 6 mini-bosses littered throughout. The final level features a boss rush, so if you enjoyed fighting them the first time around, you have something to look forward to. The action is fast and furious, which basically just amounts to you flying around, bobbing and weaving like a prize fighter and shooting back. There is no targeting crosshair, but all you need to do is shoot in the general vicinity of an enemy to hit them. There is no energy bar, so if you take one hit, it's curtains for you. The levels offer a number of graphical elements such as trees, columns, and plants. There are bushes and rocks in the ground which you will just trip over, but if you hit a tree or column, you will die. The game is jam-packed with a variety of enemies thanks to its 1.2 megabytes of graphical data. You will encounter missiles, stone heads, enemy ships, squids, dragons, and even prehistoric one-eyed mammoths. You will also encounter various DOMs, which was heavily influenced by Mobile Suit Gundam's Rick Dom design. Here are the majority of the enemy designs. I wanted to showcase them through gameplay, but everything moves so quickly it was hard to truly appreciate how creative they are. There are a few bonus stages where you have to ride a flying creature smashing as many trees as possible. This is obviously reminiscent of Falcor the Luck Dragon from the movie The Never-Ending Story. Some bosses were a little too grotesque, so they ended up on the cutting room floor. The cabinet features stereo speakers, and it was awesome hearing the announcer welcoming us to the Fantasy Zone.
Welcome to the Fantasy Zone. Get ready.
The music is ear-pleasingly good, and I could sit back and listen to it all day long. The stages you will encounter are moot. Giza. Amar. Cecil. Ulysses. Lucasia. Ida. Revy. Minia. Darms. A suit. Vissel. Natura. Narc. And Absy. Some of the bosses you will encounter are Squilla, Ida, Dom, Godami, Tetras, Tomos, Salpadon, Octopus, and the last stage is a boss rush stage where you must defeat 7 of the previous bosses you have already faced. Once you make it past the final level, you are greeted with a congratulations screen and are shown flying away on Urea. Thanks to the Cutting Room Floor website, there are a number of graphics that were not used in the game but are still buried in the arcade ROMs. There are unused dragon sprites with various palettes, scenery, bosses, explosions, and more. Upon release, this game shot to the top of the charts and was popular especially in Japan. A lot of merchandise was also released, including t-shirts, model kits, keychains, soft vinyl figures, stickers, posters, a miniature version of the cabinet, and yes, even a Tiger LCD handheld game. The game was released for a number of home computers, which I will be checking out later in the video.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
あのスペースハリアーが2メガでついに新登場。テレビゲーム初の 3D 感覚、超迫力ソフト。迫り来るドラゴンをツーフィンガー連射で倒せ。スペースハリアー。Sega!
The game was converted to almost every system under the sun, so let's get this party started with the first official home release, which was for the Sega Master System. For starters, this game now has a bit of a story which involves Space Harrier attempting to save the land of the dragons from extinction. There is a lot more to it, but you get the gist of it. The conversion itself didn't turn out half bad, especially for back in 1986. There are still 18 levels to get through, although this time there is a new boss at the end by the name of Hayao, named after Hayao Nakayama, the president of Sega. There is also an actual ending as well. The sprites are very large and detailed, although the speed has been lowered quite a bit. The game retains its checkerboard pattern, at least for the most part. The animation and scrolling are very choppy, but it's still somewhat fun to play. The music is decent and there are a few voices from the arcade game. There is also the ability to play as a jet fighter as a bonus. In 1988, Sega released Space Harrier 3D for the Sega Master System. This game requires the underutilized Segascope 3D glasses, which played host to a few games on the system such as Outrun. As you can imagine, the already choppy frame rate is cut in half thanks to the 3D mode, but from what I've been told, it's very impressive in person. There is a 2D mode available, but you have to unlock it via the high score table. Since there was no way home systems could replicate the massive power that the arcade game provided, Sega found themselves in quite a pickle. To get around this, they wouldn't release the original arcade game for the Mega Drive, but instead, Space Harrier 2 was a launch title for the system. 12 new stages were created, each with new enemies and bosses, plus a couple of remixed bonus stages. Since the system did not have built-in sprite scaling, the silky smooth scrolling was sorely lacking. That's not saying it's bad, it's just not quite as smooth as the arcade game. The controls were also changed to digital to compensate for controllers at the time. The graphics look close to the arcade game in still shots, but in addition to the choppy scrolling comes a muted color palette. The game is fast though, and after playing it for a few minutes you tend not to notice the choppiness. It is fun to play though, and Sega did add a few options such as 3 different difficulty levels and a rapid fire mode. The game was also ported over to a number of home computer systems at the time. Space Harrier 2 was also included in the original Genesis mini console that was released in 2019. However, when the Genesis 2 mini was released in 2022, the developers went back and reprogrammed this version of the game to include much better sprite scaling and a hidden deflicker mode. This is night and day when compared to the original version, and it greatly improved the playability. The sound effects have also been given a significant boost this time around, including crystal clear voices. Speaking of the Sega Genesis, a new version of the original Space Harrier was created by M2 as a bonus game for the Sega Genesis Mini 2 system. This version replicates the original arcade game as closely as possible, but it only runs at half the frame rate. It does suffer from lots of sprite flickering when there are too many enemies on screen at once. This is a fantastic version, and it really shows what the Sega Genesis was truly capable of in the right hands.
Get ready.
The PC Engine version was released in 1989. This was published by NEC, and all in all it turned out rather well. For starters though, the checkerboard is missing on the floor, having been replaced with horizontal lines, which doesn't convey that great sense of speed that the arcade game is known for. The sprites are also a bit smaller and obviously not scaling as smoothly as the arcade game. The animation is a bit choppy, but overall it does play pretty good. We were also given a proper ending this time around thanks to the game's epilogue. The music is not bad, but the voices provided are suffering from an extreme case of laryngitis. Also released in 1989 was the Famicom version. I was quite shocked to learn about this version, as I thought the only game that was similar to it on the system was the 3D battles of World Runner. Space Harrier only saw the light of day in Japan and was released by Takara. This version is a lot smoother than the Master System, and we do get the return of the checkerboard pattern on the floor. The overall speed is a lot slower and there's a lot of flicker going on. The game appears to be based on the Master System version, so there is a new final boss. If you can adjust to the speed difference, it plays pretty good. In 1991, NEC was set to unveil Space Fantasy Zone for the PC Engine Super CD-ROM. This was a game that attempted to bridge the gap between Fantasy Zone and Space Harrier. This is a rail shooter similar to Space Harrier, but features Fantasy Zone's Opa Opa as the main character. You have to combat enemies from both games, and the music is a hybrid between the two as well. The game features some fantastic music and sound effects thanks to the CD-ROM technology being used. It's not quite as good as the original arcade tunes, but they still sound good. The game featured nice, tight controls, so I have no idea why it was never released. A beta was leaked online a number of years ago, so if you want to check it out for yourself, then Google is your friend. The game was also released for the Sega Game Gear in 1991. This was based on the Master System release, but due to the smaller screen size, some of the proportions had to be changed. There are only 12 stages in total, but you do get a password feature. Harrier himself is quite a bit larger than the Master System release, which makes it easier to get hit. The music has also been remixed and sounds pretty good. In 1994, we received an almost arcade-perfect version for Sega's 32X. This is utterly fantastic, with lots of sprites on screen with silky smooth animation. The game only runs at 30 frames per second as opposed to 60 as found in the arcade, but it still plays great. At certain points there is quite a bit of flicker going on, but the controls are nice and it feels great. The music and sound effects are also really good. Overall, this version was incredible, especially back in 1994. There is also a hidden arcade mode which allows 3 continues that you will definitely use. This is 100% grade A Sega retro gaming goodness. In 1996, Japanese Saturn owners received an almost perfect rendition of the arcade game with the release of the Sega Ages Volume 2 Space Harrier. This is absolutely fantastic, and for the longest time was the best way to play this game at home. The game runs at a rock-steady 60 frames per second and everything looks sweet as pie. The scrolling animation and graphics are all arcade perfect and the music is phenomenal. There are some options you can tinker with, including adjusting how many lives you start with, difficulty level, music test, and more. The game offers something no previous home conversions offered, which was true analog controls. You can use either the Sega multi-controller, which allows for 3D analog movements, or, for all you diehards out there, there was a Mission Stick Space Harrier bundle. The Mission Stick was designed primarily for flight and 3D shooting games, and it works perfectly with Space Harrier. As a matter of fact, the Flight Stick and Space Harrier go together like peas and carrots. The bundle is a pretty penny if you want to pick one up nowadays, as they are typically selling for over $200. However, if you want that true arcade feeling at home, then you should definitely check this out.
Get ready.
1999 was the year of the monumental Shenmue for the Sega Dreamcast, and along with it, an excellent version of Space Harrier was included in the game. You can play it in all of the various arcades in the Shenmue series. In the year 2000, Sega finally released a proper sequel to the arcade game, which was titled Planet Harriers. The story is the basic doom and gloom, with the light at the end of the tunnel being you. You are a member of the Hyper Soldiers who have to stop the various evil forces who are attempting to dominate the Earth. This is a twin-seater 1 or 2 player shooter which is done in glorious 3D. You have 4 different characters to choose from, each one with their own unique attributes and weapons. You also have the multi-lock missile system, which allows you to destroy multiple targets simultaneously. Certain targets contain gold, which can be used to purchase power-ups at the end of each stage. You also have a health bar this time around, which makes it a bit easier than the original Space Harrier. Not to rain on anybody's parade, but it's missing a lot of crucial elements of the original game, such as no fantasy zone, no Harrier, only 5 stages this time around, no classic enemies, and a brand new soundtrack. It's still fun to play, although it has never been included in any compilation, so emulation is the only option. The game was popular in Japan, but I never saw one here in the States. In 2002, Yu Suzuki Gameworks Volume 1 was released. This is a compilation of games designed by Mr. Suzuki, including Afterburner 2, Hang On, Outrun, Power Drift, and Space Harrier. Aside from some scratchy audio here and there, this turned out really good.
Welcome to the fantasy zone. Get ready.
Sega Ages 2500 Series Volume 4 Space Harrier was released for the PlayStation 2 in Japan. For those of you who don't know, the Sega Ages line is a series of video game ports, remakes, and compilations published by Sega. These typically were bargain priced, and usually with that bargain price came a bargain port of its original source material. That's not to say they were all bad, as there were some gems hidden in there, but Space Harrier is not one of them. All of the gorgeous 2D pixel art have been replaced with ugly, jaggy 3D polygons with a muted color palette. How is it that an arcade game from 1985 has a better color palette than the PS2 title that was released in 2003? Not only did they replace everything with 3D polygons, but they chose to upgrade some of the visuals as well, which turned out rather fugly. The bosses have also been changed a bit, and if that wasn't screwing the game up enough, they also added a lock-on feature similar to Panzer Dragoon. They even included a fractal mode which removes the checkerboard floors and replaces it with more realistic scenery. The remixed music isn't bad, and they even added brand new voice clips. I guess that could be considered the bright spot on an otherwise stinky, smelly turd. That same year, Game Boy Advance owners were treated to Sega Arcade Gallery, which was a compilation of 4 Sega arcade titles. Afterburner, Super Hang-On, Outrun, and Space Harrier were among the titles on offer. When this title was released, a lot of people were not too impressed with it, but I thought it was fantastic, especially being able to play any of these 4 games on the road. I used to do service calls for Dell computers and Vizio TVs, and I would take this along with me in case I was on the phone with tech support. I could whip it out and play a game of Space Harrier or Outrun while I was waiting. All of these conversions turned out really good, with the music especially being a highlight for me. Sure, it's not 100% accurate, and there is a bit of slowdown here and there, but the controls are spot on. In 2004, American PS2 owners were finally able to experience the utterly craptastic version for themselves with the Sega Classics Collection. This is a collection of various Sega arcade games that have been remastered, including Space Harrier, Outrun, Golden Axe, and Virtual Racing. Virtual Racing turned out rather well, and I did enjoy playing Outrun with its updated graphics. However, if you want to see something truly horrendous, check out the version of Golden Axe included with this title. The game was released for various mobile phones in 2006. The speed is a bit on the slow side, which makes for some less than stellar controls. The music, however, is fantastic. Another compilation was released in Japan for the PlayStation 2, which was titled the Space Harrier Complete Collection. This included the original Space Harrier, Space Harrier 3D, and Space Harrier 2. The game was released on the Wii Virtual Console in 2009. This is running under emulation, so it's essentially arcade perfect. It did give you the option of using the nunchuck for controlling Harrier. 2013 brought an absolutely stunning version which was released for the Nintendo 3DS entitled 3D Space Harrier. According to the game's developers, this took 18 months to produce as every 2D sprite in the game had to be redesigned in 3D. The visuals are spectacular and they give you an amazing sense of immersion. The game also gives you the option of using the built-in gyroscope to simulate the arcade game's analog controls. The touchscreen can also be used to control Harrier, but firing is automatic. This is one of the best versions of Space Harrier on the market. Some people may not like the 3D aspect, but I thought it turned out rather well. If you enjoyed this version for the Nintendo 3DS, you might want to look at some of the other Sega 3D titles, including Outrun. Mr. Suzuki created the spiritual successor to Space Harrier by the name of Air Twister in 2022. This is a rail shooter using a combination of Space Harrier and Panzer Dragoon gameplay. The graphics are extremely detailed with plenty of color thrown about. There are 12 different stages you have to navigate through using either the touchscreen or a gamepad. The music is incredible with a definite Queen vibe to it. Thanks to a copyright strike, I can't show it here, but if you go to the game's official website, you can watch the trailer and get a taste for yourself. This game is only available in the Apple Arcade, and thus far there is no Android release planned. Before we get into the official home computer conversions, let me show you a piece of homebrew that was done by Chris Hutt for the Atari XL computer. Holy cow! It's hard to believe this is running on a computer from the early 1980s. This is clearly a labor of love, and a lot of the arcade game's presentation has been transferred over, such as the animated title screen to the very clear voices welcoming all of us to the fantasy zone. The animation and sprite scaling is fairly smooth, and it's much better than what the official home computer conversions were doing back in 1986. Some sacrifices had to be made, such as the game running a bit slower and the checkerboard pattern is now missing, but all in all, it's a fantastic homebrew. If you are a fan of Space Harrier and the Atari XL computer, you might just want to check this out. Elite Software did the majority of these home computer conversions, and they are truly a mixed bag. The ZX Spectrum version is the first official computer conversion we are looking at today, but the eye-bleedingly bad visuals make it hard to enjoy. The color clash is so bad that you can barely make out what is happening on the screen. Some stages are better than others, but one constant that remains throughout the entire series is that the bullets blend into the background regardless of which level you are playing on, making it almost impossible to not get hit. The speed of the game is nice and fast, but then we have the sound. The return of the Queefinator 1000 makes his triumphant return with long, wet kisses just for you. The controls are fine, it's just a shame that the color scheme is so bad. Space Harrier 2 for the Spectrum was a much better conversion. The Amstrad version is up next, and surprise, surprise, it's not a port of the Spectrum. While we do get lots of colors with fast, scrolling gameplay, it appears the programmers forgot to use the fill button on all of the objects as they are transparent. All kidding aside, I'm sure this was done to increase the speed, but it makes everything look bizarre. A nice little extra is music and sound effects while we play, and they don't sound half bad. Let's move it on over and check out some Japanese home computer exclusives, starting with the NEC PC-88. A lot of these were programmed by Dempa, who were the same developers that brought the game to the PC Engine. Do not attempt to adjust your display, as what you are seeing are the actual graphics. If you suffer from rectangle phobia, then avoid this game at all costs. Now, even though everything is a bubbly, stubbly mess, the scrolling and the scaling of the rectangles are fairly smooth and is quite playable. The music and sound effects are fantastic, even getting some of the arcade voices in there as well. A rather bizarre conversion was released for the Sharp MZ700 computer in Japan. This one started out as a fan conversion, but after Sega saw the results, they granted them a license to publish the game in the home computer magazine OX. The reason this one is so peculiar is the computer has no graphic modes. It offers a text mode in a resolution of 40 by 25 with a whopping 8 colors. They were able to pack in everything from the arcade game, although to be honest, it looks like the game is one of those antsy graphic demos you would find on computers from the 1980s. Yes, everything is a blocky mess, but if you squint just enough, or lucky enough to have cataracts, this is a faithful conversion of the arcade game. Everything from the title screen all the way to the ending screen and everything in between has been brought over. The sound effects and music are pretty much bloops and bleeps, but it does play decent and it feels like Space Harrier. The Fujitsu FM77AV home computer conversion is rather good. The graphics are large and colorful, but the scrolling is a bit choppy. The gameplay itself is very fast. The music and sound effects are good as well. If you ever looked lovingly at the NEC PC-88 version and thought to yourself, "Hang on there, big boy, there are not enough rectangles for me," then be sure and check out the NEC PC-6001 version. Once again, the scaling of the objects are nice and smooth and your character controls nice and tight. Your character, though, has grown exponentially since the arcade game, making for a much bigger target. The music and sound effects are pretty good, although not as good as the PC-88. Continuing with the line of Japanese computer conversions, the Sharp X1 release looks almost arcade perfect. That is, if you stood up from your desk and took 240 steps backwards. If you enjoyed the garbledy goodness of the NEC versions, then this game is right up your alley. The game is mostly made up of rectangles aside from Harrier, who is a low color sprite. Surprisingly, it does play pretty well and the speed is nice and fast. The best home computer conversion was for the X68000 with its nice, tight gameplay and silky, smooth animation. It's not entirely arcade perfect as we don't have the checkerboard pattern on the floor, but the action is so fast and furious you tend not to notice. For the longest time, this was the definitive version of Space Harrier that wasn't running under emulation, at least until the Sega Saturn version came along. This truly was exceptional, especially back in 1988. Space Harrier for the Atari ST was a great arcade conversion to get for your system back in the day. It's not all rainbows and lollipops though, as there is a border on the right side of the screen taking up roughly 20% of the available real estate. They must have done it to help with the scrolling and overall gameplay speed, and for the most part they succeeded. One nice addition is having the option to use the mouse to control Harrier. This ups the gameplay fun factor tenfold in my opinion. You can even switch between mouse and joystick control on the fly if you choose to do so. We get some nice sound effects and music while we play, although the music is not very good. The graphics are nice with large detailed sprites and fairly smooth scaling. With that being said, it's still a very good conversion. Surprisingly, the Amiga version is not a port of the Atari ST, but built from the ground up to take advantage of the hardware. This time around, we get smooth as butter, full screen scrolling, and it looks great. The same control scheme found in the Atari ST version is present here, meaning you can select either mouse or the joystick and switch between the two at any time. We have sound effects and music while we play, which, as I've said before, is always a plus in my book. Apparently, the person in charge of the sound for this conversion attempted to remix the arcade's original tunes, but it didn't turn out very well. We do get some nice digitized voices peppered throughout the game, and they are very clear. The game only features 10 levels, but that was done by design. Elite Software knew how popular the Space Harrier license was going to be, so they decided to split the game up into two parts. Space Harrier Return to the Fantasy Zone features the final 10 levels that were not included in the first game. Regardless, it's still an excellent conversion. The good old Commodore 64 was so good that it received two different conversions. It looks like the fine folks in Europe were given the shaft when it came to this conversion because the one they received didn't turn out so good. Although the graphics are fairly detailed and they do a decent job at scaling the sprites, the sense of movement is gone thanks to the removal of the checkerboard. It also doesn't help the fact that Harrier is running like it's Taco Tuesday and he is looking for a place to make a deposit. There is a lot of flicker going on and the animation is very choppy. There is a good rendition of the arcade tune, but the controls are way too twitchy to be enjoyable. The version we received here in the US was developed by Sega, and it turned out quite a bit better than the European release. For starters, we now have a raster bar on the ground, which greatly increases the sense of speed. Everything looks a bit more polished, from the background objects to the sprites. Everything is also a bit more stable in terms of the animation. The sound effects are better in this version, but I think I prefer the music in the European release. Thanks to the improved animation, the game controls a whole lot better. Neither version features any bonus rounds. The last official home computer conversion that we are looking at is the MS-DOS version. This is based on the Atari ST version, but with a lower frame rate and slightly uglier graphics. Something else that is ugly is the sound. This is pure internal PC speaker at its finest, and it's 100% grade A Queefzilla because it stomps on your eardrums. The controls are not much better due to the laggy frame rate. There have been a few hacks made for the X68000 over the years, but the coolest one I've run across was Street Harrier. Instead of controlling Harrier, you control wii-u as you blast your way through various levels, shooting Hadoukens at your enemies. And the enemies are wild and crazy. You face off against characters from previous Sega games, such as the bike from Hang On, the helicopters from Thunderblade, some of the cars from Power Drift and Outrun, and more. One of the bosses you come up against is Sagat. As for the bonus rounds, now you are riding on the Afterburner jet, which looks way cool. And there you have it, folks. Quite possibly the most comprehensive retrospective on Space Harrier on the interweb. The game was definitely influential, as here it is almost 40 years later and people are still talking about it and, more importantly, still enjoying it. If you've never had a chance to head down to the Fantasy Zone and shoot some giant heads, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Tecmo World Wrestling is a classic NES wrestling title which was always a fan favorite of mine, and I wanted to share my love of it with the rest of the world. Now, anybody who knows me knows I could talk pro wrestling all day long. I could talk wrestling video games even longer. I've been playing these pixelated representations of muscle men in the squared circle since I first encountered Tag Team Wrestling by Data East. While the game wasn't a traditional wrestling title, it did offer a number of moves. This was soon followed up by the legendary Mat Mania in the arcades and also the iconic Pro Wrestling for the NES, which helped lay the groundwork for what would become Fire Pro Wrestling. In 1989, American wrestling video gamers were slapped in the face with at least 3 wrestling titles for the NES, one of which is the wrestling game we are talking about today, Tecmo World Wrestling. This game featured a number of innovations to the wrestling video game genre, but it was also lots of fun to play. What does this game have in common with Ninja Gaiden? What real-life wrestlers were the inspiration for the roster of this game? So put on some tights and let's get ready to wrestle, because this is the history of Tecmo World Wrestling. In the mid-1980s, there was one company creating some truly unique games for the Nintendo Entertainment System. While we had heavyweights such as Capcom and Konami, a third company by the name of Tecmo was hot on their heels by introducing some bona fide classics for the system. They had produced Ninja Gaiden in the arcades and realized fairly quickly that they could not reproduce the large, colorful sprites of the original on the home systems. They reimagined the game as a side-scrolling platform title which helped blur the lines between a standard arcade title and cinematic masterpiece. This occurred thanks to a few different things. Director Hideo Yoshizawa had placed a greater emphasis on story than anything that had come before it. One of these would be 20 minutes of cinematic cutscenes, which was the first time anything like this had been done on the NES. This actually occurred thanks to Mr. Yoshizawa aspiring for a career in commercial filmmaking and somehow wanting to put in a type of movie to further along the game. Tecmo called the cutscene system Tecmo Theater, where the storyline unfolds through the different acts via animated sequences. But no matter how good the meat looks, there has to be some potatoes to back it up, and this game has that in spades. The game features tight controls, challenging gameplay, excellent graphics and cinematics, and also a nice musical score. The game was fantastic, and it sold like hotcakes, producing 2 other sequels for the NES. Something else that Tecmo had done was create a stellar football game that created a sports series in the process. Tecmo Bowl started out life as an arcade football game which featured a large dual-screen cabinet allowing up to 4 simultaneous players. Similar to what they had accomplished with Ninja Gaiden, the home console port would offer a number of upgrades over the original arcade game, including becoming the first console game to include real NFL players. The title was a massive success, becoming the standard for all football games, and kicked off the entire sports franchise that would eventually include baseball, basketball, soccer, and golf. In the late 1980s, professional wrestling in Japan was still seen as a legitimate sport, oftentimes with match results being printed in the daily newspaper. The higher-ups at Tecmo wanted to include wrestling in their video game sports series and gave the project to producer Atsunori Kawachi to design the game. He was a big fan of All Japan Pro Wrestling and, of course, the larger-than-life characters of the WWF, and wanted to incorporate the little nuances that you would typically see on a TV broadcast. He decided to implement the Tecmo Theater mode into the game, giving players a more up-close and personal view of the action, something that had never been seen before in a wrestling video game. I've always liked looking at storyboards like the ones made by Hayao Miyazaki for his films. The NES is actually pretty good at showing still scenes, but when I was researching what the hardware was capable of, I discovered that there could be ways to implement cinematic display scenes with a certain methodology. Nobody else was doing it at the time, so I ended up taking the initiative to try and make it happen. It ended up working out really well. He was also a fan of RPGs and decided to include a system for leveling up your wrestler. Throw in some other unique features and you've got a pretty fun little NES wrestling title.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
さあ、世紀の対決、オーダーを奪うかドラゴンアキラ。早くも炸裂、ハイブドライバー。何やら漂う不気味な風だ。おっと、謎の覆面男の出ました。平成元年、宇宙への旅立ちだ。闘魂爆発、ジャーマンスープレックスが火を吹いた。 激闘プロレス闘魂伝説好評発売中 From tecmo.
Tecmo World Wrestling was released by Tecmo in 1989. As the story goes, you take on the role of an up-and-coming professional wrestler who has to climb the ranks of the TWW or Tecmo World Wrestling. Your goal is to make it through all of the competitors while training, taking your vitamins, and saying your prayers as you attempt to become the champion of the world. This is a 1 or 2 player game in which players control one of 10 fictional professional grapplers who, coincidentally enough, appear to be based on real wrestlers. The Japanese version of the game featured much more detailed biographies for each character in its manual and also strategy guide, but when it was released here in the States, they were extremely simplified. Upon starting up the game, you select your wrestler and you can even change his name. That is, if you feel like Dr. Gildo isn't wacky enough. The roster includes Akira Dragon, who was based on Antonio Inoki, El Tiger, who was based on Tiger Mask, Pat Gordon, who was similar to either Lou Thez or Karl Gotch, Rex Beat, who is your obligatory Road Warrior Animal knockoff, Jackie Lee, which in the American version is based on Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee. In the Japanese version, he is based on Riki Choshu. Boris Chekhov is a champion wrestler from Russia, although his moveset and appearance is clearly based on Stan Hansen. Mark Rose is a flamboyant wrestler with long blonde hair and oh so pretty makeup. He appears to be a combination of Ric Flair and possibly Gorgeous George or Adrian Street. Julio Falcon is another powerful grappler who, if you can imagine, is based on a bald Hulk Hogan. Randy Gomez has a similar appearance to Harley Race, and Dr. Gildo is based on Big Van Vader. You can immediately go into training, which allows you to level up your character. You can perform either squats, sit-ups, or push-ups, mashing the buttons as fast as you can as if you were playing track and field. When the meter measuring your progress fills up, a sphere above it will be added. You can have up to 7 in total. With the more spheres you have, the more damage your moves will do during a match. Be warned though, because if you lose a match, you will lose a sphere and you have to train again to regain it. Upon starting up the match, the first thing you notice is that the screen is split into 2 sections. The top part of the screen features the wrestling match, while the lower part is covered by a giant text window which features the verbal diarrhea of Tom Talker, who was TWW's commentator. This was probably the first wrestling game to feature continuous play-by-play action, although WWF Micro League Wrestling on the Commodore 64 featured something similar but nowhere near as detailed as this. Tom will make his comments on the moves that are being performed as well as the wrestler's condition. His facial features also change throughout the match. Now, I may be a speed eater, but I'm definitely not a speed reader, and with all of the action happening at the top of the screen, it's hard to see everything he is saying. He does speak very good English, however, although keep an eye out for the devastating Northern Rights suplex. As far as the in-ring action goes, you have 1 button for punching and 1 button for kicking. The wrestlers have a number of shared moves, with each character having a few unique grapples. The gameplay is very similar to the NES title Pro Wrestling, which is definitely not a bad thing. Typical Japanese wrestling rules apply, including the standard 3 count for a pin. Being outside of the ring for over 20 seconds results in a loss, as well as being on the top rope for over 5 seconds. Since there is no dedicated grapple button, the players walk into each other to initiate it. Each character has around 20 moves, including their signature moves. These include body slams, suplexes, pile drivers, and more. You can Irish whip your opponent to unleash a backdrop or run at your opponent to deliver a devastating clothesline. While your opponent is down, there are a couple of different ground attacks you can use, such as stomps and submissions, including the figure 4 leg lock and scorpion deathlock. You can also go to the top rope to unleash a diving crossbody or flying knee drop. Sometimes your standard moves will cause the action to spill to the outside, where you can inflict even more damage to your opponent. If you feel the hate flowing through your veins, you can ram your opponent into the ring post, but just make sure you're back into the ring before the referee reaches 20. After laying the smackdown on your opponent for a while and their energy bar becomes half full, the moveset will change slightly and you can now perform your special grapples. This was also when Tecmo Theater, or Zoom mode as it's now called, is put into good use. In this mode, the action will zoom in on a framed window showing a close-up animation with visual effects similar to what you would see on a TV broadcast. The music would also mute on a couple of channels, allowing for the sound effects to become more pronounced. If you don't have the intestinal fortitude to play through the entire game, here are all of the special moves from all of the wrestlers that use the Zoom mode. A lot of these are repetitive, but for the sake of completeness, I wanted to include them. In the single-player game, there is only one game type available, and that is the Championship mode. In two-player mode, the gameplay changes slightly with the momentum meter shown next to the life bar. If you've never played this game before, it does get difficult rather quickly. You will be mashing those buttons like a madman, especially in training mode. If you manage to make it through all 10 opponents, you face off against the mysterious Blue King or Black King, depending on which version you are playing. The moveset and profile appeared to be based on the Super Strong Machine. Apparently, he was disqualified in the early stages of the tournament due to being a bit too brutal. Not only is he the best wrestler in the world, but he is also faster and stronger than the rest of the roster. He has every single one of their moves at his disposal. After you defeat him, you are crowned the TWW World Heavyweight Champion. You are presented with a giant trophy while the crowd cheers. After this, the credits roll and the game is over. As I mentioned, the graphics are phenomenal, especially the zoom mode. Everything is detailed and makes excellent use of Nintendo's 8-bit power. The sound effects and music were produced by Keiji Yamagishi and Hiroshi Miyazaki, who also worked on Ninja Gaiden. The duo included a dramatic score which will change in intensity throughout the match. It fits in perfectly with the rest of the game. If you want to listen to any of the sounds, there is a sound test that can be accessed through a cheat code. There are a few differences between the North American and Japanese version, including the commentator Yosushi Geki. Also, the personal trainer now has dark hair instead of blonde hair. The Japanese version also sported a password system which was removed for the North American release. This allowed players to store their progress, which made the game quite a bit easier. Although we never received any follow-ups to the game, its legacy lives on through various other wrestling titles. Thanks to the fantastic Create Suite of WWE 2K, you can download the Tecmo World Wrestling Arena and various characters. Not to be outdone, the fine folks who love Fire Pro have also created the entire roster for you to enjoy on Steam. Tecmo World Wrestling was definitely ahead of its time with its light RPG elements, play-by-play commentator, and zoom mode effects. The large number of moves that each character had was impressive, especially back in 1989 on an 8-bit system. The game is a lot of fun to play, so if you've never had a chance to fight for your right to win the TWW World Heavyweight Championship, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. Most people remember Battletoads because of its brutal difficulty, and I would be one of them. I was amazed to learn of the cool levels I never got to see because apparently I suck as a gamer. This was one of the hardest games I have ever played, so kudos to everyone who could beat this game without a cheat. When something comes along that proves to be utterly successful, it doesn't take long for clones and knockoffs to start crawling out of the woodwork. Growing up as a hick among the sticks, knockoffs were a common thing in the PatmanQC household. If I was feeling a bit peckish, I would just head for the cupboard and grab a can of Prongles, a Catcot, and possibly some cream betweens and wash it all down with a glass of Dr. Bob. And rest assured, you could find knockoffs in video games as well. Companies have been borrowing each other's concepts for inspiration almost as long as video games have been in existence, and today we are going to talk about a rather successful one. These knockoffs were inspired not only by a certain sewer-dwelling, martial arts practicing, pizza-eating group of amphibians, but also a couple of bad-to-the-bone twins who were out to rescue Marion. Yes, today we are talking about those totally rad anthropomorphic toads known as Battletoads. This short-lived but much beloved franchise spawned everything from video games to cartoons to action figures, and everything in between was known for its cool as cucumbers characters and also its brutal difficulty. What video game inspired the play mechanics of this game? Why was this game changed for the Japanese Famicom release? Let's find out as we delve into the history of Battletoads. When discussing video game companies that have done truly great things, then Rare would be right at the top. The company was started by Tim and Chris Stamper in 1985 and was then known as Ultimate Play the Game. The company had a generous budget from Nintendo, and during this time they would create memorable titles such as RC Pro-Am, the mind-blowing Donkey Kong Country, the epic GoldenEye 007, Killer Instinct, and more. In 1990, Tim Stamper had gone to the Consumer Electronics Show in the US and saw firsthand of how insanely popular the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise was. Sideways scrolling arcade style games or belt scrollers were very popular in the late 1980s, and Rare had previous experience with that genre. Mr. Stamper gave the okay of producing one of these titles in a beat-em-up vein, but needed some original characters. Nintendo was very strict in regards to violence, so Rare decided to produce a family-friendly type of game. The higher-ups at Rare were big fans of the game Double Dragon, but wanted to take the concept and expand upon it. They ended up taking a more cartoon-like approach, which really helped the game stand out. The character designs were done mostly by Kevin Bayliss, who had been with the company since 1987. The only direction he was given was that it was going to be a frog or toad based game with fighting. According to Mr. Bayliss, "When I was a kid, I was heavily into natural history and the wildlife pond in my back garden. It was like a world of tiny monsters, with my favorites being frogs, toads, and newts because they were like miniature versions of 50s B-movie dinosaurs." Mr. Bayliss was also a huge fan of Bruce Lee. The original concept for the Toads with Attitoads was a mixture of his two interests, in which he quickly scribbled a picture of 3 frogs on a lily pad holding nunchucks and swords with the title The Amphibians. Mr. Stamper liked the idea, but hated the name, so they changed it to Battletoads and veered away from the martial arts take and decided to make them more futuristic and fantastical. These character designs were squeezed down into sprites by Mr. Stamper, who, according to Mr. Bayliss, had it down to an art form. He could make the absolute most out of the memory available. Programmer Mark Betteridge was put in charge of all the coding duties and worked closely with Mr. Stamper. Kevin had loved playing the PC Engine game China Warrior, which was a scrolling beat-em-up that featured a large Bruce Lee knockoff. Occasionally, the character's hands would grow, creating a powered-up punch. He decided to do something like this with the Battletoads and gave them giant axes, drills, and all kinds of objects. This really helped the Toads stand out and gave each one a different identity. The characters of the Battletoads themselves were conceived in order to produce merchandise on a mass scale similar to the 1989 summer blockbuster Batman. As I mentioned, the developers were big fans of Double Dragon, especially the simultaneous two-player mode, which was sadly lacking in the NES version. When it came time to design the gameplay elements, the simultaneous two-player mode was a must, which was actually developed before any other story elements. They felt they had to get the gameplay just right first and foremost before doing anything else. They wanted to create a contrast to the popular Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and other beat-em-ups of the era. They accomplished this by adding extra mechanics in the game such as racing stages and climbing levels. According to Mr. Bayless, Tim was always looking at ways to create different styled levels. I'd go into his office and see a huge piece of paper on his drawing board with the sections of walls drawn out, set to move and parallax to create Wookiee Hole. The levels were also designed by Mr. Betteridge, which would explain the nightmarish difficulty. Kevin has stated that a lot of work went into making it seriously hard and precise. Some levels were so difficult that Kevin could hear Mark screaming when testing out the levels, complaining that even though he designed them, he couldn't get past them. They all felt that the game, while extremely difficult, could be completed with practice. The game uses a number of introductory and cutscenes to tell the tale and explain exactly what's going on. The developers wanted to give characters names that would appeal to 13-year-old boys everywhere, which was Zitz, Pimple, and Rash. We have very distinct pieces of music courtesy of Dave Wise, who also provided the fantastic soundtrack for Donkey Kong Country. There are also a wide variety of enemies, levels, and a pretty cool story to boot. To help promote the product, in Nintendo Power Magazine issue 25, there is a 35-page spread on our favorite fantastical Toads. Battletoads was released for the NES in 1991. As the story goes, Pimple and his main squeeze Princess Angelica are having a nice space cruise when suddenly they are kidnapped by the bodacious Dark Queen and her minions. Back on the Battletoads base, which is the spaceship Vulture, your guy in the chair, Professor T-Bird, notifies Zitz and Rash that their brother-in-arms, Pimple, and Princess Angelica have been kidnapped. Before they can reach the spaceship doors, a message comes across from the Dark Queen taunting our amphibian friends. It's up to you and possibly a friend to step up and take down the Dark Queen and rescue your friends. This game is a 1 or 2 player platform beat 'em up which sees you take control of Rash and Zitz as you have to deal with a number of wacky characters and sometimes end of level bosses. There are 12 levels in total with a number of varying gameplay styles. The gameplay is considered to be a mixture of side-scrolling beat 'em ups and fast-paced vehicle stages. As noted, one of the things that helps set the Toads apart from other generic beat 'em ups were their individual personalities. Rash is clearly the coolest Toad in the room because he is the only one with sunglasses. Then we have Zitz and finally Pimple. Player 1 is always Rash, Player 2 is always Zitz, and Pimple is unplayable. He would get his time to shine in later releases, but more on that later. The controls are fairly simple, with the A button performing jumps and the B button is used for attacking, grabbing flies, and using weapons. You tap twice on the controller to run, and then while running you can perform a headbutt. You can also pick up your opponents and throw them for maximum damage. The actual in-game sprites are oozing with personality as well. The characters' jaws will drop when they see something quite shocking on the screen, and their eyes will blink ever so slightly. It's nothing compared to what we have today, but 32 years ago it was a welcome addition and something you didn't see very often. It was these little nuances that helped bring our froggy friends to life. Something else that makes these characters unique is the smash hit. You accomplish this by punching the enemies to weaken them, and to finish them off, you use a smash hit, which usually involves comical transformations to your character. A giant boot or a giant fist is what's for dinner. Littered throughout certain levels are flies which you can snag with your tongue, giving you an HP boost. You are going to need each and every one of these flies because this game is notoriously difficult. Each game gives you 3 lives, with each one giving you 6 HP for your character. You only get 3 continues and then it's game over. There is no save file or password to help you out. There are 1-ups in a few warp zones on the various levels, but nowhere near enough in my opinion. Upon starting up this game, you will die, and you will die a lot. Memorization and patterns are the key to your success, just like any old school game back in the day. I've been playing video games for over 40 years and have beat a large number of them, but I could never get past level 4 of this game when it was released back in 1991. The only way I could complete this game for this video was through cheats. The gameplay is very unique, offering up different types of play mechanics. These are backed up with some truly spectacular graphics and special effects. Loads of parallax scrolling, both horizontal and vertical, really makes the game come alive and introduces a lot of depth to the levels. Some of the pseudo rotation and 3D effects are fantastic and are just the icing on the cake. To be fair, there is some flicker going on, but with a game of this magnitude pushing the NES as far as it can go, it's to be expected. The enemies are also varied, with over 20 different types you have to deal with. The game does offer simultaneous 2-player action, but there is no friendly fire, meaning you can damage your partner. Also, if one player has to continue, then both players have to restart the whole level. The levels you will encounter are Ragnarok's Canyon, Wookie Hole, Turbo Total, Arctic Caverns, Surf City, Karnov's Lair, Volkmeyer's Inferno, Intruder Excluder, Terratubes. Rat Race. Clinger Winger. And the Revolution. Some of the bosses you fight are Boss Walker, Big Blag, Robo Manus, General Slaughter, Buzzball, and finally the Dark Queen. If you are able to overcome the insurmountable odds, you defeat the Dark Queen and rescue Princess Angelique and Pimple. A nice ending sequence is shown where the Dark Queen lives to fight another day.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
It's just video game review!
Okay, last week Harley and I reviewed Ultra Enviroman. Whack to the curb.
It has got to go.
So today, we're gonna take a look at Battletoads.
Rockin!
That it is, I mean, they got Psycho Pigs and Turbo Thwacking.
And with kick fighting, surfing, babe saving,
how can you go wrong? Your kid's a freak for Battletoads and these other games from Trade West. Nintendo Entertainment or Game Boy systems required.
This game was both a critical and commercial success when it was released back in 1991. When it was released for the Famicom, a number of changes were made. For starters, the difficulty was made a bit easier, as well as all of the vehicle levels having been slowed down just a bit. Certain enemies and placements have been changed, and you also start with 5 lives instead of 3. Most enemies and bosses have half the usual hit points. The game was ported to a number of systems, which I will cover later in the video. A lot of the merchandise that the team had envisioned had come to pass, including t-shirts, posters, action figures, as well as a Battletoads comic that was written by Rare employee Guy Miller. This appeared in issue 25 of Nintendo Power, and it's considered the canon backstory of the series and really helps flesh out the characters and their origins. There was even a Battletoads handheld LCD game. Just to show how similar the Battletoads are with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, check out these figures side by side. A Saturday morning pilot was commissioned for a Battletoads cartoon, but it was not picked up. It's available to watch online, and honestly, I thought it was pretty entertaining. The original plan was to do a straight NES port to the Game Boy, but they had different ideas during development. They knew the work had to be done from scratch, so with a little bit of extra design and some new artwork, they created a title that was different enough that perhaps fans of the NES original would purchase this one as well. The game turned out rather well, with the first stage being similar to the NES version. There's lots of new enemies to dish out the herd on, with some new combat techniques as well. After the first stage, a number of new additions are introduced to the gameplay, such as aerial combat, which sees your Toad jump onto a flying vehicle shooting all the enemies. The vehicle stages place a stronger emphasis on memorization and speed. There are 8 levels in total, and except for stage 5, you face a boss at the end of each one. It's a fun little title, and it was pretty cool playing Battletoads on the go back in the day. In 1993, the Toads made their triumphant Super Nintendo debut with Battletoads and Battlemaniacs. When the original title was released, some critics felt that the colors were too bland and the sprites were too small. That's not the case here. Upon starting up, you get a lengthy intro sequence and it's off to the races. There are loads upon loads of parallax scrolling and some nice background animation and terraforming. The bosses are large and detailed, but like with any other game in the series, once you learn the patterns, they are not very difficult. The original NES title clocked in at just over an hour, yet this one can be completed in around 35-45 minutes. This is sort of a remake of the original, but there's a lot of new content as well. The scaling, rotation, and in particular, the reflections on level 4 are very slick, no pun intended. While there are only 6 levels, the size and length have been increased to help compensate. As with previous Battletoads games, a lot of the difficulty of this title comes from the various vehicle levels, which require pretty darn good memorization. Also, for the first time, the smash hits vary in appearance with each Toad. For example, instead of a big boot or a big fist, Pimple will transform into a blunt object to reflect his brute strength, whereas Rash has more flamboyant transformations because he is a show-off. The arcade game would later expand upon this concept. To help with the difficulty, there is a secret code that gives you 5 lives and 5 continues. There are also 2 separate 2-player modes. The first one, in which the Battletoads can hurt each other, and the other one where they are immune to their partner's attacks. This game also features a couple of bonus rounds, but any game that features bowling pins in a minigame always gets an extra thumbs up from me. This version was also ported, rather unsuccessfully, to the Master System. In a rather peculiar move, 1993 saw the release of Battletoads and Double Dragon: The Ultimate Team. Although Double Dragon was initially developed by Technos, they had no involvement in this title. This probably came about due to both IPs being licensed to TradeWest. To take down our amphibian heroes, the Dark Queen has teamed up with the Shadow Boss, which means you will have to deal with the Queen and her minions such as General Slaughter, but also the Shadow Boss's minions such as a Bobo. This is the first game in the series where all 3 Battletoads are playable, as well as Billy and Jimmy Lee from the Double Dragon series. Each character has slight differences in performance, such as the Toads being more powerful than Billy and Jimmy Lee. However, The twins use dragon techniques that react better but are not quite as damaging. The game is spread out over 7 levels with a boss at the end of each one, and there are some classic Toad action. For example, one of the levels features a turbo tunnel-like hallway, and the other is a space shoot-'em-up similar to the classic game Asteroids. The game was converted to a number of different systems, with the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis versions having larger sprites and better colors. The music has also been upgraded and sounds great. The Super Nintendo version even features a move where you can throw the enemy into the screen just like in Turtles in Time. In 1994, Rare teamed up with Electronic Arts to give the Battletoads their time to shine in arcades all over the world. At least that was the plan. Simply titled Battletoads, this is a 3-player simultaneous straight-up brawler, and honestly, it gives the gameplay lots of graphic violence and insane difficulty. The original plan was to do a one-on-one fighter, but Mr. Stamper wanted a little more variety to keep it in line with the NES game. They decided to focus more on the brawling aspects and added a couple of vehicle stages, but for the most part, it's an intense ride and it's a lot of fun to play. Each Toad has their own unique animation and of course, different attributes. They wanted to appeal to an older audience, so they gave the Toads a harder edge to compete with the other violent games in the arcades at the time. The graphics are absolutely fantastic with giant sprites and excellent details. Each Toad also has unique smash hits which built upon the foundation introduced in Battle Maniacs. As I mentioned, this game has a lot of gratuitous violence such as visible blood splatters, and certain enemies can even be decapitated. As you lay the smack down on the various bosses, they get bruised and bloodied as the battle commences. The Toads are so outrageous that in this game, certain characters can even grab other enemies' junk and proceed to give it the old ball bag boppin'. The game was even going to have the Toads cursing, which can be heard if you go on the Cutting Room Floor website. There are also a number of sprites and characters that didn't make it into the actual game. There are 6 levels in total with a boss at the end of each one. The game was a commercial flop due to low arcade sales, which saw the planned release of the Super Nintendo port cancelled. There is no way I can do this game justice in this short amount of time, so perhaps I'll do a standalone video in the future. It is available for play in the Rare Replay compilation. In 2013, as part of Season 3 of Killer Instinct, Rash would make his debut. The Terrific Trio also make an appearance as a bonus fight in the game Shovel Knight. To celebrate Rare's 30th anniversary, Rare Replay was released in 2015. This is a compilation that includes 30 games from the company's back catalog. This includes titles going all the way back to the ZX Spectrum, NES, Nintendo 64, and Xbox. This included the original Battletoads as well as Battletoads Arcade, which was the only time this game has ever appeared on a home console. This impressive disc features a number of interviews with the developers going into the history of how these games were made. As far as the games go, they feature things such as save states, rewind, and unlimited lives. In 2020, a brand new game in the franchise was released. It was the first new entry in 26 years following Battletoads Arcade. This is a 3-player simultaneous beat-em-up with vehicle levels inserted throughout. The first thing you notice upon starting up the game is the hand-drawn, cel-shaded animation, which makes it feel like you are controlling an actual cartoon character. Similar to previous efforts, each Toad has their own strengths and weaknesses, but you can also switch between them during levels. The combos are insane with hard-hitting morph attacks. The vehicle levels are also back, as well as various puzzle challenges littered throughout. The graphics are absolutely fantastic, and if you had a soft spot for the game Dragon's Lair like I always did, then it's quite the rush actually controlling a living and breathing cartoon. The story unfolds through a number of beautiful cutscenes which makes the game come alive. At the end of each level, your stats are shown, letting you know just how well you did. The game has over 20 levels, and thankfully it's not quite as difficult as its previous iterations. There are selectable difficulties as well. This game features couch co-op as well as Xbox Live Play. This is another fantastic version of the Battletoads, and you should definitely check it out if you haven't already. A Battletoads game was in development for the Game Boy Advance, but was cancelled. The game was only in development for a few weeks, but it used pre-rendered sprites similar to Donkey Kong Country. Another cancelled title was Super Battletoads for the original Game Boy, which was a spin-off of the arcade game. The title was actually completed and discovered on a floppy disk about 10 years ago. As I mentioned, there were a few conversions of the original title released in the early 1990s. Of the original console release, the Sega Genesis version is the most faithful to the Toad's original adventure. Thanks to the superior hardware, everything looks better with excellent details and colors that really pop off the screen. The luscious green grass and the smooth parallax scrolling look great, while the characters themselves are well defined. The silky smooth frame rate and playability are also present, along with some improved music and sound effects. The difficulty has been toned down, plus you also start with 5 lives. With that being said, it's still a pretty hard game. Arc System Works, who was in charge of the fantastic Sega Genesis version, also produced a port for the Game Gear. While the game looks really good with some nice animation, the levels themselves are a lot shorter and are a bit different than the NES version. There are also only 9 stages in total. The stages are given a different layout for this version, so there are new things to look for and obstacles to overcome. The difficulty has also been adjusted, making the game easier overall. What really hurts this title is the playability. The sprites are zoomed in to compensate for the small screen size, and the jumping wasn't tweaked to accommodate this. This means every jump has to be pixel perfect. Also, the collision detection is not very good, which kills an otherwise fantastic product. It's still fun to play, but it would have been oh so much better with just a few little tweaks here and there. Battletoads in Ragnarok's World was also released for the original Game Boy, but this time it's a pretty accurate rendition of the NES original, capturing the looks and sounds almost perfectly. Some of the levels have been cut entirely, and the snake pit has an entirely different layout. There are little changes throughout, such as no flies to eat and you can't ride dragons. Similar to the Game Gear version, the sprites are zoomed in, giving you a claustrophobic feel. A version was also released for the Amiga, and for the first time ever it featured a fully animated intro sequence. It's pretty cool to see, but the rest of the game is a bit of a letdown. While everything is fairly detailed with a bit of color splashed here and there, the sprites are a bit smaller. The animation on the sprites are also choppy, making for a not very fun gameplay experience. The hit detection is way off and the controls are a bit stiff. There is also only one fire button to use, so sacrifices to the nice, tight gameplay had to be made. Something else that hurts it is the sound. While the quality is excellent, making use of the Amiga's fantastic sound capabilities, unfortunately, you have to choose between music or sound effects. As far as the stages go, Turbo Tunnel and Surf City were replaced with 2 Amiga exclusive levels. You get Potholin and Backpackin', which sees your Toad on a mini-jet. There is also a high score table, but in this version you also don't get any continues. An Amiga CD32 version was released, but honestly I couldn't tell any difference between the two aside from the loading times. And there you have it, my friends, the history of the utterly fantastic Battletoads. This game was fondly remembered for its innovative gameplay and smash-mouth style, but not so fondly remembered for its difficulty. The game definitely takes practice, but if you put in the time, you will be pleasantly rewarded. If you've never had the chance to eat some flies all while dying a few hundred times, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. The Tin Man with a heart of gold who takes no guff from anyone is an icon when it comes to action movies. The video games themselves have been hit or miss, but the original arcade game is a classic. Again, one of my earliest videos that didn't turn out very well. I think the original runtime was 6 or 7 minutes, whereas this one is 50. When it comes to my video game history, my friends, I'm as thorough as a proctologist. As far as Area 51 goes, people have been discovering unusual pairings for a long time. Usually, these involve mashing 2 completely different things together to create something truly wonderful. Some of these odd combinations that totally work include peanut butter and jelly, fish and chips, and the half-man, half-robot, but all-heart law enforcement officer Robocop. Who would have thought that this mix of science fiction action would become a bona fide hit and a cult classic we are still talking about over 35 years later? Thanks to the impending release of the brand new game entitled Robocop Rogue City, I thought it would be the perfect time to reflect upon the movies, the games, and everything in between with a little bit of that good old-fashioned PatmanQC goodness sprinkled in. Why was the movie's production troubled right up until the first scenes were being shot? How did Ocean pay so little for the license for this game? What's the connection between Robocop and Judge Dredd? So grab your sidearm because I've got just one thing to say.
I'd buy that for $1.
This is the history of Robocop. Before diving headfirst into the video games of everyone's favorite metallic officer, we have to go back to the year 1986 when Ocean Software manager Gary Bracey has come across a script for an unusual movie by the name of Robocop. Ocean Software had been getting their feet wet with licensed IPs that were moderate hits for the company, including Street Hawk, Knight Rider, and Miami Vice, but they were in desperate need of something big. Movie companies would send over scripts for potential licensing, and one of these was Robocop. Based purely on reading the script alone, he had realized this had video game potential written all over it. Since this movie was a low-budget affair and could turn out to be a typical B-movie, they were able to secure the worldwide rights for $20,000. Since Ocean Software were not involved with either pinball machines or arcade games, they sub-licensed the title to Data East. According to Mr. Bracey, Robocop was the best gamble we ever took. You see, we were taking a gamble on every license because we didn't know how successful that film was going to be. I read through the script and I thought it was awesome, and we had to do it. John Woods negotiated the license with Orion Pictures and we got it, and I'm sure it was practically for buttons, and the royalties were very low. The first draft of the script was titled Robocop, The Future of Law Enforcement, and was passed around studios in early 1984. The movie takes place in a violent, near-apocalyptic Detroit where Officer Alex Murphy is gunned down in the line of duty. Omni Consumer Products, or OCP, uses his body to support their untested Robocop prototype. He vows to take back the streets from those nasty thugs and uphold the law. There are a lot of similarities between the comic character of Judge Dredd and Robocop. When the movie was being written, a number of comic books were used as inspiration, including 2000 AD, which featured the character of Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd first appeared in 1977, and while the popular British lawman is still totally human, he has the same no-nonsense attitude that Robocop has. Actor Peter Weller portrayed the Tin Man with the gun, but when filming started, the costume itself was still not finished. This denied Weller the month of costume rehearsal he had expected. Due to his frustrations, he was actually fired from the project and another actor was considered as a replacement. The problem was, the costume was built for Weller. Depending on the various reports, the different suits weighed between 25 and 75 pounds and were molded to Mr. Weller's body. During filming, he would lose up to 3 pounds per day due to the amount of sweating he would do in the suit. After making amends with director Paul Verhoeven, Peter suggested using a pantomime to create slow, rhythmic movements that would help define the character of Robocop. Robocop's armor was inspired by the Marvel comic ROM. The comic can be spotted various times throughout the movie. The movie would go on to earn $53 million at the box office and was considered a modest success. However, it proved to be huge on the home video market, where it became the certified cult classic that we all know and love today. When it came time to design the home computer versions, Ocean were at a bit of a disadvantage due to the limited hardware technology as opposed to the powerful MEC-M1 board that the arcade game would use. This board played host to a number of other arcade titles such as Bad Dudes and Heavy Barrel. Ocean Software, being all the way across the pond, were also a bit further away than the US division of Data East, who were able to visit the set and take photographs for reference. Ocean had to make do with limited footage that they received on a VHS tape as well as a few production stills. The arcade game was released in 1988 and was a huge commercial success all over the world. Ocean decided to base their home conversions on the fantastic arcade game, but more on those various ports later. Robocop, The Future of Law Enforcement was released by Data East in 1988. The arcade game is a beat-em-up run-and-gun which sees you take on the role of Robocop. The attract scenes features Robocop pulling out his gun, demonstrating not only the high graphic quality, but also the fantastic sound. Once the game starts up, a short intro is shown recapping the events from the movie, where Officer Murphy is gunned down and is turned into the cybernetic avenger known as Robocop. The game has a similar feel to other Data East side-scrollers such as Sly Spy and Bad Dudes. When the game first starts off, for some strange reason, you're only able to punch the bad guys. Shortly thereafter, Robocop draws his gun as he does in the movie, but you do get to use it for the rest of the game. The game takes place across 7 levels of run-and-gun action with a little bit of platforming thrown in. The controls are fairly simple, using a standard 8-way joystick and 2 action buttons. You have a dedicated jump button and another button for shooting and punching. As I mentioned, when you first start off, you are only able to punch enemies until you finally get to use your gun. This is your standard default form of attack unless you are close to an enemy, in which you decide to pummel them with your cybernetic fists. A bit of a rare but welcome addition is the ability to shoot straight above you and not just at an angle as opposed to other run-and-gun games. This really comes in handy because the enemies are everywhere. The graphics are fantastic with large detailed sprites and lots of color to go along with the excellent background details, some of which were ripped straight out of the movie. The music plays a nice rendition of the main Robocop theme, and there are also plenty of digitized sound effects as well. The sounds of Robo pulling out his weapon, Ed 209 screaming, and even voice clips from Robocop himself.
Thank you for your cooperation.
You have a health bar which will slowly deplete with the more hits you take. There are a few weapon upgrades you can acquire, such as double shots and 3-way shots. You can also find a laser rifle that can shoot through pretty much anything, although the ammunition on all of these extra weapons are limited. Your default weapon, though, does have unlimited ammunition. Also littered throughout the levels are various jars of baby food, which gives you a slight health increase. The enemies are quite a bit varied, with everyone either shooting guns, throwing bombs, using flamethrowers, chainsaws, people riding on motorcycles, or unleashing robots to take you down. At certain points in the game, your character becomes trapped and you have to rapidly press the buttons to get free. There are a few hostages scattered throughout the game, which after rescuing them, you get a nice thank you for your efforts. For some strange reason, you can't harm the hostage, so feel free to blast away until they are free. There are a few bits of platforming here and there where you either have to ride either elevators or escalators. The levels you encounter are downtown Detroit, Old Town, the Junkyard, Narcotics Factory, OCP Headquarters, Omni Security, and finally the President's Office. A couple of times during the game, you'll have your chance at a bonus round in which you have to shoot a number of targets. If you're able to successfully complete this, your life bar is increased. At the end of each stage is a mini-boss, with the first one being Ed 209.
Your move, creep.
An armored food truck.
You are under arrest.
A giant mechanical claw. A giant wrecking ball.
You are under arrest. You are under arrest.
And finally, a couple of encounters with Ed 209 variants. The last level sees you confront the final version of Ed 209 and rescue the president of OCP. The ending plays out just like the movie for the most part. After this, the game is over.
Serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law. Thank you for your cooperation. Murphy.
The arcade cabinet was a thing of beauty, with its curved marquee and a bezel that featured numerous stills from the movie. Not only was the movie a massive success, but the game also shot to the top of the charts both in the arcades and on the various home platforms. Orion were quick to cash in on the Robocop craze with a ton of merchandise despite it being an R-rated movie. They released t-shirts, toys, lunchboxes, a Robocop pinball machine, a Robocop pachinko machine, and even a kids cartoon was released in 1988. To make the property more kid-friendly, a number of changes were made, such as replacing regular guns with laser weapons. A number of LCD handhelds were also produced over the years. Thanks to the imminent release of Robocop 2 in theaters, Robocop made an appearance at the World Championship Wrestling event Capital Combat 90. That's right, WCW. During the course of this event, he would rescue Sting from the brutal attack from the Four Horsemen. He would use his cybernetic strength to rip the cage door off, freeing Sting from its dastardly clutches. Speaking of, a couple of different live-action TV shows were released in the late 90s and early 2000s. Robocop also turned up in a number of commercials.
롯데햄 프라이드 치킨.
롯데햄 프라이드 치킨.
발라 먹으니까 실감나게 맛있습니다.
통날개 더 주세요.
와, 뼈 없는 닭튀김 이건 모를 거야?
뼈 없는 닭튀김.
롯데햄 프라이드 치킨.
롯데햄 냉동식품.
Robocop has made a number of cameos over the years on shows such as The Simpsons, Beavis and Butthead, Family Guy, South Park, and the movie The Indian in the Cupboard. He was also a playable character in the Mortal Kombat 11 Aftermath DLC expansion pack. He also has a number of original voice lines recorded by actor Peter Weller.
What model are you?
I'm a cop, Terminator.
I am not subject to human law.
The Lin Kuei are thieves.
No longer under my leadership.
Its past crimes must still be punished.
You know you're popular when bootleg toys are made in your likeness, and Robocop was no exception. Say hello to Robert Cop. In the movie Robocop 2, Robocop enters an arcade that is filled with nothing but Data East arcade games. Robocop 2 was released in theaters in 1990, and it was followed by Robocop 2 in the arcades. This was also released by Data East and featured a lot of the same type of gameplay, but also some cool new additions as well. For starters, your character can move up and down as well as left and right. You have 3 buttons at your disposal this time around, with 1 button for firing left, 1 for firing right, and 1 for jumping. It also features simultaneous 2-player action with both players controlling the character of Robocop. However, the second player controls the blue-tinted character as he is portrayed in the second movie. Besides, who wants to play as Officer Lewis? The storyline follows the plot of the movie, with your mission being to eliminate the dangerous drug dealer known as Kane, and also getting the addictive drug known as Nuke off the streets. There are 5 stages in total with mid-level and end-level bosses. Robocop has a number of new attacks, such as a body slam, which is what he should have used on the 4 Horsemen in WCW. There are bonus stages in which you mount either a motorcycle or a cop car. A number of Robocop 2 games were released for all the major home platforms, but none of them were based on the arcade game. If you want a more detailed look at this game and all of its various versions, check out my history of video on the title. Robocop 3 was released for a number of home platforms in 1992 to coincide with the release of the film. This outing saw the violence cut way back and was released with the PG-13 rating. However, due to the bankruptcy of Orion Pictures, the movie sat on the shelf for over a year. Peter Weller did not reprise his role as Robocop, and the rest of the movie is a bit of a stinker in my opinion. There was no arcade game this time around, but the one I'm going to focus on is the Amiga version. At the time, this version was fantastic with its 3D polygons and open world setting. There are 5 types of gameplay included, such as hand-to-hand combat, a first-person shooter similar to Virtua Cop, flying a jetpack, and battling ninjas. When you purchased the game, it came with a dongle which attached to the second joystick port on your Amiga. This upped the price a bit, and I can recall spending $60 back in 1992. This was an attempt to deter piracy, but apparently it didn't work, as pirates had cracked and released the game onto BBSs before the game was even released in stores. The game was a lot of fun to play, and although the Amiga version is a bit choppy compared to what we have nowadays, the PC version is a bit smoother. There are 2 different types of games, including an arcade action option, which allows the players to play any of the game's 5 sequences as a single mission, or the movie adventure with more characters and different enemies. In the movie adventure mode, there are cutscenes to flesh out the story. The video game and 8-bit versions featured standard shoot-'em-up platform games similar to the original arcade game. In 1992, with interest still sky high after the success of Terminator 2 Judgment Day, a rather crazy crossover took place that actually seemed to work. Robocop vs. the Terminator was a 4-issue comic series released by Dark Horse Comics, with art by Walter Simonson and written by the author of The Dark Knight Returns, Frank Miller. Mr. Miller had a history with everyone's favorite metallic police officer, as he had written the scripts for Robocop 2 and also Robocop 3. But whatever you do, don't hold that against him. The comic story revolves around Skynet sending 3 Terminators back in time to protect Robocop after they discovered his technology is partly used to build Skynet in the future. Realizing what's at stake, Robocop's consciousness enters Skynet's system and lays dormant, undetected for decades until an opportunity presents itself so he can stop the future from ever happening, saving mankind in the process. The license for these characters was obtained for almost $2 million, but there was one limitation. They couldn't use any of the plot details from the original comics, so they had to create a storyline from scratch, although honestly, it is quite similar. The design team spent late nights analyzing Contra 3 The Alien Wars to see what made the game so addictive and implemented that into the game's design. There were actually 2 different versions of the game, with a totally new version showing up for the Super Nintendo. My personal favorite is the Sega Genesis, which is what I'm showing here. The controls are nice and tight, and it also has better graphics and music over the Super Nintendo iteration. You take on the role of Robocop as he blasts his way through 10 levels of bloody run-and-gun action. You essentially shoot everything in sight, moving either left to right or right to left, advancing through the various levels. Thankfully, your video game character doesn't have rigor mortis, meaning you can jump, duck, slide along wires, climb ladders, and fire his big weapon. Thanks to Mortal Kombat becoming such a major success, the development team decided to up the blood and gore factor, but honestly, it seems pretty tame compared to more modern titles. There are blood-stained windows, enemies that explode into a bloody mess, and more. The Super Nintendo version isn't bad, but is nowhere near as good as the Sega Genesis version. Again, I have a much more detailed video on the history of this title on my channel, so I will leave a link in the description down below. Around 1997, a tech demo was created for a potential Robocop game for the original PlayStation. I have no idea of its origins, but for PlayStation technology, it looks pretty good. If you have any info on this, let me know in the comments down below. Titus Software for the longest time made some lackluster games for the home computer market, but they secured the license for Robocop and released a version for the Game Boy Color entitled simply Robocop. This is a top-down run-and-gun game which sees you moving around a map, destroying enemies and protecting civilian units. There are 8 levels you have to wander around with different mission objectives for each one. You have to collect evidence, locate certain criminals, etc. To be honest, this plays more like the very first Legend of Zelda game than a Robocop title. There are power-ups, but not quite as plentiful as in previous games. You can obtain extra life, ammo, and a new targeting system for your rocket launcher. You also have various puzzles for you to try to solve, but they aren't too difficult. The overall game is merely average in my opinion, as there is a lot of wandering around and some pretty poor hit detection. There is also a lot of backtracking, which is very unappealing. With that being said, the graphics are pretty good for the Game Boy Color, and the presentation is nicely done, especially when you interact and talk with other characters. This might be a good time to go ahead and mention the unreleased Robocop game from Titus that was set to be released in 2002 for the Game Boy Advance. This Robocop title reverts to its side-scrolling roots with 14 levels of run-and-gun action. You also have various weapons such as his infamous gun with unlimited ammo, a gun that attaches to his arm, flamethrower, missile launcher, and more. You also have power-ups and other secrets located throughout. At the end of each level are mini-bosses that you also have to take out. To make the game a bit more difficult, you have limited continues, but thankfully there are different levels of difficulty for all the pansies in the audience. The game is a lot of fun to play, and it's unfortunate that it never got to see a final release.
UFO Robocop 変身寝袋だ Robocop 電動歯ブラシだ
恐れてロボグッズ
欲しいでしょ
UFO おやすみロボグッズプレゼント
In 2003, the masters at Titus Software brought us Robocop for the original Xbox and PlayStation 2. The story features a new plot revolving around a new designer drug called Brain Drain, which is controlled by crime lord William Nex. It's up to you to take control of Robocop and blast through 9 different missions. This is a first-person shooter which sees your character blast through the various baddies and bosses. Let's just get this out of the way, but this game is unbelievably difficult. It seems as if every bad guy you will encounter from the start of the game to the end has an insane amount of ammunition and they are very difficult to kill. For example, if I was shot in the head in real life, I would probably go down after 3 or 4 shots. The bad guys in this game take around 10 headshots each to take them out. It's possible that Robocop is using Tic Tacs as bullets, but whatever the case, it doesn't work. Thanks to Robocop being a slow, lumbering 500-pound cyborg, running away isn't really an option. You can find things to hide behind, but they are few and far between. Apparently, the game was in development for over 2 years, but it's still filled with a lot of bugs, including horrendous collision detection, which allows enemies to pull a Barry Allen and walk through walls. There are a lot of different weapons to use, but you need the biggest and baddest to make a dent, which usually involves a missile launcher or a grenade launcher. One saving grace in this is the ability to save your game, but for whatever reason, you can't save your progress in between missions. The missions themselves are also extremely long, which also ups the difficulty and the frustration level. The targeting system works okay, but everything else moves at a snail's pace. The graphics are adequate, but they aren't anything to get excited about. The voice clips are ridiculous, with original actor Peter Weller refusing to return. Whoever did the Robocop impression sounds like he did a few too many mushrooms before recording his lines. Not to mention, they gave Robo a number of horrible lines such as, "Oh yeah," which doesn't sound anywhere near as cool as when the Kool-Aid guy did it.
Oh yeah, ammunition.
Hey, Kool-Aid!
Oh yeah! Kool-Aid here, bringing you fun.
If you are a Robocop completionist and have to try every single Robocop game, then go ahead and check this game out, but don't say I didn't warn you. By the way, this is the lowest rated Robocop game ever with scores around 3 out of 10. I don't think it's that bad, but it's not that great either.
Energy.
Robocop made his debut on mobile phones everywhere in 2004. This is a Java game and was brought to us by Digital Bridges. In this game, Robo attempts to stop Clarence Boddicker and his gang of thugs. This is a sort of reimagining of the original arcade game, although expanded. For an early Java game, this didn't turn out too bad. There are a number of levels and upgraded weapons for you to use. You also have to rescue various hostages. You also have to contend with Ed 209, as well as finally taking down the dastardly Dick Jones in the finale. The graphics are nice and colorful and are animated fairly well. To coincide with one of the most unnecessary remakes ever, 2014 saw the release of Robocop as a free-to-play shooter developed for iOS and Android. This is a tie-in to the much maligned 2014 remake of Robocop, although it does have a different plot. The game is played as a third-person shooter, but you can use various weapons throughout the different missions. Thankfully, you can also hide behind objects so you are not blasted to bits. The graphics are very nice and the animation is smooth. Since this is a free-to-play game, microtransactions are running wild, with some of the best weapons being extremely expensive. Apparently, some of these would cost you over $100. It was a fun little game to play if you could get past the actual money you would have to spend to upgrade Robo. The graphics are good, the sounds are excellent, and the controls work really well, especially for a handheld device. It's just too bad that this was released centered around the microtransactions. After years of waiting, we finally got our grubby little hands on a brand new Robocop game. Robocop Rogue City was just released last week. This is a first-person shooter that was released for PlayStation 5, Windows, and Xbox. The storyline takes place between Robocop 2 and Robocop 3, and sees you take control of Robo as he scours the city of Old Detroit looking for criminals who are not staying out of trouble. You have to conduct investigations and even give out parking tickets. Since this game is set between Robocop 2 and 3, your partner Officer Lewis also accompanies you on your missions. There are a number of side quests throughout the game, and you can choose to solve them either peacefully or violently. The storyline and ending are altered depending on what decisions you make as Robocop. Your primary weapon is your standard Auto 9 gun, which has unlimited ammunition, but you can also pick up extra weapons that the enemies drop. You can even pick up exploding barrels and television sets to throw them back at the enemy. It's also possible to use enemies as human shields against gunfire. Your character has several new abilities such as night vision and a flashbang shockwave. Bullet time can also be induced, which sees time slow down briefly to allow you to kill enemies much easier. There are a number of cutscenes throughout the game, and one big addition is Peter Weller returning to voice lines for the character. Nancy Allen also returns to reprise her character of Officer Lewis. The storyline is fairly lengthy, but to be honest, I haven't had a chance to dive too deep into it just yet. I have heard rumblings though that it's over 10 hours long. It's an excellent modern game that gives Robocop fans exactly what they want.
I'll try to find something that can help. Just give me a sec.
When it comes to the home conversions of Robocop, we had some versions that turned out pretty good, and others that would leave a taste in your mouth as bad as baby food. In a shrewd bit of advertising, when the original Robocop debuted on VHS tapes everywhere, Ocean Software had put an ad in each videotape that showed a short commercial for the upcoming home release. This helped generate positive buzz, turning the home versions into one of the first million-selling video games.
Ocean Software presents Robocop, part man, part machine, all computer game. You've seen the smash movie, played the all-action coin-op, now experience the thrills on your home computer. As Robocop, you blast through the many levels of the underworld in the pursuit of justice. Scrolling shoot-'em-up action. You've got to be tough, ruthless, and lethal. You've got to be Robocop.
The 8-bit micro versions came out alongside the VHS release in the fall of 1988. If you can get past the black and white monochrome graphics, the Spectrum version turned out rather well. Although it's similar to the arcade game, it's not quite exact, as there are some differences such as no foes throwing bombs, Robo having his pistol from the start of the game, and very few end-of-level bosses. Your character also doesn't jump, and he also has an annoying pause whenever he is hit. There are some new minigames, such as a photo puzzle in which you have to make an exact copy from facial features found in the criminal database. There are also some third-person perspective sections where you have to shoot the bad guy holding a hostage. The playability is very good and the animation is fairly smooth. If you have the 128K version, you are greeted with excellent in-game music and even some digitized voices from the movie. The Amstrad version is very similar to the 128K Spectrum version, but with a whole lot of color. The speed of the game is very fast and controls really well, although the stairways can be a bit tricky. It features the same minigames as well as some pretty nice sampled speech. This game only allows you 3 lives with no continues, so it is a bit tough. Released the following year was the Amiga version. First off, for some strange reason they didn't use Peter Weller's voice from the movie and had a sound-alike, which sounds like it was recorded in somebody's bathroom. Apparently Robo summered on the mean streets of London because he now has a British accent.
Serve the public trust. Protect the innocent. Uphold the law.
There is also a border around the screen which makes the playfield smaller. Since this was designed for only a single button joystick, you have to press the spacebar to jump or press down then up on the stick. This version does follow the arcade game's design more so than the 8-bits. The graphics are really well done with plenty of color and some good animation, especially on Robo himself. There are cutscenes showing news reports that use the actors from the movie. The sound effects are good with digitized samples such as Robocop's gun and the cries of Ed 209, but the music is only so-so. While it does make a decent attempt at the Robocop theme, the Amiga is capable of so much more. It's still fun to play, and I have fond memories of doing so on my Amiga back in the day. The Atari ST version turned out pretty similar to the Amiga port, although the music and sound effects have taken a hit. It seems to run a bit slower than the Amiga port, but it also has the same controls. There are fewer voice samples in the game as well. Otherwise, it's not too bad. The Apple II version is a rather unappealing mess. It does get points for following the arcade game's layout, but that's about it. If you like graphics that are chunky like a monkey, then this is the game for you. Everything is large and bloated, but at least there is plenty of color. However, the screen doesn't scroll and it features choppy animation. It's also a bit slower than the arcade game, but it does control well enough. There is no music and the sound effects are tiny little popcorn farts, which thankfully are not SPD. The good old Commodore 64 version is up next and looks pretty nice. The game uses smooth scrolling and some nicely detailed sprites thanks to the high-res overlay technique that was used. The fantastic music was composed by John Dunn, but it features all new tunes with Robocop's iconic theme nowhere to be found. The game controls fairly well, but for some reason Robocop slides around as if he were performing in the Ice Capades. For some strange reason, you can't fire up without jumping. That makes the game even more difficult than it already is. The game was clearly rushed by Ocean Software, so it contains a number of bugs. For example, one of the levels turned out to be a graphical mess due to a glitch making it almost unplayable. Supposedly the developers knew of this, but they didn't want to delay the release of the game. Instead of correcting it, they lowered the timer on the previous level, making it impossible to complete so you could never make it to the buggy 4th level. That is some pretty shady tactics, my friend. However, people in the Commodore 64 scene have released a corrected version allowing you to play through the game as it was initially conceived. It also has a bunch of trainers allowing unlimited guys and unlimited energy, for example. There were two different Robocop games produced for MS-DOS. The European version is purely CGA, which means the game is rendered in pink, cyan, black, and white. It also features something we all love so much, an extremely large border around the screen. This game is a pastel colored nightmare that goes perfectly with its herky-jerky animation and scrolling. This version is based on the 8-bit micros but doesn't play anywhere near as well. There is no music and short little beeps for sound effects. The other version that was released a couple of years later in America by Data East and was done in 16-color EGA mode. This version follows the arcade very closely. It features the arcade attract and opening scenes, but they were all completely redrawn. The game supports a 2-button joystick, so at least it attempts to mimic the arcade's controls. While the colors are brighter than the arcade version, the level layouts are pretty much the same. With that being said, the animation on Robo was pretty good, although the scrolling is way too choppy. It does feature the same end-of-level bosses, but the sound effects and music are pure PC beeper. The sound effects can be a bit grating on the eardrums, so you just might want to turn them off. Overall, though, it's a much better effort than what the poor Europeans had to suffer through just a couple of years before. The MSX version is just a port of the excellent Spectrum version. However, There is no speech, but the excellent music does remain. The game does run a little bit slower than the Spectrum, but it controls about the same. A version was released for the TRS-80 Coco by Data East and looks to be based on the NES version. This game was one of 2 super cartridges designed for the Coco with a built-in memory manager unit. The other one was Predator. In this version, Robocop has been inflicted with an even more significant case of rigor mortis as he only has 2 frames of walking animation. Speaking of rigor mortis, the music isn't bad, although it does sound like something you would find playing at a funeral parlor. Another highlight of this version are the topless crackheads who are very proficient at flying kicks. Speaking of the NES version, this was developed in Japan by Data East, and even though it's a side-scrolling run-and-gun, Robocop cannot actually jump. Looking at the sprite of Robocop, apparently he skipped leg day because his legs look smaller than his arms. He has also lost a few pounds and is looking quite gaunt, but what would you expect from eating just baby food? The game deviates quite a bit from the arcade game, creating a whole new adventure in the process. The level designs are all new, but still reminiscent of the original arcade game. The gameplay is fast and furious, and the music is nice with Robo's iconic theme represented well. There are plenty of animated cutscenes in between to help flesh out the story. Your character still has the familiar power-ups such as baby food for more energy and more powerful weapons to dish out the extreme punishment. You even have a boss fight at the end with a giant Ed 209. The game is a lot of fun to play and features tight controls. Thankfully, it's not very difficult either. The Game Boy version, which of all the 8-bit versions is clearly the winner in my opinion. For starters, we have spectacular music that is still dancing around in my head as I write this. I have to say though, I still miss the Robocop theme. The graphics are well done, with Robocop being easily depicted even on the small Game Boy screen. The shading on the levels and characters make everything stand out so they don't get lost in the background. The arcade's first-person view mini-levels are also present. You also have various upgrades to your weapons as well as boss fights with classic enemies such as Ed 209. The Game Boy music was also notable for being used in the Ariston and On ad in the early 1990s.
And on. And on. And on.
A freeware version from Park Productions was released for Windows back in 2004. This is essentially an updated version of the 8-bit computer ports, but only with upgraded graphics and sounds. An excellent homebrew version of the original arcade game is also on the way to the Sega Genesis. A homebrew AGA version for the Amiga is also being worked on and looks fantastic. The Amiga scene has been on a roll as of late with some excellent homebrews such as Rygar and Wonder Boy, so here's hoping Robocop turns out just as well. Not only is Robocop a classic video game, but also a stellar movie that I still enjoy to this day. Officer Alex Murphy giving his all to become the Tin Man with a badge is a great concept, and if you haven't seen the original movie and love sci-fi, you should check it out. Just stay away from the awful 2014 remake, even though Michael Keaton is in it. The coin-op was one of my favorite arcade run-and guns, so if you've never had a chance to get down to old Detroit and take down the dangerous Clarence Boddicker, be sure and bring a rocket launcher with you. Remember, stay out of trouble. You'll be glad you did. Creepy aliens, government conspiracies, and an attractive female protagonist. What else do you need? This is another classic game from Atari that turned into a pretty good video. Lots of tidbits littered all throughout. Are we alone in the universe? For centuries, people have been looking to the sky, scratching their Cro-Magnon heads, wondering what was really out there. Was it weather balloons? Was it noxious gases? Or was it little green men crawling out of poorly constructed, unidentified flying objects? This is what 99% of the population wonders. However, there is that 1% that knows the truth. The people that have all the answers occupy a certain location in Nevada where there are no rules and you just might want to cover your eyes. No, I'm not talking about the Bunny Ranch. I'm talking about the uber mysterious destination in the desert known simply as Area 51. The fine folks at Atari decided to take this bit of mystery and turn it into a light gun classic. Why was this game's success so crucial for Atari? What crazy length did creator Robert Weatherby go through to pitch his idea for this game? So grab your weapon and get ready to believe, because this is the history of Area 51. Before delving deep into the bowels of Area 51, we have to go back to 1993 with a light gun game proposal by Ed Logg. Mr. Logg was a longtime employee at Atari, either designing or co-designing Asteroids, Centipede, and Gauntlet, along with a number of other classic games. In his proposal, the game was simply called Gun Game and would use digitized sprites to make it look as real as possible. Atari had got its feet wet using these techniques with Pit Fighter, Road Riot 4-wheel drive, and the upcoming Primal Rage. Since they were keeping the title generic, he has suggested a number of potential licensees such as Demolition Man, The Lone Ranger, and Babylon 5, among others. Development moved fairly quickly on the game, which was now dubbed Bounty Hunter, in which you have to chase after 6 criminals. The further along you get, the higher the bounty. After a year of development, which included all of the actors being filmed, Ed Logg either left the company or was released, depending on who you talk to. Robert Weatherby and his team at Mesa Logic were asked to design a pitch after he had played Bounty Hunter and found it underwhelming. Mr. Weatherby had seen an article in Popular Science magazine entitled Searching for the Secrets of Groom Lake with its connections to Area 51. He felt this would be a better fit than the original concept for Bounty Hunter, but the problem was getting his bosses to agree. I'd been hiding in a nearby room dressed in a black military outfit with dark glasses. I had cloth decals that said Area 51 and Star sewed onto my shirt above the pockets. We had created a dramatic 3-minute game trailer for the higher-ups to see. When it ended, everyone immediately clapped and cheered. The pitch was so thorough that a number of fake documents were also produced. Atari had sent Mr. Weatherby a few successful light gun games from their competitors, including Lethal Enforcers, Terminator 2, and Revolution X. The purpose was to look at these popular games and try to come up with something that could potentially outsell them all. The alien motif was exactly what they needed, so work began in early 1994. When the project started, the initial idea was for it to be an interactive movie, as lead programmer Charlie Grisafi put it, before interactive movie became dirty words. The game would be streamed from a CD player using compression software called Cinepack. However, using this technology resulted in a letterbox format, which meant the entire screen wasn't filled. This was not acceptable for a light gun game in which every inch of the screen needs to be filled. To get around this, they used something called a Kojak, which was a version of Atari's Jaguar console chipset used for arcade games, interfaced with a hard drive which provided much faster data transfer speeds, allowing for full-screen gaming goodness. The hard drive was also essential due to the humongous amounts of data that was used for the various environments and animations. The spectacular look of these pre-rendered backgrounds where all of the alien vermin were shot was a huge obstacle for the development team. They had to use a number of Silicon Graphics workstations at Atari in California to help in the process. Not only did Atari produce a unique light gun scenario with fantastic graphics, but it also updated the technology used to bring the game to life. Typical light gun games did not work when the gun was too close to the monitor, which meant a special cabinet was required. This involved a monitor at the bottom of the cabinet facing up and a large mirror angled in the back so the player could see the image. If you ever used one of these, it gave you a definite tunnel vision and limited the viewing area to those standing directly in front of it. Area 51 got rid of the mirror system, allowing for a wider viewing angle and a better gameplay experience. The game uses a mixture of full motion video and stop motion animation for the aliens. Producer Rob Rowe, whose previous works include capturing film footage of the arcade title Firefox, as well as casting the actors for the Atari game Pit Fighter. He looked high and low for someone to portray protagonist Sergeant Major Marcus Bradley and came across a local bodybuilder by the name of Terry at a theme park. The thing he noticed most about Terry was his gigantic arms. The female protagonist, Stephanie Grant, would be portrayed by his neighbor Kim, who had done modeling work before and also had giant assets. According to Mr. Rowe, we were looking for people who would exaggerate their movements and who had prominent body features. We need people with big lips, big bodies, and yeah, big breasts. The stop-motion puppetry was provided by Pete Klanoff, who was known as Sneaky Pete, as part of the Flying Burrito Brothers in the 1960s. One thing that would differentiate this game from traditional pop-up shooters is that the game is presented in a pseudo 3D environment. There are rendered backgrounds along with full motion video and stop motion animation, which were all streamed together, fooling players into thinking it's a 3D game when in fact it's merely different layers of 2D movies. Longtime designer Mike Hawley worked alongside Robert Weatherby on this game, and one of the first things he did was create the flow for the game. He meticulously placed every single enemy on the screen, getting the balance just right. This was a time-consuming process because all of the data would have to be processed and rendered, something that could take all night long. The game was also known, at least in my arcade, for having a number of secrets which meant a lot more revenue for Atari. I'll get into more of the Easter eggs in just a bit. Area 51 was released by Atari in 1995. As the story goes, A crashed alien probe is recovered and taken to a secret military base in the remote Nevada desert. After retrieving the unidentified flying object, all contact with the secret base is lost and it's assumed that the alien force Kron has taken control. You and a companion are members of the Special Tactical Advanced Alien Response, or STAR for short, which is a top-secret paramilitary unit which was devised to counter all alien threats. Not only are they busty and beefy, but they also have pretty powerful weapons at their disposal. You are going to need these because you have to enter Area 51, defeat the dastardly Kron, preventing them from leaving, and finally, activating a nuclear bomb to wipe them off the face of the Earth. The game is a 1 or 2 player on-rails light gun shooter in which you have to blast the evil alien Kron Empire to Kingdom Come using any number of advanced weaponry. Your team is led by Lieutenant Stephanie Grant and Sergeant Major Marcus Bradley as they set out to infiltrate and annihilate 8 levels of alien action. Throughout these various levels, there are checkpoints littered throughout and a boss at the end of each main area. Upon starting up the game, you'll notice your ammunition on the side as well as a health bar at the bottom. Your heart rate is constantly monitored, with the faster your heart rate going, the closer to eternal death you will become. The amount of medical kits displayed represent the amount of direct hits you can take. Because you have to contend with wave upon wave of alien action, you do have a few different weapons at your disposal, including an M170 Hammer Combat Shotgun, SR-125 Wraith Special Purpose Rifle, an XM32 rifle, and a Viper M11 Scorpion pistol. One of my favorite things to do in the arcade when it was set to free play was use both guns at the same time for a little bit of cowboy action. You can also hurl grenades at the enemy provided you can find them. These are located in certain ammo crates, so be sure to shoot as many as you can. Speaking of power-ups, there are yellow barrels scattered throughout each base. These are proximity bombs which will take out anything nearby. The game starts off rather easy with you being able to clear out the enemies in no time at all. The difficulty ramps up rather quickly after that, but overall the balance is just right. It's not all shoot shoot bang bang, as interspersed throughout the levels are your fellow star teammates you have to be on the lookout for. Shooting these characters will cause damage, so be careful. Unless of course you're trying to unlock one of the various secrets, but more on that in a bit. The full motion video clips used for your teammates are really well done, and they tend to blend in with the backgrounds quite nicely. There is a bit of background destruction to be had, such as windows, which unlocks secret rooms at various points. You can also shoot fire extinguishers, which will explode, and paintings, which could possibly give you more grenades or access to secret rooms. After each stage of your mission, a status report is shown including your rank, accuracy, kills, and streak, among others. The action is hot and heavy, with zombies and aliens crawling out of the woodwork. The game starts off with the difficulty cranked way down, but by the end, enemies are popping up like a game of whack-a-mole on crack. I couldn't help but notice that the red-colored zombies look just a bit like a zombified Michael Jackson from the music video Thriller. These creatures will punch, fire rockets, and throw things at you such as barrels. The alien difficulty becomes more apparent as you start seeing more and more purple people eaters pop up, which require more hits to kill. Your character will be climbing ladders and even driving forklifts, shooting all the alien vermin along the way. There are 8 stages in total, with subsections in each one. The levels you encounter are First Contact,
Star Team, please report to command. Entering hangar complex 1-8. Check your targets, people. We copy.
into the complex.
Plane sweep to command.
Warehouse. Wide open. Office complex. Research facility. Deep underground. And the final showdown. If you manage to make it to the final level, you will encounter the mothership with again hordes and hordes of aliens doing everything they can to protect it. You have to shoot the various pieces of the ship to save the Earth and thwart the aliens once and for all. When they first tested the game, they were surprised at how low interest was. They knew which problems needed to be fixed, including a brand new cabinet. The game turned out to be a mega hit for Atari, which at the time gave them a much needed shot in the arm due to their failing arcade titles. Mr. Weatherby told Atari executives that his goal was to sell 10,000 units of Area 51, which they felt was ridiculous. Most cabinets at the time sold between 3,000 and 5,000 units. Area 51 would go on to sell around 25,000 units, generating over $21 million. One thing that drove repeated play for this game, in addition to the fun gameplay, were all of the secrets and Easter eggs. The secrets of the real Area 51 are still unknown, so the developers felt it was appropriate to put in as many secrets into the game as possible. I can't list all of them, but I'll give you a few of my favorites. If you shoot all the windows in the first level, you will have to shoot a wall to uncover a very nice picture of Stephanie Grant and her big gun. When contemplating the secrets of the universe and whether or not intelligent life form is out there, something else you have to consider is whether or not these aliens go to the bathroom. I can confirm not only do they take a leak like the rest of us, but they also read the paper while on the potty. Another Easter egg shows a girl being eaten by zombies. There is another damsel in distress in which you have to shoot all the pieces of the containment unit to reveal her. Another hidden room allows you to shoot a number of unhatched alien eggs. In the office complex, there is even a nod to Mr. Weatherby, as you can see the office for a General Weatherby. I doubt it's merely coincidental, as Weatherby isn't that common of a name unless you happen to be the principal of Riverdale High School. Probably the coolest Easter egg is also one of the easiest to gain access to, which is the Cron Hunter mode. If you shoot the first 3 members of your team with your first 3 bullets, a text message pops up explaining the rich history of the Chronomorphs. At this point, the colors turn funky like a monkey, similar to the movie Predator. It's a neat little Easter egg and one of my favorites in the game. The spiritual sequel to the game was released in 1997 by the name of Maximum Force. Developed by the same people who brought us Area 51, this game does away with the alien scenario and plops the player into the role of an unnamed counter-terrorist agent, giving you the choice of 3 missions to complete. The gameplay is very similar to Area 51, featuring 1 or 2 players simultaneously. The graphics and animation have been updated, but this time around there is much more variety in the enemy types. There are also a number of Easter eggs included as well. The game was released as a dual cabinet along with Area 51. By the way, the advertisement for the Area 51 Maximum Force Duo cabinet even features a knockoff of WWF superstar Sergeant Slaughter. Due to the success of Area 51, a proper sequel entitled Area 51 Site 4 was released in the arcades in 1998. This continued the story from the previous game where the Kron have once again invaded Earth. This plays very similar to the first game, although everything is bigger, badder, and better. There are now training missions you can embark on, as well as even more hidden secrets to unlock. The graphics and animation have also been given a significant upgrade. This game never received a home console port, so at the time, the only way to play it was in the arcades. If you would like me to cover this game more in depth, let me know in the comments down below. In 2005, Midway released a loose remake of the original arcade game for the PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Windows. There was even a Tiger LCD handheld of the original arcade game that includes a tiny gun. Thanks to the massive success of the arcade game, we did receive a few conversions. The first version we are looking at is the Sega Saturn port. First things first, there is a slight border around the screen which isn't present in any other version. It's not that noticeable after playing for a bit, but it's there nonetheless. The graphics overall are just a little bit more grainy here and there, but again, it's not really that noticeable. Sound effects and music are essentially perfect, but where the game really shines is the controls, provided you have the Sega Saturn light gun. As a matter of fact, any Sega light gun will work as opposed to the PlayStation version. There is support for a standard Sega Saturn controller, but for that true arcade experience at home, the stunner was what you needed. Overall, the game converted rather well to the Saturn aside from the load times. There is a practice mode which lets you get your feet wet, or you can adjust the difficulty in the options menu.
We copy.
The PlayStation version fared a little bit better in terms of graphic quality, as the border around the screen that was found in the Saturn version has been done away with. The load times are about the same, but one thing that is a bit of a pain is that the game only supports the Konami Justifier light gun and not Namco's GunCon.
Reload.
The PC version turned out the worst with a slightly lower resolution but decreased loading times. As far as I could tell, there was no light gun support available for this version, although the game played just fine with the mouse. It's no substitute for the real deal, but it gets the job done. And there you have it, everybody, the history of Area 51. This arcade cabinet seemed to be in every arcade and movie theater I went to in the mid-1990s into the 2000s. The game had a long-lasting appeal which is still fun to play provided you can find an original cabinet. If you've never had the chance to raid Area 51, all the while blowing those nasty crons back to where they came from, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. I always liked this fire-breathing Russian and never knew what a cult following the character had until researching this video. I knew he had popped up in a few games prior to producing this one, but was unaware of how popular he really was. This video provided a lot of history I uncovered, as well as all of the various cameos he has had. This also included some tassel twirling action from the big man himself. When you think of Russians in entertainment, whether it be Hollywood blockbusters or video games, 9 times out of 10 they are always depicted as large, imposing, and they weren't very nice, they were very evil. From Ivan Drago,
I must break you,
to Streetfighter Zangief, if a Russian is introduced, then you knew what to expect. Today, we are going to talk about a certain individual who was one of the first mascots for the company of Data East. In his debut appearance, he was seen as a hero, although in subsequent appearances he has drifted over to the dark side. Sometimes portrayed as a Russian strongman, sometimes a Japanese big man wearing pointy shoes, but regardless of his midlife crisis, he was always spitting fire. He is the one, he is the only, Karnov. This mountain of a man would go on to make numerous appearances in various Data East games and become a beloved character in the annals of video game history. Who is the real person that Karnov was based on? What dancing game did Karnov bust a move in? Who is Karnov's brother and what arcade game did he star in? Let's find out as we learn about the history of Karnov. In 1987, arcade manufacturer Data East were still riding high with their successful line of arcade games. They had produced such hits as Ring King, Express Raider, and Breakthrough, and we're looking to continue with another action-filled title. The weird and wacky gameplay of Karnov actually goes back to a previously little-seen 1987 Data East game by the name of Captain Silver. This is a side-scrolling hack-and-slash platform game that sees you take control of a young sailor by the name of Jim Aykroyd who goes on a long journey to seek out the treasure of Captain Silver. Now, even though this is technically a pirate game, one of the levels sees you in a haunted house fighting off various creatures such as werewolves, pink cats, bats, wizards, and witches. There's also a huge infestation of crabs, the likes of which I haven't seen since high school. You will of course traverse a pirate ship with enemy pirates and a bald strongman with pointy shoes who looks a lot like Karnov. There is also a lot of jumping and climbing as well as collecting various objects. The game has the Ghosts and Goblins syndrome because you have to play through the game twice in order to see the true ending. When it came time to design their next arcade game, the developers wanted to create a fast-paced run-and-gun platformer which sees you take on the role of Jimborov Karnovsky, or Karnov for short, as you set out across the landscape known as Wonderland. The character of Karnov was based on one of the bosses at Data East, right down to his bald head and bulging belly. He was not made aware of this until after the game was released, and he was furious. Over the years, the character has morphed from a Russian strongman to a Japanese big man looking very similar to the madman from Sudan, Abdullah the Butcher, right down to his scarred head, red pants, and curled up shoes. Karnov was released by Data East in the arcades in 1987. As the story goes, you take on the role of Karnov as he ventures out across the land retrieving fragments of an ancient treasure map. Once the map is complete, you will have your fill of gold and diamonds and sapphires. The game is a 1 or 2 player run and gun with elements of platforming mixed throughout. You take control of the titular hero as you make your way through 9 stages of insane intense action with a boss at the end of each one. You have a button for firing, a button for jumping, and an option button for selecting your power-ups. You have to be on your toes because the enemies are relentless, and if you take a single hit, you will die. To deal with the onslaught of enemies that are looking to take you down, you have the ability to spit fireballs from your pie hole. To aid you in your quest, there are power-ups littered throughout the 9 levels. Some of these are red orbs which will upgrade your fireballs to 3 per spit. On each level, a number of different items can be picked up and used along the way. These include jump boots, which allows Karnov to run faster and jump higher, a bomb, which will destroy enemies and certain floors and walls leading into hidden areas, a ladder, which is used to move it on up like George and Wheezy, a boomerang that will destroy most enemies in one hit and can be retrieved after having been thrown, and a super flame, which changes the standard fireball into a deadly fire breath which does significantly more damage. Other items can only be activated in special areas of certain levels, including wings, which allows Karnov to fly through the air with the greatest of ease, a scuba helmet which gives the roly-poly big man the ability to swim as if he were Michael Phelps, a mask which will blink indicating that hidden items are nearby, and a trolley which lets you ride on and roll over the enemies that are on the ground. In addition to the red orbs you can collect, there are also letter K icons that can be picked up. If you collect 50 of these icons, you will earn an extra life. The enemies themselves are quite the varied bunch, with everything from mummies, skeletons riding ostriches, killer owls, oversized clams, dinosaurs, and much, much more. Enough can't be said about the unique, assorted enemy designs, and you really need to play through the whole game to experience it for yourself. That is, if you enjoy a little bit of pain with a little bit of pleasure. This game, while fun, is also extremely difficult with enemies crawling out of the woodwork. You are allowed approximately 200 seconds per level, and while that may sound like a lot, it really isn't. If you find yourself lingering around and not moving, a poisonous plant will descend from the sky to squeeze the stuffing out of you until you die. Due to the brutal difficulty, they did include a checkpoint at certain spots throughout the levels. Collectibles and power-ups are hidden high and wide, so sometimes it's necessary to pull out your trusty but perhaps rusty ladder in order to reach them. Nearly all the levels feature branching paths with different collectibles and enemy patterns. The graphics are fairly detailed, but they are let down by the dull color palette. As far as the music goes, there is only one main jingle that plays throughout the game, but at least it's memorable. The 9 levels you encounter are Prologue, Ancient Ruins Beware, On to the Forest, Over the Rocky Hills, Ride the Waves, The Whole Town Awaits, Beyond the Pyramids lie the treasure, Whistling Wind in the Hollows, and the final level is Heavy Gates and Moats, the Last Fortress. The bosses you will encounter are Merman, Trainer and Lions, Scorpion Woman, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and finally, the Wizard. If you successfully take down the Wizard and retrieve the last piece of the map, you are rewarded with enough treasure to make Scrooge McDuck green with envy. There were a few differences between the American and Japanese versions of the arcade game. The Japanese version has the option bar at the top and the scoring at the bottom, whereas the American flips it with the option bar on the bottom and the scoring at the top. The game is even more difficult here in the States thanks to more enemies on screen at once to take you out. There are other minor changes such as the location of the treasures being changed. While the game was successful in the land of the rising sun, Over here in the States, not quite so much, with most people being more familiar with the NES conversion instead. We did receive some merchandise, including a Tiger LCD handheld game, as well as a couple of Karnov minifigures from Neutervision. Speaking of action figures, I did stumble across a couple of cool Karnov custom jobs. The first one is an awesome piece which is based on the NES box art. Another fantastic custom that uses the pants and boots from Abdullah the Butcher, the head from the Iron Sheik, and the body from King Kong Bundy. Mix them all together and you get the big bad fire-breathing mamma jamma known as Karnov. Karnov never did receive any official sequel, although he has popped up in cameos over the years. In the Data East fighting game Fighter's History, he appears as the final boss in the game. He would also receive top billing in the sequel to Fighter's History by the name of Karnov's Revenge. This is a well-rounded and overall better fighter than his predecessor, so if you've never had the chance to try it out, you owe it to yourself to do so. He was also featured in the third Fighter's History game as well. Some of the other games Karnov has made cameos in are Joe and Mac Returns, Gaio Retsuden, Trio the Punch, Street Hoop, in which he is seen standing in the background enjoying a nice game of basketball. He also has a letter K right on his shirt. Bad Dudes, in which he is the first boss that you fight. A modified version of the Karnov sprite was also used in the Data East arcade title Sly Spy. Tumble Pop, and both Karnov and Chelnov appear in the crowd in Windjammers 2. Thanks to Carnovember, the character has gotten a lot of love, especially on the homebrew front. One of my favorites is Karnov's Rage, which is a Streets of Rage 2 hack that puts Karnov in the title role. Now, I've seen some strange homebrew in my day, but one of the strangest would have to be the web game Dance Dance Karnov. This is a rhythm-based game that sees you take on the role of Karnov, in which you have to press the arrow keys in order to see the big man bust a move. The game is only 2 levels and starts out as a fun little parody of Dance Dance Revolution, but on the second level, it becomes much more adult-oriented once Karnov takes a trip down to Tasseltown. Don't play this around the kiddies, my friends. In 1991, the arcade game Big Karnak was released by Jalico. One of the first enemies that you encounter is identical to the Karnov sprite that was used in Bad Dudes, only with different colors and pants. This sprite has also been given lots and lots of Rogaine because he has a full head of luscious locks. In 1988, Data East released Atomic Runner Chelnov in the arcades. This is a 1 or 2 player run and gun which gives you tons of weapons, letting you blast anything you come across. The reason this game is important is that one of the developers on Karnov has said that both he and Chelnov were related in some fashion. In 2005, a 30-minute short film by the name of Karnov was released based on the post-video game adventures of our hero. It is goofy, to say the least. a number of home conversions were produced with the 8-bit computer ports done by Mr. Micro and released by Electric Dreams. The initial conversion that the team worked on was the Xenix Spectrum port, with the Amstrad and Commodore 64 version being worked on afterwards. But more on that in just a minute. The first version we are looking at is the Spectrum port. I was pleasantly surprised with this one as it turned out rather well. The graphics are large with detailed sprites and minimal color clash. Not only are the graphics large and in charge, but they are animated quite nicely. With that being said, the scrolling is a bit herky-jerky and the gameplay tends to slow down when there is a lot of action. Although the sound effects are minimal, there is a nice rendition of the arcade's main jingle. Everything from the arcade game has been included, from the bosses to the full ending. The Amstrad version is up next, but unfortunately it is just a port of the Spectrum, but it does have a few more colors here and there. The speed of the game is a bit faster than the Spectrum, but it also has some slowdown when the action is hot and heavy. The sound effects are your typical air biscuits, but thankfully you can disable them. The controls are fairly responsive and similar to the Spectrum. Everything from the arcade game has been transferred over. When the Commodore 64 version was previewed in magazines, it looked like a standard 8-bit platformer made especially for the machine. What we ended up getting was far from it. The developers ended up overextending themselves not only with this particular conversion, but a number of other projects that were in the works as well. They assumed they had allocated enough time to complete the project, but they were given just a few weeks in order to meet the deadline. So the Commodore users ended up being treated to this poor Spectrum port, which is an abomination. This is, without a doubt, one of the worst arcade conversions on the good old Commodore 64, and is right up there with hard driving and Chase HQ in terms of quality. If you ever looked lovingly at the Spectrum version of Karnov and wished you could play it at half speed, then this is the game for you. One thing I have always wished for my Commodore games was to have a little bit of that Spectrum color clash, so finally my wishes have come true. The color clash isn't as bad on the 64, but it's still there. The Adventures of Karnov has a little bit of that moon gravity going on with extremely floaty jumps. The scrolling of the screen is also infuriatingly bad. Where oh where has my lovely SID chip gone? There is no music and the sound effects sound like a curdled queef. If you can believe it, the controls are absolutely terrible. In my honest opinion, I would not recommend this game. Data East Software released the MS-DOS conversion here in the States, and it was converted by Quicksilver Software. This conversion is a decent enough attempt for an early MS-DOS game. Upon startup, you'll notice that the play window is a lot smaller than the arcade game, but everything also has a squished look to it. The sprites are detailed despite their knee-high size, and everything looks pretty good. The scrolling is still a bit choppy, but the gameplay is fast. The sound effects and music use the dreaded infernal PC speaker with the main arcade jingle, if you can call it that, on a continuous loop. While the game plays decent enough, there are some things that hinders it, such as some very strange collision detection. One of the better home conversions for the PC market was for, believe it or not, the Macintosh. The graphics are very detailed and the animation and scrolling are not too bad. If Karnov is going to run around shirtless, then he should invest in some sunblock because he is as red as a lobster. There is some slowdown when jumping, but it's nowhere near as bad as some of the other home computer ports. There is absolutely no sound in this version whatsoever. The developers were even nice enough to include a practice mode so you can try out almost any level. The emulator I was using was not playing nicely with my video recording software, so I was not able to get any footage. The version most home users were familiar with was the Famicom and NES releases. The graphics have been definitely shrunk down, which allows for a smoother gameplay experience on the humble 8-bit Nintendo hardware. The level design is more or less the same as the arcade game with some slight alterations here and there. The color palette is very murky with everything having a dull sheen to it. There are some significant differences between not only the arcade game but both the NES and Famicom releases. As far as the actual gameplay goes, the game is quite a bit easier than its arcade counterpart. You can now take 2 hits before you die. After you take the first hit, Karnov will turn blue, and if he is hit once more, he will die. If you pick up a super fireball while being blue, your health will be restored. The trolley power-up has been replaced by the clapboard, and stages 4 and 8 are completely different from the arcade game. The NES version also has unlimited continues, whereas the Famicom only has 2 secret continues. The big difference in the Famicom version is that there is a brand new story. There is an intro, cutscenes, and ending, which were all missing from the USA release. The storyline in the Famicom version deals with Karnov's village being decimated by a dragon named Alakatai. The villagers pray to God, and he sends an avenger to retrieve the treasure and save the day. The US version removes all of the religious overtones and changes the story quite a bit as well. According to the manual, the village of Cremina has seen its treasures being raided by a whack pack of demonic baddies. The townsfolk turn to local strongman Karnov to venture out into the countryside to slay the dragon, rescue the treasure, and save the day. Again, this is all based on the manual for the game because there is no story whatsoever in the actual game. Even the cutscenes between each level that shows your progress via the map have been removed. When you beat the US version of the game, all you receive is a simple text box saying congratulations, and that is it. Although this time in the NES version, you do get to fight a dragon at the end of the game instead of just a simple wizard. Thankfully, someone has translated the Famicom ROM so we can all enjoy and appreciate it here in the States. Karnov was a definite hard game to love thanks to its brutally insane difficulty. I would put it right up there with Ghosts and Goblins as I was never able to finish either one in the arcades back in the day. It's amazing that the character of Karnov has since become so popular despite never having a proper sequel. If you've never had a chance to become a god of war and spit a few fireballs here and there, be sure and give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. When playing Rolling Thunder for the first time, you can clearly see the influence of Japanese manga such as City Hunter and Cobra. I was able to show off some of the rip-off video games that were produced which a lot of people had never seen before. Everything came together quite nicely, plus I was able to replay one of my favorite games from that era. What is it about the entire spy motif that people love so much? Is it the fast cars? Is it the fast women? Or is it just wanting to be that one person to stand up for what's right and vanquish the evil forces at play? The undercover operatives have invaded all of our pop culture, including literature, movies, and now video games. Today, we are going back to the wild and wacky 1960s to experience not only the Battletoads, but also the classic Namco arcade game we are talking about today, Rolling Thunder. This influential run-and-gun cover-and-shoot arcade classic came along just after the golden age of arcades and is still a fun-tastic game to play. What manga inspired the look of this game? What arcade game directly influenced this game? What spiritual sequel was released just a few years later? So put on your scuba gear because we are doing a deep dive as we learn about the history of Rolling Thunder. The company of Namco have a list of arcade hits big enough to choke a horse. Going back to their early days, they had produced a number of classics such as Dig Dug, Xevious, Mappy, and the Mac Daddy of them all, Pac-Man, among others. Keep in mind, this all occurred within a 2 to 3 year period, so they were really on a roll. Also around this time, Taito produced the up and down, in and out spy classic Elevator Action, in which you take on the role of a secret agent that sees your character have to enter a number of secret doors to retrieve secret documents and potentially duck for cover for a few seconds at a time. This gameplay mechanic directly influenced Namco when they were creating their very own run-and-gun game. The hardware required to run this innovative game was Namco's System 86 board, which also played host to another of my favorites, Sky Kid Deluxe. The visual design of the game was influenced by various Japanese manga such as Golgo 13, City Hunter, and Cobra. Rolling Thunder was released by Namco in the arcades in 1986. As the story goes, a mysterious entity known as Mabu appears in New York City in the 1960s. On the outside, he appears to be a savior to the people, but on the inside, he is actually the clandestine leader of the secret organization Geldra, who plans on taking over the world. The World Criminal Police Organization, or WCPO, learned of Mabu's evil intentions and sent undercover agent Layla to Geldra's headquarters, but in the process, she was captured and tortured. The WCPO sent their best agent from the Rolling Thunder team, codenamed Albatross, to save poor Layla and put a stop to the evil Geldra once and for all. The game is a 1 or 2 player run and gun, duck for cover extravaganza which plays very similar to Shinobi, even though Rolling Thunder came out a year before. The controls are very straightforward with a standard 8-way joystick including a button for shooting and a button for jumping. You'll spend the majority of the game ducking behind boxes and shooting it out with a variety of bad guys while jumping back and forth between the upper and lower levels on the screen. Where this game differs from Shinobi though is that you have limited ammunition, so you have to use it wisely. Even if you use all of your bullets, you can still shoot a single bullet at a time, which really doesn't help considering the wave upon wave of enemies coming your way. To replenish your ammunition, there are a number of doors spread throughout the levels. These not only give you the much needed refill that you need to bust a cap in those various bad guys, but it also allows you to duck for cover at least for a few seconds at a time, similar to the strategy found in elevator action. In addition to the ammunition refill, some doors will also offer an upgraded machine gun, which is quite the welcome sight. As I mentioned, there are upper and lower floors in the game which you have to be careful jumping between because enemies are constantly crawling out of the woodwork and coming out of the doors. On the first couple of levels, the bad guys are usually just blasting you with bullets, but certain ones also throw bombs as well. Also, in earlier levels, the enemies usually take one bullet to dispose of, but as the game progresses, so does the enemy's difficulty. In addition to becoming just a little bit sneakier, they also require multiple hits to kill. You have a life bar, but it's essentially pointless since running into an enemy decreases it in half, and getting shot will kill you dead. Speaking of dead, that's what you'll be the first few times you play this game. The difficulty is insane. While not quite as bad as Ghosts and Goblins, it's no walk in the park either. The game controls well, but since this is an early run-and-gun shooter, the controls are a bit restrictive. You can't change direction in midair, and you also can't fire your gun vertically. You also can't even fire your gun in midair. However, working within these confines is part of the challenge though, as you have to learn the patterns and use strategy all throughout if you plan on making it very far in this game. You also have to contend with the time limit, so you cannot prattle about taking in the sights. This game will also only allow you to continue a maximum of 6 times, which again makes the game even more difficult. The graphics and especially the animation is extremely smooth, and there are cutscenes between each level showing Layla as she is kidnapped and tortured by Geldra. The backgrounds are varied with everything from flaming pits to caves filled with bats. The enemies are also varied with panthers, flaming humanoids, and short, impish-looking creatures called breakers. There are 10 stages to complete with 2 areas in each stage. Technically, the game only has 5 stages, and after completing these 5, you have to replay the original all over again, although some obstacles have been added and the difficulty has been ramped up. The first level you encounter is the office complex. Compound. The caves. The flaming pits. And Geldra's hideout. Once you make it through the second pass of Geldra's hideout, you have to contend with Mabu himself. If you successfully take care of him, a short cutscene is shown and the game is over. There were a couple of different versions of the arcade game and a few bootlegs to boot. You can tell these by the slight difference on the title screen, but there are a few other differences as well. The original version has the same background music in every stage, while the new version adds a new theme song. Enemy placement in the newer version has been altered to balance the game out and make the earlier levels just a bit easier. Also, cutscenes were added showing the peril that Layla is in. And finally, a stage select mode was added allowing players to start the game on any of the first 5 stages. This, of course, depends on the dip switch settings. If you thought Rolling Thunder was just a bit too difficult, there were a couple of exploits you could use to give you just a little boost. The first one is from User Lounge Night and can be triggered in Area 5 and 10. If you time your jump just right, you will be invulnerable and actually walk behind the giant screen and console all the way to the end of the level. There is also a glitch that will give you unlimited ammunition. Rolling Thunder was a smash hit and it spawned a number of home conversions which I will cover at the end of the video. You know a game is a classic when other companies attempt to copy it. Just a couple of years after the official release of Rolling Thunder, the copycats started to emerge, with the first one being Super Ranger from South Korea company Suna. There is no way around it, folks. This is a blatant clone of Rolling Thunder, but it at least offered a couple of new features, such as expanded weapons and 2-player simultaneous action. You have to rescue the damsel in distress while going in and out of doors to upgrade your weaponry. The gameplay isn't too bad, but it's not quite as tight as the controls found in Rolling Thunder. Capcom didn't waste any time putting out Codename Viper for the NES. Now, I've seen some blatant copycats in my day, but this one takes the cake. The basic gameplay is essentially the same, with the main character using a gun. There is also jumping between upper and lower levels, going inside doors to receive ammunition, and shooting the various bad guys. This game is a little bit different as you have to rescue hostages. With that being said, the game is still a lot of fun, which goes to show just how good the original Rolling Thunder was. Also that same year, released in arcades, was Thunder Jaws by Atari. The original Rolling Thunder was distributed in North America by Atari Games, so rather than wait on a sequel from Namco, they decided to create their own. What do you get when you take Rolling Thunder, mix it up with the James Bond motif, and in particular, the major antagonist for Bond, and you get Thunder Jaws. This knockoff takes elements from the 007 movies such as Thunderball and Octopussy. This game features 2 types of gameplay throughout each stage, with the first one being an underwater zone in which you have to dive and swim through the levels, shooting enemies such as mutants, divers, and the occasional robotic shark. Your main weapon is a spear gun, but you can acquire different ones. The second part, you are above ground in the base zone, where the game does its best Rolling Thunder impersonation to date. You have to jump between levels and shoot the various baddies that come in and out of the doors. You also have to duck for cover behind boxes. Where Codename Viper was at least an excellent game with smooth animation and great playability, this game is not. While the graphics are large and have a lot of detail, the animation is very choppy and everything just has a clunky feel to it, similar, and I hate to say this, to Batman the Arcade game, also by Atari. This does try to differentiate itself in other ways by including a simultaneous 2-player mode, as well as the ability to shoot vertically in the above water sections. It's not a bad game, just not quite as good as Rolling Thunder. In 1991, arcade goers were finally treated to the follow-up with the fantastic Rolling Thunder 2. This is a 1 or 2 player simultaneous run and gun that features very similar gameplay to the original. There has been a bit of a time jump, and instead of taking place in the wild and wacky 1960s, this one is set in the year 1990X. But curiously enough, it features both Albatross and Layla. In this game, Layla is no longer the damsel in distress and instead takes the lead, which was quite unique back in 1991. The second player controls Albatross. Even though they look different, they play exactly the same. As far as the story goes, a number of satellites from various countries were destroyed, sending the world into chaos. The WCPO have learned that Geldra has risen from the ashes, and it's up to Layla and Albatross to stop those dastardly evildoers and save the world. First off, the graphics have been given a significant update thanks to the upgraded technology from Namco's System 2 hardware. It features lots of details, improved animation, and silky smooth parallax scrolling. There are even some naked, voluptuous statues in the background, so quick, somebody call Senator Lieberman. The sound effects, and in particular the music, have also been updated with a number of different tracks as opposed to the sparse offerings in the first game. The gameplay itself hasn't changed very much with the usual in and out and duck for cover. You can still pick up more ammunition and a submachine gun by entering certain doors. In between each level are cutscenes that further expand the story similar to the first game. You will travel all over the world from Egypt to airplane hangars as you try to stop Mabu. This game is fantastic and is a worthy addition to the Rolling Thunder franchise. This was never released in the arcades here in the States, but it was released for the Sega Genesis, although scaled back a bit as far as graphic quality. It did offer a lot of new levels and an expanded storyline. Rolling Thunder 3 was a console exclusive for the Sega Genesis, and it was released in 1993. For whatever reason, this game was released only in North America, and it does mark the final game in the series. The game is also set in the year 1990X, and instead of revolving around Layla and Albatross, who are tracking a different criminal organization, you take control of a new agent by the name of Jay, who is assigned to take down Geldra's second-in-command, Dredd. The gameplay is essentially the same, but there have been a few new upgrades. For starters, you have 9 different weapons you can choose from as you blast through 10 levels and a few secret areas. You can select which weapon to use at the beginning of each level, everything from a submachine gun to a bazooka to a flamethrower. Unlike the last game, this one is only a single player affair. There are now 2 separate fire buttons, one for the standard pistol and one for the special weapon you choose at the beginning of the stage. To give your feet a little rest, certain levels allow you to either ride a motorcycle on slick highways or use jet skis. Your health bar has 3 units instead of 1, allowing you to take more hits before dying. Unlike other games, when you die, you restart at that point. There is a password feature as well as a special code to play as a female agent by the name of Ellen. It also produced a handheld game that was released only in Japan. A Rolling Thunder theme was seen in NS Pac-Man 99, which featured the original music and Albatross collecting the dots. In 2012, the story of Albatross unfolded over a number of webcomics from Namco entitled Rapid Thunder. From what I can gather, the website is no longer active unless somebody has it archived somewhere else. A handheld version of the game was released by My Arcade, but unfortunately it's just the NES version and not the arcade. It does a great job at replicating the original look of the arcade cabinet, and it does control fairly well.
戦いの時が来た。撃って撃って撃ちまくれ。ローリングサンダー。ナムコ。
In 1987, we were treated to the home computer versions of Rolling Thunder. These were done by 2-time Grammy-winning Development House of the Year Tiertex and published by US Gold. Just by taking a look at the advertisement for this game, you can tell US Gold wasn't thrilled with how it turned out. Rather than showcase the game's graphics, there is a bunch of negative space and tiny boxes for the screenshots. There are quite a few to get through, so let's take a look. When I got this game for my Amiga back in 1988, I must have been young and stupid because I didn't think it was too bad. Perhaps it was just the novelty of playing it at home on my PC, but looking at it now, good lord, what was I thinking? This is one of the worst conversions I have ever seen, next to Hard Drivin' and Chase HQ for the Commodore 64. Let's start with the actual graphics. All of the ports, no matter which computer format, features a windowed version, which I would assume was done to increase the speed. I've said it before and I'll say it again, if that's what they were trying to attempt, they failed miserably. The speed runs at about 1/3 of the arcade game, making everything extremely choppy. Thanks to the single fire button provided on the Amiga, sacrifices had to be made. For example, to jump up on a ledge, you push up and fire. To jump down from the ledge, you push up and fire. It makes absolutely no sense. All of the levels did make it over, however the cutscenes are missing and so is the ending. There is music and sound effects while we play, which is always a plus, but unless you're into S&M, I would avoid this game at all costs. A hack was released a couple of years ago which sped the game up quite a bit, but even at the accelerated pace, it was still a steaming turd. This was accomplished by Amiga programmer McGeezer thanks to Tiertex leaving around 80% of the finished source code on the original disc. This allowed him to make modifications for the game to run around 20 to 25 frames per second as opposed to the pitiful 7 frames per second of the original. The Atari ST port looks similar to the Amiga, although the colors are not quite as vibrant. The music has also seen a downgrade, but the same broken controls still exist in this version. What is nice though is that the game does run slightly faster. Commodore 64 version features an ugly status box at the bottom of the screen, but at least the speed is decent. Apparently a door thief is on the loose as they are all missing. It doesn't matter as you can still go inside and collect your ammunition. The colors are very drab and the backgrounds are not very detailed. We do get a nice rendition of the arcade theme on the title screen and decent sound effects all throughout. It plays pretty good, so considering it's from TierTex, that's all we could hope for. The Amstrad version looks pretty nice with lots of vibrant colors. The sprites are detailed and the speed of the game is fairly decent. Something else you may have noticed though is the lack of enemies on screen, which definitely helps in the difficulty department. The same stiff controls as found in other versions rears their ugly head here, although they aren't quite as bad considering the speed of the game is fairly close. Also, the sound is pretty much non-existent with no music and only sparse sound effects. The ZenX Spectrum port is not bad if you can get past the urine-colored graphics. There is still a bit of color clash going on with enemies sometimes blending into the background. However, it becomes less of an eyesore the more you play it. The sprites are animated well and the speed is actually pretty consistent with the arcade game. The scrolling though is a bit choppy, making gameplay not so great. There is no music and typical of Spectrums back in the day, all we get are tiny little popcorn queefs sprinkled throughout. The NES version of Rolling Thunder is awesome, especially back in the day. The colors and details have been scaled back, making all the characters look like string beans, but with that being said, they are animated nicely and the scrolling is smooth. The Nintendo version was the only conversion to include cinematics in between each area, but for some reason they redrew them. There are not as many enemies on screen at once due to technical limitations with the hardware. You have limited continues, but thankfully a password system has been included. The game controls great, and thanks to the 2-button pad we finally have a version with a dedicated jump and a dedicated fire button. The Famicom version is pretty much identical except for the sound. This version uses the Namco 163 mapper chip, which uses extended sound channels for better sound quality. Just take a listen. An Atari Lynx version was in development in the early 90s, but everyone assumed it was vaporware. Aside from a couple of screenshots in various gaming magazines, not too much was known about it. Apparently, there were 2 separate versions in development, but neither one ever saw the light of day. However, in 2022, a prototype was discovered of the earlier version, which was ultimately scrapped. Only one level is playable, but it's cool to see what could have been a great conversion. The original arcade game can be found on Namco Museum Encore for the PlayStation, Namco Museum Battle Collection for the PSP, Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for the Xbox 360, and part of the extraordinary set entitled Namco Museum 50th Anniversary. The game also popped up on the Wii Virtual Console in Japan, and it's part of Pac-Man's Arcade Party 30th Anniversary arcade machine. And finally, it's also been released as part of the Arcade Archives on the Nintendo Switch. Rolling Thunder is one of my all-time favorite games, and I have fond memories of playing it at our local Happy Joe's Pizza Parlor. The title was hugely influential and doesn't seem to get the love it so rightly deserves. If you've never had the chance to rescue a damsel in distress, all the while going in and out of doors, give this game a shot. You'll be glad you did. When I first started this channel, I wanted to cover games that had not been given a lot of love so you wouldn't see the usual suspects such as Mario, Street Fighter, or Sonic. After starting this channel over 6 years ago, I figured enough time had gone by, so I decided to cover the original Street Fighter. The video turned out rather well, with lots of little tidbits and nuggets all throughout. While working on my most savage continue screens video, I was reminded as to how awesome Capcom was in the 80s and 90s. I was also reminded that I have not done a single Street Fighter video. I'm not going to cover Street Fighter 2 because you could twirl 3 times, stand on one leg, and throw a rock over your head and hit a YouTuber who has done a video on that game. This video is about the one that started the entire franchise that is still going strong today thanks to the upcoming release of Street Fighter 6. The game in question is Street Fighter, and it was released by Capcom in 1987. This one-on-one fighter is not remembered for its excellent play mechanics or character selection, but it did sow the seeds of great things to come, which thankfully the developers took this idea and greatly expanded upon it. Where did the name Street Fighter come from? What 1970s anime was the inspiration for the special move Hadouken? Why did the original Street Fighter arcade game only feature 2 action buttons? Who was the mysterious fighter Yu, and how does he factor into our story? So put on your gi and tighten your headband, because this is the history of Street Fighter. Some people would be shocked to learn that the first one-on-one fighter was actually released in the mid-1970s. The title in question was actually Heavyweight Champ, which was a boxing game released by Sega. The game that popularized the one-on-one fighter as we know it and introduced a number of play elements that are still being used today was 1984's Karate Champ, which was released by Data East. Other popular titles to come along to help mold the genre was YR Kung Fu, which featured characters with different fighting styles as well as health meters. Both of these titles were ported to various home computers, but also an original title that was an awesome fighter in its own right was The Way of the Exploding Fist. The idea for Street Fighter was conceived by Takashi Nishiyama after working on the smash beat-em-up Kung Fu Master for IREM back in 1984. Kung Fu Master featured a number of boss fights throughout the game, and Mr. Nishiyama had the idea of making a game based around just these boss fights. FYI, the boss fights themselves took inspiration from the Bruce Lee film Game of Death. After the enormous success of Kung Fu Master, Capcom hired Mr. Nishiyama, and one of the first games he designed was Trojan. This was a standard beat-em-up with similar gameplay elements to Kung Fu Master. The reason this is important is because the NES port of Trojan featured a one-on-one fighting mode, which makes it the first 1v1 fighter to appear under the Capcom banner. Wanting to expand upon his idea from way back in 1984, he was inspired by Karate Champ and Yi-Ar Kung Fu and set out to create his own unique fighter. One idea that he had early in development was for the story of the game to be similar to a film. Similar to the movie Enter the Dragon, his game would see players compete all over the world against a variety of opponents, each with different fighting styles. He had very quickly assembled some rough drawings and ideas which he turned into a design document. The original design document revolved around two fighters by the name of Ryu and Yu, with Ken nowhere to be found. According to these documents, the game was described as a karate action fighting game which did include the pressure sensitive buttons. Also, you can see a third bonus round which didn't make it into the game, which saw you blow out a row of candles. He presented the document to Capcom producer Yoshiki Akamoto, who thought it was very interesting and should pursue it. And yes folks, for those of you who are playing along at home, this makes the fourth video in a row to make mention of legendary Capcom producer Yoshiki Akamoto. Mr. Nishiyama would be joined by planner Hiroshi Matsumoto, who would both be credited under pseudonyms in the game's credits due to poaching from other companies. Mr. Nishiyama was listed as Piston and Mr. Matsumoto was listed as Finish. The character designs for Street Fighter, including the awesome portraits both pre-match and post-match, were done by superstar designer Keiji Inafune. Mr. Inafune would go on to be the primary artist for another Capcom franchise by the name of Mega Man. When designing this game, Capcom had noticed that Sega were making these large deluxe cabinets and making a fortune on selling them. Capcom decided they wanted a piece of that sweet, sweet pie, but they didn't have a lot of experience when it came to these deluxe cabinets. According to Mr. Nishiyama,
back in the day, I think the biggest arcade cabinet manufacturers were Sega and Namco. Capcom did most of its business selling printed circuit boards that you could plug into other machines, but Sega and Namco specialized in selling large cabinets, and they made a lot of money doing that. Once Capcom found out, it wanted a piece of the pie, so it wanted to sell its own cabinets.
Due to the company's lack of experience in using mechatronics or knowing how to build those sort of cabinets, they ended up partnering with Atari in order to develop the pressure sensors. When designing this game, Mr. Nishiyama wanted to bring something different to the actual gameplay and decided on two different arcade cabinets. There was a deluxe version and a regular version, which was originally a tabletop version and featured the same 6-button configuration which was later used in Street Fighter II. The deluxe cabinet did not feature the 6-button configuration, but instead 2 pressure-sensitive pads. The pressure-sensitive pads determined the power and speed of the player's attacks depending on how hard they were pressed. As you can imagine, maintenance on these were a nightmare as the cabinets could not take the sustained beating that players had to resort to just to play the game. During location tests, they soon realized that it was very tiring to hit the sensor over and over, which was basically exercising. Supposedly, some people were even using their feet to give their hands a rest. At the time, there were rumors that some players actually broke their hands while attempting to play this version. Mr. Nishiyama enjoyed playing the original Street Fighter pneumatic cabinet but did not enjoy having to smash the pressure pads repeatedly. The initial response from playtesters was that it felt too similar to playing whack-a-mole. This was later phased out and the 6-button configuration that we know and love today came into play. Mr. Nishiyama wanted to include a few secrets or special techniques in the game, but he didn't want to describe exactly how to do them and list it on the cabinet. He wanted players to find out for themselves, which in turn would increase play for the game, which was a tactic later used by Midway for the release of Mortal Kombat. The 3 special moves in question were the Shoryuken, the Tatsumake Senpu Kyaku, and the Hadouken. In the international versions of the game, all of the special attack moves were dubbed in English. Mr. Nishiyama credits the energy attack Hadoho from the 1970s anime Space Battleship Yamato. Now that they had the basic gameplay premise down, the game just needed a name. It was directly swiped from Sonny Chiba's 1974 martial arts flick, The Streetfighter. Streetfighter was released by Capcom in 1987. As the story goes, you take in the role of Ryu, a martial artist who goes on a worldwide journey to prove his strength. You travel to 5 different nations, taking on 10 different opponents to find out exactly who the best of the best is. Over the course of his worldwide travels, Ryu would go on to discover even more ancient mysteries, including the secret art of the hair dye, which he would go on to utilize for all eternity. This is a 1 or 2 player arcade game, with the second player being allowed to play as Ken Masters, in which you challenge Ryu. Yes, his official name is Ken Masters after Mattel, the makers of Barbie and Ken dolls, sued Capcom for copyright infringement. If the second player defeats Ryu, then the winning player will play the rest of the game as Ken. They are both rivals and friends, and since they trained under the same sensei, they also have identical moves, which is understandable since Ken is just a palette swap of Ryu. For those of you who have never experienced Street Fighter in any of its forms, the controls include a standard 8-way directional joystick and, depending on whether you're playing on the deluxe or regular cabinet, 6 attack buttons. You have 3 punch buttons and 3 kick buttons, each with different strengths and speeds. You have the ability to jump, crouch, and defend against your opponent's various attacks. You have to defeat your opponent in a series of one-on-one matches in which you have 30 seconds to knock them out. If the match ends before a fighter is knocked out, then the one with the greater amount of hit points left will be declared the winner. You need to win 2 rounds in order to defeat your opponent and proceed to the next battle. Some of the staples from the Street Fighter franchise would first appear here, including the world map showing your progress, as well as the character portraits before and after the bouts. After every 2 fights, you will encounter the bonus stage, in which you either have to use your impressive martial arts skills and break some blocks, or jump around and decimate some pieces of wood. The list of characters you will encounter includes some familiar faces as well as some that haven't been seen since. These include Retsu, Jackie, Joe, Mike, who is a former heavyweight boxer and is clearly Mike Bison from Street Fighter II. Lee, Jen, Birdie, Eagle, Adon. And the self-proclaimed greatest Muay Thai fighter there is, Sagat. One thing you may notice is that he doesn't have the scar on his chest. According to the storyline, Ryu defeats him with a Shoryuken which scars his chest forever. For those of you who started with the epic Street Fighter II series and tried to go back and play the original, I'm sure you were disappointed. Sales figures don't lie either, as it's been reported that the cabinet sold under 10,000 units. It could be due that the original game is just not very fun. Yes, it introduced a number of hallmarks in the series, but it didn't really find its footing until the sequel. The controls are very stiff, and a lot of time, when trying to perform a special move, it just doesn't work. It's almost pointless to try as they don't come out on a consistent basis. The graphics are nice though, with large characters and smooth parallax scrolling against detailed backgrounds that feature a number of Easter eggs. On the title screen, before the character breaks through, you can make out the names of previous Capcom games such as Section 8, Avengers, and Trojan. The character on the title screen who breaks through the wall does not actually appear in the game. It has been said that Mr. Matsumoto considers this to be the predecessor of Terry Bogard from his Fatal Fury series. Other mentions include one for Grand Funk Railroad on the American level. Another deep cut takes place in England, where on the wall in the background is a spray-painted portrait and the name Bill Cravens. He was a part of the U.S. sales staff that everybody loved. His image would also be used for the character of Bill Bull in Final Fight. Some of Ryu's kicks are very similar to those of the protagonist in Kung Fu Master. Mr. Nishiyama created both games, so this actually makes perfect sense. The soundtrack was composed by Yoshihiro Sakaguchi, who also had a hand in the early days of Mega Man. The developers of Street Fighter wanted to have varied disciplines from all over the world. This would give the game a deeper story and characters. They thought it would be very boring if they focused on only one martial art, which was very common at the time. There are a number of voices throughout the game, but they are quite a bit muffled. Due to the loudness of the arcades back in the day, I never even knew they were saying anything. Early in development, they wanted to include the ability to play as other characters, but they were short on time and was unable to implement it. There is a version you can download for MAME that will let you select other characters. A prototype version of the game can be found on the interwebs, which features a number of differences, including having to win 3 rounds out of 5, as well as color differences for the various characters. One major change though was that Ryu does not have his Hurricane Kick, but instead a move called the Fire Kick. Apparently this move was dropped from his arsenal because it just didn't look cool. This left only the Hadouken and the Shoryuken as his special moves. They had to cobble elements together from mid-air kicks and stitch them together, creating the Tatsumaki, Senpu, Kyaku, or Hurricane Kick. In the original Japanese arcade flyer, Ryu is shown doing a jumping kick and his entire body is engulfed in flames. After the release of this game, Takashi Nishiyama and Hiroshi Matsumoto would leave the company and head over to SNK. The duo would have a hand in creating even more successful fighting game franchises such as Fatal Fury and Art of Fighting. Mr. Nishiyama has said that Fatal Fury is probably what Street Fighter II would have ended up looking like. There have been a number of cameos over the years, but one in particular that I can recall seeing was for Resident Evil 3 Nemesis. In the middle of Raccoon City, there is a pet store called Eagle's Pet Shop, a reference to the Streetfighter character by the same name. In the 2020 remake, Eagle's face was added to the poster to remove any doubt as to whether or not it was actually him. The game has been released on a number of different compilations over the years, including Capcom Arcade Hits Volume 1, Capcom Classics Collection Remixed for the PSP, and Capcom Classics Collection Volume 2. It was also included as part of the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. There was a version planned for the NES, but it was never released. In the 30th Anniversary Collection, Capcom unveiled a single screenshot from the long-lost version. The game was converted to a number of home computers and one console. Academy Award nominated and Golden Globe winning development team Tiertex.
Why did you shatter just now, Mom? I don't know.
We're in charge of all the home computer ports, so let's see how they turned out. The first one we are looking at is for the ZenX Spectrum. To be honest, I expected this one to be a whole lot worse. If you don't mind an overabundance of blues and whites, then you just might enjoy this version. The game features large, detailed sprites which are animated well enough. The speed of the game is pretty close to the arcade original, and, thankfully, we have minimal sound with just a few bleeps and blips here and there. I never was able to pull off any special moves, so I don't know if they were taken out of this version or not. If your eyes still work after playing the bleedingly blue port for the Spectrum, and had quite the good time doing so, then you might want to check out the Amstrad version. It is similar to the Spectrum version, although this time we get some color mixed in with the nice detailed sprites. With that color though comes a slight loss of speed, which makes the gameplay a humble jumble mess. Short, sweet quiffs are all we get for sound, but at least it looks pretty. Kind of. Switching over to the 16-bit home computer versions, let's take a look at the Amiga port. Now let's start off with the positives. In still shots, the graphics look nice with large detailed sprites and fairly detailed backgrounds. Once you see it in motion though, it takes a turn to the dark side with slow and jerky animation, the likes of which I haven't seen since a Korean bootleg cartoon from the 1950s. While the arcade backgrounds weren't exactly brimming with life, it did have some nice parallax scrolling, which this one does not have. Another positive thing I can say is the music sounds fantastic on the Amiga, but the problem is there's only one track and it's very repetitive. The controls are just the absolute worst, with a second or so delay from the time you press the button until it actually performs something on the screen. There are also only half the backgrounds from the arcade game. I also wasn't able to perform any special moves. The Atari ST version is up next, and it does look very similar to its Amiga counterpart, although there is a slight loss of color. The backgrounds do feature the same parallax scrolling as found in the arcade game. This game also runs faster than the Amiga port, but it still plays like hardening cement. The music has also taken a hit, and unfortunately there is still only one tune that plays on each of the stages. Due to the game being a little bit faster, it does play a little bit better, but that's not saying much. The good old Commodore 64 received not one, but two different ports, and the crazy thing is, it was released on one single cassette or floppy disk, giving the users the choice of which version you could play. The first one was released in the UK and was developed by Tiertex, and it's absolutely pathetic. Large, chunky graphics that look like something I was designing with Gary Kitchen's Game Maker back in 1985. The colors are dull and lifeless, along with less than stellar backgrounds. The developers were trying to replicate the arcade's large sprites on the humble 8-bit 64, and it just doesn't work. Due to the muddy controls, the sprites will sometimes blend in with the backgrounds, making it a bit difficult to see what's going on. The music is not too bad, but it isn't anything memorable either. The controls are beyond ridiculous with unfair AI as well. On the positive side, this version does include the bonus brick breaking game. On the flip side of the cassette, or diskette, was the USA version developed by Pacific Data Works International, and this one is much better. Although the sprites have been shrunk in size, they do retain a lot of color, and the animation is quite nice as well. The odd thing is, you don't fight Sagat as the final boss. You square off against Adon, and then the game is over. The backgrounds have a good amount of detail and color, but there is absolutely no scrolling, which is a bit jarring and feels a little claustrophobic. However, it does control really well. Yes, it does look a little like Yi-Ar Kung Fu, but if you can get past that, then this is one enjoyable game. The MS-DOS version was released by High-Tech Software here in the States, and it looks very similar to the 64 version, only with much more detail in the backgrounds. With that being said, the animation is not as smooth, and we are stuck with the crappy PC speaker for audio, which thankfully is almost non-existent. It controls decent, but you don't have the smooth gameplay that you experienced with the Commodore 64 port. The best home conversion by far is for the PC Engine or TurboGrafx 16. The title was renamed Fighting Street and was just revealed recently by Yoshiki Akamoto in a YouTube video as to why it was changed. Apparently, Namco owned the trademark for Street Fight, which meant Capcom had to pay for its usage with each Street Fighter release. The licensing fee would have killed any chance of the PC Engine version's profitability, so this is why the name was changed, and this information comes straight from the developer's mouth. Anyway, What we have here is probably the best home version on the market not running under emulation. It was one of the earliest TurboGrafx CD releases, and it was developed by Alpha System. The game features some fantastic arranged music, and the sound effects actually sound better than the arcade original. Everything has a nice, crisp sound to it. The character sprites are large, colorful, and detailed. Control-wise, there was no 6-button pad available at the time, so sacrifices had to be made. To get around this, the longer you held the button, the more power you used in either your punch or your kick. Everything from the arcade game has been included, from all of the bonus rounds to the endings. There is even a secret bonus ending you can unlock. It's a fantastic version of a not-so-fantastic arcade game. And that's it, my friends, the history of the original Street Fighter. Clearly this one has been long forgotten in the Street Fighter lore, but it's good to go back and take a look every once in a while and see exactly how far the series has progressed. At some point in time, I'm sure I will cover Street Fighter 2 and its many sequels, but that would definitely be a 47-part episode. I hope you enjoyed this episode, my friends. Let me know in the comments down below. I want to give a big shout out to Overtime Arcade for helping me locate video clips of the original pneumatic Street Fighter cabinet. If you like this video, be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Also, if you would like to support me on Patreon, please click the link below. If you would like to contribute but not sign up for my Patreon, you can always click the donate button up above. Thanks everyone for watching.